abang-abangan gitu aja. Ada tahu ini gimana? Kita cepat. Mau apa kalian dulu lah? Oke.
Seperti nontonnya di
Langsung iris. Jadi apa tuh?
Ngapain nggak telat? Yoi, harus lah, nggak boleh telat. Absen dulu gak sih? Absen dulu. Pokoknya sekian 4 kali. Sore Acex. Gua ada di benda wangi, semoga ya. Berapa menit lagi nih mulai ya?
Bisa. Oh, di pulau sih Pak, bisa. Jadi tak dia. Nggak ada itu dah, nggak ada. Udah kok sering itu bulan bawa atau main tempat.
Kalau kamu biasanya buat udah itu.
Aduh, kemana dia? Astagfirullahaladzim, sampai.
Bunga sakayam udah siap, udah dong, udah awak simpen nanti tinggal kita tuangkan. Dari ayamnya tinggal dimasak kayak tak. Oke buat main. Baru kan jam 4 ya. Schedule kan jam 4 ya. Jadi masih setengah 4. Sabar, apa sabar? Buru banget lu. Ayamnya tinggal tunggu TD dan kawan-kawan. Real. Kalau sengaja, ya biasa lah. Awak ngaretkan dikit. Biar itu ya. Biar bisa nyantai dulu ya kan, ngopi dulu, debat dulu, santai aja. Wen, kenapa tiba-tiba Wen ya, Babe? Ya bawa ke sana budaya di sini. Udah ngantuk lu, muka lu tuh ngantuk. Udah pindah ke belum? Wih, lihat kan, mau awak lihat kan, langsung ngeliatin nggak ini? Enak ini cok, kalian percaya nggak ini enak? Percaya nggak ini enak? Enggak. Yakin kau ya. Tuh, enak tuh. Yang kiri ya, yang ini ya. Nih. Gila gitu. Wow. Skip ya kau RGB kan nanti jujur kau. Kalau bersama renang nggak ada kalah, real, nggak ada lawan itu, real. Air plastik itu buat, emang ada salahnya? Tidak ada, cok, kita cok, dadah. Begitu, diam kau, banyak kali cerita. Kita lihat komen. So cute Korean. Siapa ini? Cuk, dia lanang, cuk. Anjing RGB. Astagfirullah. Let's go Korea Utara. Itu Bang Bro juga udah emang iya. Indah pecah. Mana ASPA? Hari terakhir harusnya ada ASPA tuh. Ada hari terakhir kayak penutupan gitu. Harusnya ya. Coba kita dengar suaranya.
To say to them.
那现在特别多的粉丝都在支持中国队，那你想对你的粉丝讲一些什么呢？
首先谢谢大家支持吧，然后我们也会尽力打好每一场比赛。
우선 저희를 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고요. 그리고 저희는 최선을 다해서 끝까지 하겠습니다.
Thank you for all your love, and we'll do our best till the end. All right, thank you, 明星，谢谢。Say bye bye.
拜拜。
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Bella. And let's look at this. Is actually an awesome graphic. I'm so glad that we have this. It basically shows you the trajectory of how each one of these teams' day pretty much went yesterday.
Yeah, for Denmark, they started off today incredibly strong. They had a huge day on the first two maps. Kind of fell off the gas a little bit as the day progressed, with the points average dipping a little bit as we moved on to different maps. And that's where Thailand, on the opposite side of things, their per day started to grow.
Yep.
But then USA, they finished things off with a bang, and they'll be disappointed not to have 2 wins.
Yeah, very disappointed, and just
Top 4
Thailand
5
as
yang
well is
perang
just
di
one of
Thailand,
those
Denmark,
teams that they
USA.
are so measured, right? They take their time and they strike exactly when the opportunity presents itself. That's what we saw yesterday, and that's how they were able to just stay so consistent. Even in the bad games, they were able to find a few kills there, a few kills here, right? They're able to salvage some placement point as well. USA, on the other hand, started off with 1 point. wasn't the greatest. You can see the dip, but by the end of the day, they started to kind of get things going, and that's when we saw the game win as well as just the consistency.
Vietnam ini kenapa dia bisa 51
Yeah,
kill?
the thing for the USA is they had 2 maps yesterday where they only picked up 1 point.
Yeah.
And that is not true to their typical form. And I'm glad you spoke about the kind of the consistency that Thailand found.
Trio Vietnam
Historically, with the older rosters they brought,
That's not been
it was boom or bust. They were either winning the map with double-digit kills or going out with a win. So it's so much better to see how just changing one player and bringing in, a more, I'm going to say, calm a mind and more, I want to say, what's the word I want to use? Passive player to the team has changed their whole mindset.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that roster, you have Fluky, you have Jacob, you have Rossiter Jr., and Kiss. Again, just a wealth of experience as we look at the final stage kill leaders. And so I think that, yeah, they've really been able to come together and kind of make this one pretty consistent. They've been the best.
Ikut sekali dulu 10 kill udah sep naik 30 poin
having himself one of the best days I've seen him have with 17
dia
kills
48
on the stage.
paling
So
naik ke
he took
7
missing some LAN events earlier this year personally, and he
Ini
came
cara
back with a
poin.
bang
Look at
with
the
16
damage.
kills,
My goodness.
3,500 damage,
Hello.
and then shout out to Korea too. It's always no surprise
Soul.
after day 1 to see the top 2 teams dominating the kill standings.
Yeah, that's, I mean, even still, 3,500. I mean, he is eclipsing even Tanvu with 17 kills, so that is just more than impressive. Seoul had, as you said, something to prove. We haven't seen him at an international for a bit, so now looking at the damage leaders, again, no surprise, Seoul in first place. Gustav with 2,600 damage, only 11 kills, and you said it yourself when we were talking in the green. We've feel like this always
Turnamen,
happens to him, right? He's so consistent in getting the knocks, putting the damage out there, but he just gets pickpocketed left and right every single time.
One of the best mid to long range gunfighters that we have inside of this game, and with that you always open up the ability to have kills be stolen, because a lot of players get down to the open and you have multiple teams firing, and then he loves getting knocks onto teams and compounds as well where they get rezzed, but that is Gust.
Gue ini ada nama yang putih. Stop when ya. Udah diwakilin dari buat iya kan Jep, iya kan Jep. Udah diwakilin kan. Jadi nggak perlu lawan tuh. Lo udah di stage bro. Gambar sama siapa? Sama Om Dros kayaknya. Woi. Duduk mulu, baru juga runduk, kocak. Tuturuturutu. Ayo jadi caster dulu, jadi caster dulu. Jadi caster.
But Denmark, Thailand just so strong as well. They could.
Yeah, Vietnam too strong, bro.
Yeah, that's not a knock on the coach of Denmark. You and I
Kok udahan sih? Kok udahan sih?
Oh, that's right, Mark. Yeah.
Baru mau jadi caster awak langsung udahan.
Some of the viewers who they thought would be in the top spot of after today between these teams, and
sakit kali hati awak.
No surprise, right? Thailand have a huge following to see them up there. USA though, 34% of the fans. Again, that's no surprise to me. I think I'm a little bit upset. I thought Brazil would get more votes because they won a map yesterday, and when Brazil are good, they're very good.
Yeah, I mean Brazil again. They have a lot of work to do today. Sparking again was phenomenal. So it really just comes down to them making sure that they're all firing on all cylinders, and they can kind of help Sparking with that effort, because that team is strong, but we need to see more from them for sure.
And next we move on to
the
Fantasy League. You can take part. Just make sure to go to twire.gg. And select your team. You've got a massive budget of $100,000. I spoke to people yesterday. You can build.
Yang jelas pasti ada Vietnam. Pasti. Lu kayak muka lu. Om Bros. Iya. Wes. Langsung riuh, Cuk. Kalau aku buka di event Discord ini mah langsung riuh, Cuk. Comeback dulu. Om Dros.
Ya.
Ayo.
Udah kah?
Wes.
Ini satu game ini.
Wah, udah mulai, Om.
Masih omong-omongan.
Iyo.
Sabar. Coba. Lah ayo tuh, aku mau naik lo aku.
Curahan teknis dulu.
Aku yang jadi nyopir.
Aku yang nyopirin, Mas.
Oh iya ya. Oke, kita nobar dulu, guys.
Thank you, Mas.
Thank you.
Bang, ono kelambi koko ah. Katel.
Ini nih baru bisa dia ngikut nge-cash nih.
Shit.
To not go for some
Nah,
of
ini
those
masih
options.
omong-omongan
If I
dia.
was VOD reviewing yesterday's action, the first thing I'd be doing was pointing out which teams were taking the most advantage of the recall systems and fighting early, because we're starting to see a situation where a lot of teams are playing close to them or on top of them.
Panjang kali
because
dia
they
ngomong,
know
Cok.
they can get
Capek
more
juga
aggro, they can bring
translate-nya.
players back, so
Bingung jadi.
Sambil mandi guys, persiapkan kopi kalian.
The big thing for me though in the VOD will be if I'm Australia.
Om, aku yang share screen bagaimana?
Stop trying to crash the same compound.
Kamu nonton di mana? Coba lihat.
Twitch nih.
Coba.
Buram nggak?
Kamu share screen.
And we saw specifically in
Aku udah dibelikan ini di Nitro.
Udah Nitro kena Nitro semuanya itu. Nih.
Coba sekarang gedein gimana?
Di paling kanan bawah kan full screen.
Ya, full screen.
Kan bawahnya masih kelihatan tuh. Pencet aja ada yang panah ke bawah itu diklik.
Oh, coba gedein.
Apa yang mau digedein? Ini.
Nah.
Wes.
Yeah, and remember there are a bunch of co-streamers streaming this event.
Kelihatan nggak ini?
If you want to pop into their communities or
Cek,
see
harus
what they
tak
have to say
matikan
about
yang
today's
belakang biar
action,
nggak itu.
there are way too many to list out and name them all, but just keep an eye on the bottom of your screen. We've got some fantastic people in there. I see Danik D in there, one of the European streamers. You know, I think we see some pro players in that list as well. And there's a couple of folks from basically all around the world. No matter what language you speak naturally, there's basically a co-streamer for that.
Shout them out again. Watching with us is great, but if you have someone who loves to create content for PUBG, you can watch with them as well, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, so make sure to tune in and show them some love as well. But I can promise you the action here will be just as good, where you can get your drops. Remember we saw it on the bottom of the screen earlier. Link your account, get your drops, get yourself some free stuff inside the game as well.
Yeah, the merch inside the game, we've talked about the skins, you know, you get the G coin.
Tapi kanan kirinya kok hitam ya?
Points, you maybe get lucky upgraded progressive ones.
Gak bisa full lah.
So it could be something great for you in store. Just make sure you are playing with the fantasy as
Itu Om Bros kan watch stream tuh.
We do have the grid system for predicting those chicken
Ya.
dinners.
Bukannya bisa ya tuh. Kayak hide member gitu Om
Full
Bros.
screen. Tuh. Ini loh hitam kanan kiri loh.
Mana coba Om Bros share screen dong.
Yeah, it is. Tomorrow is going to be it's going to be a madhouse in here in the best way, so looking forward to that as well. But yeah, so predictions for today, I think Vietnam's not going to slow down.
You don't think so?
Regardless of me stealing.
Coba full screen itu udah full screen.
They have had bad days in the past though. You know, we know,
itu
like,
berarti.
was it last year their day one? Or maybe
Oh,
the year before,
hitamnya nggak
not
bisa
have
itu
a
ya?
good day
Enggak
at all.
full screen off. Nah, terus hilang yang kanan atas warna ungu tuh.
Even more drastic
Nah.
Ini maksudku.
Oh,
Maybe let the air
itu.
over the bus to make sure they don't get here on time. But we have a little sketch with some of the players. Let's see what they had to do, say or they had to say.
Aduh.
Oh, bisa mandi dulu ini guys. Halo Bang Meng.
Bọn mình luôn luôn cho top 4 mà. Bây giờ chỉ còn vô địch nữa thôi. Lần trước không có tôi, bây giờ có tôi anh em sẽ vô địch được thôi.
Ôi trời ơi, ôi trời ơi.
Làm cái.
Ôi trời ơi.
2 3.
Hey.
Listen up. We have got two goals
Ini
for
betul
this
naik
PNC.
ini real kayak itu.
First,
Bareng Nana.
we gotta win PNC. And second, we need to get a ace plus a cover.
Ngincernya AS Pak, bajir.
Masih harus makan nih kan.
중국 대표팀은 일단 최근 스크림에서 느꼈을 때 4명 다 자신감 있는 플레이를 하는 것 같고 4명 다 엄청 공격적인 것 같아요.
我觉得韩国队我打法什么的都很完整嘛，然后打得也很好，但是这一次冠军该是我们了。
뭐라는 거예요? 한국 음식이 입에 안 맞나? 말 실수하네. 3등까지 줄 수 있다. 3등에 올려.
No.
중3 딱.
What's up, buddy? How you doing, man?
Fantastic.
Nice. You need a new jersey, bro.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's not looking good on you.
It is what it is.
Yikes.
You know, it kind of sucks to not be on the same team, but it's also fun to come back as enemies. I mean, you got second place last year.
Belum.
Yeah, I'll
Belum
look
Nasir,
that
bentar
for you
lagi.
this year, mate.
Bentar lagi mulai.
Didn't you guys get like 8th?
Absen, Pinox.
Like we only lost by 1 point. And you're IGLing this year, right?
Nah, that was just a fluke. We're the real deal this year, trust.
You say that every year, man. You gotta figure your stuff out. Korea's three-peat will be no longer. They will not win.
Yeah, I don't think this year's for Korea either.
We will make sure they will not win.
I'm down.
Guaranteed. Let's go.
Chúng tôi đã có nhiều lỗi đáng tiếc. ก็ PNC ครั้งที่แล้วผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราพลาดไปหลายจุดครับผมรู้สึกว่าพวกเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับ希望这次可以让我们没有遗憾吧最后站在舞台上的一定是我们中国队
Vamos competir com muita paixão e dedicação.
và chúng tôi đã chuẩn bị rất nhiều và lần này chúng tôi xứng đáng giành được chức vô địch.
Keren ya.
One year has passed and we're back in Seoul. And this time we'll make sure to defeat Team Korea.
And we'll show you what a powerhouse Team Australia can be. Please look forward to the birth of a new champion.
Esperen que nuestro equipo sea muy fuerte este torneo. Survivor stage itu sama saja ibaratnya kita main skrim biasa.
Ya, skrim biasa.
Games are beginning now. Team Norway will make sure to take the trophy. Esta vez vamos a vencer a Corea.
안녕하세요. 간단하게 인터뷰 하나 진행하겠습니다.
Kirim biasa kemarin kena bantai. Ah, nggak kebantai kok.
팬분들한테
Kalau kebantai mah 0 poin, Pinox.
저희 이번 팬시
Itu kan dia bilang skrim kan waktu di survival stage ya.
기대하시면서 많이 지켜봐 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
그러면 한국을 견제하는 팀들한테
한마디요? 요즘 공공의 적이더라고요, 아주. 모든 팀들이 저희를 노리고 있던데 지난 2년간 어디가 우승했는지 잘 아시죠? 뺏을 테면 뺏어보세요.
That is a bold statement from Mr. Seoul and Team Korea, but he is absolutely right. They are the back-to-back champs, so you really cannot take that away from them as we get ready here to finally set into the first game of the day, match 7 of the finals.
Yeah, match 7 is going to start, and one thing he did say is everyone's got the target on their backs. But he's not wrong. What, 4 different teams that were interviewed all referenced stopping Korea.
That is true.
It goes to show the amount of respect that these teams have for this nation, and honestly, at this moment in time, second place after day 1, they're going to take that. And they yes, they're brilliant at leading from the front, but they love chasing a team down as well. Vietnam.
Yeah, they are going to chase down Vietnam, I'm sure. That team is strong, but it's finally time to get started. The first game of the day, match 7, will be, of course, on Miramar.
Cannot wait to get stuck into this map. It was bedlam yesterday with that crazy end zone between Denmark, Germany, Brazil, and Vietnam. It's going to be even more fun today, I bet. Flight path though is going to kick us off, going from the northwest just onto the very eastern side of the map. Yesterday, Germany would always drop early. They went to their alt drop quite a lot. They didn't want a hot drop with Thailand like they intended and water treatment. I'll be curious if it'll be the last team off the plane this being stride a long drop down to Puerto.
Yeah, we'll see if they go for that again. Now remember, this plane is cutting off a pretty significant portion of the south. If you're a Chuma team, if you're a Monty team, if you're a Leones team, or anything in that area, you're going to have to stretch farther, which means less time for you to lose. It's going to be more of a rotation that you have to contest with other teams. So we'll see if the teams are going to opt for that, or if they're just going to go for an all drop, as you said, like we saw Germany. Specifically with them, they just did not want to deal with any of the hot drops.
And I was speaking to some of the European players, and their exact words were, if you hot drop Germany, you hot drop Ascend, they're going to back off. They don't want to fight in the early game. And it's something that you tend to see with Germany whenever they're playing well, is they survive into the late game. You know, they might not get a bunch of points in the first 10 minutes.
I think it's smart.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no problem with that strategy at all. As we do see them getting very close there to Team UK. Chris is right on top of Vard right there.
Yeah, I think that UK, though, they'll drop inside Impala, and we'll see Germany stretch all the way down to Puerto Parezo. If your Team UK, though, and the circle does eventually pop north, or even that circle north, you have the opportunity to potentially keep those entry points for Germany, but in the past, we've seen them go way west and up north and come in that section of the map.
Not quite sure that's what they're going to plan to do here, especially with the circle as well as the plane path and how contested that west coast is going to be. Really, my eyes are drawn to Argentina. They have such a big control point of the circle currently, so where are they going to choose to play? You can see Captain
ini udah pas belum suaranya, Cok?
Cruz de Valle, but yeah, and this often becomes the most difficult part about getting circle one pop if you're dead center, if you have such a commanding position like this. Norway is also in that, but you know what, we'll get to my point in a second as we head to an interview really quick.
Hello mọi người, mình là Himat. Mình đến từ đội tuyển Việt Nam. Mặc dù chúng tôi đã có những lỗi lầm đáng tiếc, nhưng mà năm nay sẽ khác. Dù chúng tôi đối đầu với những đội nào thì chúng tôi cũng tự tin. Tại vì những con người Việt Nam không có dở, nên là tới 4 là chuyện bình thường thôi ạ. Bọn mình đã chuẩn bị rất kỹ, và nếu gặp Hàn Quốc ở trong game thì bọn mình sẽ đánh bại họ. Mặc dù đây là một trận chiến khó khăn, nhưng mà lần này chúng tôi sẽ đánh bại Hàn Quốc. Mục tiêu của mình tại giải đấu lần này chỉ là vô địch thôi ạ. Bọn mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức. Chúng tôi sẽ tạo ra một nhà vô địch mới.
Another name drop of Korea again as a team looks to take it off them. But I actually love Himas. He's such a nice guy. He's so soft-spoken.
Out of game.
Yeah,
you have to credit yourself. He's a nice guy out of game.
Yeah, but he is a menace inside the server.
He's a monster. He's a monster inside the server. But yeah, and I also love the confidence and how pretty much everything has come to play out. Korea said, you heard Seoul say, you know what, everyone's going to come for us, but don't forget who we are. We're still going to get up there, and we're still going to make sure that we're going to get in the top 3. And China's going to get 3rd place. That's actually exactly what happened. And then you heard him say, you know what, we're going to take the fight to Korea, and we're going to dethrone them. They're currently sitting in 1st place. So the confidence of these players is absolutely astounding. But back to what I was saying, Argentina has a decision to make. And sometimes when you get that first circle pop, it's hard to know where you should play because you have such a plethora of options. You don't want to choose wrong. So that's why we see so many teams often go for these early game splits.
Yeah, and it looks like they are moving right on top of the section just above Ribo and dead center of the circle that they're going to share it with Norway. As we watch Thailand rotating in, Poland, who had an interesting Miramar to say the least yesterday, they're going to get shot at by Calbs from the Philippines as they rotate inside the circle all the way up on the northern section. And the curious thing about this time was, remember, it was
shooting tires. That's so smart. And I love this play from the Philippines. They have spread themselves thin on the north side to make sure that they can punish and dictate these rotations. The first team to get caught on that is going to be Poland.
Yeah, and they're going to hunt down Pufa now, who's going to be prone and crouched outside the wall. Algen Bots with a little bit of damage dealt this time around, but he really needs some support from up on top of the hill. Magsters and Cappy need to push and get that knock. Really good angle on Cappy. We'll find that knock as Fluky from Thailand will look to third party. But first blood has been drawn, and it's Poland and Philippines are locking in that fight. Pufa, well, he's got a fight with Tentra. Remember, this was a fight that happened multiple times yesterday. Philippines and Poland, and Poland were way too passive at times in those fights.
Yeah, I like that Poland has taken a much more aggressive stance here. They've actually stopped off. Could have potentially gone off that nade for Tentrip. It's going to find Cappy. And so it's now down to a 3-on-3, but the time is ticking. But that storm will come in at the best time as CJ and Tentrip will Marslick and Pufax.
This is insane again. Tentrip and CJ are so good as Tentrip will start closing the gap, but the Sandstorm Thorn, but Magsters will find Tentrip as Poland give themselves a fighting chance. But that's not Poland will be the first team to fall. CJ and Tentrip combining to wipe them out.
Yeah, but Thailand is coming forward. They heard the shots. They had a scout up there with Fluky looking, and now they've sent Kiss and Jacob forward to try to see if there's anything to clean up. But because that happened so quickly, the Philippines have recovered.
Yeah, and elsewhere, Korea are starting to surround Denmark as well. Essentially, a 2-2 fight with Salute looking up on the high ground, but now Jacob will stand and wait. You give yourself a chance, but good shot from CJ. And look, Jacob, he's been in the situation where he smokes off that angle, can't quite get the knock. But Thailand, I think they know they've got the Philippines really weak. The question is, will they push this, or do they just rotate and fall back?
And they don't need to. I think this is perfect. I love this play from Thailand. They sent 2 forward. They checked to see if there was anything that they could get off that. Once they realized there wasn't, they backed off. There was no reason to overcommit on a fully 4-strong team right there, and they still had Fluky and Rosseted in positions as anchors. So again, just fantastic decision-making from the team of Thailand.
Yeah, Beamy's almost being hounded and corralled into a position here by Korea as being held, but I think he's realized that if there's someone up on the high ground firing shots in, it's probably a distraction to bring Salute around this side. So Denmark have to be so careful, and I think that Korea are playing this really well. They're not taking too much of a risk, but they're just fishing, right? That's what they're just fishing to see if they can get someone from Denmark to overpeak.
Yeah, but speaking of fishing, you're going to have Delwyn here just kind of cresting over this ridge to see what he can find as they are scouting forward. He is the tip of the spear currently for Vietnam, and that's a hell of a player to have at the tip. As Indonesia, look at them just cruising into the circle. They'll be the team's taking those pick up, and for them they have a lot of options on the east, but I will say the west and the center of the circle are very heavily contested. Pretty much everyone is inside of the circle except for USA.
Yeah, and they'll come into the north section. You know, that whole area around water treatment is pretty clear right now as they make their way in. Chinese Taipei, who played, I'll say it, they played a bit more aggressively than we saw in the survival stage yesterday. They picked up a bunch of kills. They weren't as present in the late game though because of it, and I feel like they're going to look, it's Leo's farewell tour. He wants to have as good an event as he possibly can. And speaking to them last night, obviously through the translator because their English isn't great, they're relaxed. They're not, you know, I wouldn't say they're overly confident, but these players have been in situations like this before at PNC. They're going to want to see if they can start climbing the table on day 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task, though, because of, I mean, we can already see how strong this lobby really is. I mean, there really is, we talked about in the survival stage, there's no room for mistakes, as you're going to get punished and punished hard. You can see Brazil currently sitting in a nice split here on the west side. They're going to be just off of Hacienda, as you can see Santastico here, looking for members of Norway, and Indonesia has decided to go far east, and this is actually great. This is where we thought they would go. This is where it's the most open. And they have a lot of room to work with here, especially if they do want to wrap towards the north, towards Thailand.
The biggest thing about this is they've found a huge pocket of space, but even more importantly than that, they should be able to get a few default spawn vehicles as well.
Yes.
The big risk when taking pickups is that you don't have the ability to move later on in the game. By moving early and finding the space, they'll be able to do so, and they'll get some vehicles on the board. Some level 3 gear for Monte, though, as Australia looked to rectify what was a disappointing day 1 for them.
Yeah, they're currently in this very awkward position. They're split 2-2, but in between them is the 2-2 split of China. So it's almost like a sandwich between Australia and China here. See how that's going to consolidate. I mean, you can even see if Australia wanted to actually meet up, they'd have to potentially even go through Brazil. So that's going to be awkward, to say the least, as we can see.
Yeah, di Tierra Bronca. Look, he's
going to go north. He's going to join his team. He'll be able to get some loot as well and get back on his feet. I think it's really important for Philippines to keep the likes of Tentrip inside the game as long as they can because of the ability he has to open up fights for them. But we've got, I would say, it's a lot calmer here on Miramar than it was yesterday.
Yes.
And I think that does come down to some point of view, and I think it comes down to
the circle was fair, but at this point now it's cut a lot of the southern teams out. You can even see Australia there is going to have to move in. The edge now on the southwest is going to be Brazil. Denmark as well going to be rotating right past Vietnam, and that's a dangerous rotation to make, but it looks like they are going to get out of the danger zone, at least for now. Tanvu in pursuit.
This compound gas station are going in. I know the players will play it a lot. I'm not the biggest fan of it in the world because you're surrounded. Yes, the two teams on the high ground will essentially give you some cover because they'll fight with each other first, but it's really hard to get out of there. If the circle
nice stand, nice stand, nice trick. Let's go.
In a ton of trouble. I think
langsung end. Jangan kasih dia main trick. Nice trick.
And it leaves Denmark as just the two from this point on, and I don't see any word where they're able to get them back and get a recall station.
Nope, and that's the benefit of their early pickup. They were able to find some good space, take some control, and because of that, they cut off rotations coming in who unfortunately didn't find an air pickup. So great for Indonesia. They're going to pick up 2 off of Denmark. You still see that split, or I should say not a split anymore. It's really just a duo that's left from Denmark, and they're going to be at that gas station that you were just talking about.
Yeah, they need to just maximize the points they can get as a 2 from this point and try to survive as long as they can. But Argentina getting very close to Vietnam. Danger close, one would say, as Delwyn takes a couple of tags of damage from that MK, but Emmy will fall back into cover, realizing that his position isn't the best in the world for that fight. And not only that, when there's one, there's usually more. So he's going to fall back now, keep the vehicle safe. As we see that Germany rotate, and they're playing right on the edge of this circle, just staying out of trouble, exactly how we anticipated Germany to play.
This is very much an ascend style of play. It does work for them.
Udah sehari ini nggak dengar lagu Indonesia Raya nih. Kapan lagi nih diputar ini?
What really is going to be an issue is for all of these teams on the south, we can almost assume that this is going to go probably north of that Death Valley we talked about in the survival stage when we saw Circle end here, and it's going to cause such a cluster in the middle for so many teams to try to get past. You can see Vietnam, Argentina, Indonesia is currently set up there. You still have the duo of Denmark. Australia is also off to the west, with Brazil actually just to the south of them. So it's going to be a lot of teams vying for control of space. It's just going to have to come with fights. I mean, there's really no other way to get past that unless you see a team like Germany rotating on the east outside of Azahar.
Yeah, starting to get a little busy here on the south as well, with Korea, China, and UK all within firing range of each other, as China will elect to send X-Left way out to the very edge of the circle, but Seoul will find that knock on defects. Now, looking at the rest of the team, UK should be able to get that res. You fall back, he's in a little dip, you go for it, but I'm looking at it, right? Indonesia in a fantastic position. Vietnam, your lobby leaders, in the center of the circle right now as well. All these teams, teams that you'd want to see in good position to pick up points are in position.
Mati lah kau, ngomong kayak gitu. Orang gila.
They're guaranteed to be in the next circle. Korea, though, they're going to be in fights.
Yeah, Korea is going to have to fight this one for sure from the south, unless they opt for a far eastern wrap. If they can see that option available, we did see Seoul take out Fex, right, or at least knock him, so they are aware that that's going to be Team UK. But just behind it is actually China, and look at that shift. We are going all the way to the west.
Yeah, Argentina. How long do they hold that 2-2 split now, though?
Langsung aja.
I'm happy either way. I like it if they play aggressive and keep it, but I also don't mind if they play a little bit passive and collapse.
Well, I think what's going to happen as well is the teams around them might actually protect them from other teams crashing. Really, their biggest threat right now, I would say, is going to be Denmark's duo or Vietnam for whatever reason, but they're not going to leave that compound. They actually have a great position currently, so they actually might be able to hold that for quite a while, as we now see Korea getting onto the backside of the compound here of Norway.
Yeah, Seoul will try to open things up with a nade, and utility was his perfection this, and it is again. Seoul with another brilliant nade. He's been so good over the course of the last 2 days.
Seoul ini lah ngecit, ini pasti yakin kali awak ini.
The back of the compound to try get an angle. Norway really need that next knock, but Cuban with a Panzer at the ready here. This is looking really bad for Norway if Cuban can hit that shot.
And the best part about this fight for Korea is it's happening within the circle, so they don't have to rush, but it's going to be Biel. He's going to find Highman, so that's 1 kill stolen already from Korea, and now the utility is coming back their way. They are stuck in that long building.
And Sparking has closed the gap as well now with an arm in his hands, but Itzy with a good molly will find that knock onto Seoul. Now do Korea go for the res? Guman will continue to wrap around with that Panzer, waiting for the opportunity. Sparking, the shot from Sparking put him off, and that forced them back into cover. And really, Brazil are Norway's best allies in this fight at this point in time. But I can also see that Sparking has taken. I think China have just tried to crash on with a C4.
They did.
Yeah.
They did, and it was on the side of Australia, and that fight's happening on the southwest. We'll get to that as we're still in this fight. They were able to get up that knock, so Korea is back up to 4. Meanwhile, in the distance, it's China just devastating the team of Australia.
On the angle now, though, Brazil have fallen back. Sparking couldn't get the kill that he wanted, so he'll just play back into position as X-Left will beat his Monty back in the other fight. But Korea back up to 4 players standing. Human with another nade.
And look at this, now UK and T-Bone want to see what's going on as they're starting to look over the fight between Korea and Norway, and China has just cleaned up Australia, and you can see the disappointment on those boys' faces. As Korea now, look at Norway, they're pushing the pace. AT's gonna fall to Raining though, and they are going back and forth, but again, they have to be careful of the teams trying to third party.
Yeah, they're doing damage onto Korea, but not enough to get the knocks, and Korea don't miss. 3v2, oh my god, Salute just deleted team. Knocked on the other side though, it's really just mutually assured destruction, but it's all down to intent. He's dancing around. Korea will wipe out Norway, and hear the roar from the crowd as they've won that fight, but now they got to focus forward with the zone shifted away.
Yeah, let's go. Their only saving grace there is that both Brazil and UK decided to let off the gas on that fight just because of the circle. So even though Korea did win, their consolation prize is a rough rotation into the southern edge of the circle. You see Germany as well starting to make their entry into the circle on the east side.
Setson and Simoy combining to wipe out CJ as Indonesia move up to 4 kills now. Philippines just sprinting away, and Kiss get the knock onto Algenbot. Is there any player in PUBG this year whose star has risen quicker than Kiss for time?
Kiss has just been phenomenal, even on his team of Forest Gaming. He's now representing his country, and he's doing it with pride as Philippines will fall to 13th place. Now it's Chinese Taipei trying to hold out China.
Yeah, China rotating through Chinese Taipei. The nade's going to get thrown. Is it good? It's going to go just a little bit too far behind as X-Left will move on by. So Chinese Taipei not getting a knock onto China, but Savior might get the opportunity, but USA will find that one from afar. So USA not too far away. Look at USA guarding that recall system.
I absolutely love it. I'm so glad you mentioned that. They are fighting around that system, making sure nobody else will not only get the res, but that's actually such a strong position in the circle on that west side, divided by the road. They have all the high ground there to work with. This is phenomenal for USA.
Yeah, they should be able to flush out Savior now too, but Korea and UK within touching distance. And Salute once more will just delete Vard. He will crawl back towards Michael. Michael will stay on his feet in the fight until T-Bone can get into a position to provide some cover, or else, no, he's going to pick him up. He's going to put him in the back of the truck maybe and fall back. And interestingly enough, Korea not getting aggressive on that knock. They're using it to reposition and get into a better position for the fight a little bit later on.
Yeah, because what waits ahead for them if they are able to get rid of UK is going to be Vietnam, as they are right next to Fex. He's the only one in the circle as the other 3 members are trying to recover here. Leo's going to find Axel from the distance, and Kickstart is going to find a nade knock on to Malrush, but a trade from Leo. He's going to find Alo.
Yeah, quick double tap there, but Leo gets the knock onto Alo as Shrimzy will do a little bit more damage. Savior still inside the shack. No BZs there to help him out as Brazil bring the fight. BL with a great nade on the little goes on. He steps up, gets the knock on to Vard, and Vietnam now bringing the pressure to team at UK. Damage as it did Fex, but even Tanvu gets another knock, and this should be a third.
UK is in so much trouble. The last member is going to be T-Bone. He stretched out to fight Korea to make sure they weren't able to third party this, but it doesn't even matter, as Vietnam is going to clean up what's left of the UK. It's just down to T-Bone. He will fall as well.
And Vietnam getting knocks on the Korea too, And this is huge for Vietnam. They can bring the fight to Korea now as the closest.
Gila 2 lawan 4 loh gua. Cina berani gua. 2 lawan 4 menang coy dia.
Bro. Argentina have extended out towards Korea now as well.
And Argentina needs to get
di kanan merah semua ya,
Vietnam sama Cina. Bingung. Sama-sama bintang lagi.
Push the fight towards Vietnam, but that is a tall order as these are the lobby leaders currently.
Savior gets a knock onto Alo as well as Chinese Taipei, doing serious damage onto the USA.
Very serious.
3 members down, now they're trying to get res, but Chinese Taipei fighting back. Argentina will have to go up against 2 members of Korea now. Rival will get the knock onto Salute. It's just 1 player standing. Yumin, the man of the tournament yesterday. Let's see if he can wrap around and get a brilliant straight transfer. DraftKings shuts it down and Korea fall in 10th place.
Well done by Argentina, but again, they have to deal with Vietnam. And as you stated, it was Chinese Taipei that ripped apart the USA. We didn't
Indo nih masih anteng-anteng nih. Cakep nih gua.
And Leo will pretty much single-handedly take them out, and a spray comes from Capitan, and he will find Delwyn.
The retirement tour continues for Leo as they wipe out USA. But
kanan bawah ya.
are now focused that way as Leo will fall. But Argentina, they get the knock, they get a flush onto Vietnam.
Kamu masih mau ngidupin itu?
They're going to put more pressure. Well, actually, no, they're falling back to
Ya elah mau
King.
Something
marah
to
kah?
note, the
Ini
duo
Ice Lab
Denmark
marah
is
kah lu?
still alive. It's Bimi and Keter. They managed to slip all the chaos and find themselves some placement points here. As you can see, Zhao
Fokus deh, Om.
and Ace left are the last 2 remaining for China, and they
Om Bro sudah nyiapin bumbu belum?
Belum jadi mandi.
Bumbu tuh.
Ya ini udah menang nih, udah kelihatan aku. Iya.
Harusnya sih mati sini ya, mati dia.
Kopi Ted.
Teddy, you said it yourself. He is absolutely exquisite in this event so
Mati
far.
lah. Ya elah tuh Jerman. Sok-sokan.
They're going to find
Kasih
the
tahu
rest of
Om.
Germany. They're going to get eliminated.
Duo TT kali ini.
Now they've got 2 players inside the circle.
TT, triple TT. TT, trik, Tendros.
Nice, dapat solusi lagi tuh.
Tendros.
Let's go, Tendros.
Tendros.
onto your lobby leader. So Vietnam, just 2 players are going to be able to look at this nade from Zhao.
Yang ini ya 24 ya.
Great damage point with the nade. And he just
Weh, 3 bro.
Disgusting. That is absolutely
X-Lab-nya malah nge-kill.
X-Lab-nya nembak X-Wood aja.
He's insane. He's so
Dapat kan
good
poinnya
with
tadi,
the late
solusi?
game. Argentina,
Dapat.
4 players up for them. Thailand and Indonesia the same. Everyone.
Oh my goodness.
Set sendiri gak sih?
Argentina are happy.
This is such a big opportunity for the
Walah.
They cannot squander this. It's very rare in a lobby like this. You're given position like this, and they worked for it. Don't get me wrong, but they have to make sure that they're picking up and cleaning these
ada
kills.
Messi di atas, Ted.
Backstab,
Ada
more
Messi.
importantly, by China.
Yeah, and Emme, he's the player that's keeping an eye on China. Watch that rotate in. Everyone else full focus. Vietnam are loving this as well because Argentina are putting long-range pressure on. Simoy got knocked in Thailand. Looks like they're pushing up to that, but Jacob
Ada Deprat kau liatin
now
harusnya.
you see it being thrown into the distance. Is he going to find a couple of knocks? He gets another knock onto Simoy and Thailand. Got to push aggressive. There we go. Look, 2 members from Indonesia.
Depratnya kena
And all
juga.
these little fights are playing into the hands of the likes of Argentina.
Tinggalin gak sih trik, tinggalin aja trik.
Because Indonesia were 4 strong.
Yeah, and I mean, this is even an opportunity for
Kayak
Vietnam
RD
to
masih bisa
flex
dipegang.
out if they
Masih.
realize
Thailandnya naik ke atas tuh harusnya.
not watching their edge. They can actually hold out Indonesia. That's an option for them. They are
Paling
only 2.
Indonya ditahan doang itu harusnya.
But it is an option nonetheless. You can see TD really the closest one in the circle now for Indonesia, as Thailand do have a corner of their compound still in. So I imagine they're going to take this northern ridge and start to really enact their control from there.
Yeah, and that's exactly right on cue. Rossiter is
Tadi.
taking up that position. IGL
Ah.
Savior from Chinese
Oh,
Taipei
gupis.
looking to get some revenge onto China, getting X left down to 1 HP. Another good shot from Savior will get China really low now. But Savior in this 1 versus 2 has got to pick his moments as DraftKings flexes out. You
Wah,
said they
kenok
needed
lagi.
to start picking up some kills from this position and cleaning them up. That's exactly what DraftKings is doing.
Yeah, wonderful stuff, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them. They still have a full team of Thailand on the opposite side of the circle. They just need to
Argentina sih yang paling enak sih gue sekarang gue.
maybe with the help of Indonesia, and then take the fight to Indonesia, and then they'll worry about Beamy in Denmark and China.
Yeah, China now full sending a circle to both players, just one shot away from falling as Zhao Wu he was just centimeters from safety as Chinese Taipei will fall to the blue. And X left the last player standing. The vehicle's been completely immobilized. And so is X left. China are going to fall as Thailand pick up a couple more kills. 5 teams left alive. Argentina, the only team alongside Thailand with 4 players. And Denmark have just been staying out of trouble.
And we're just waiting to see what the circle does at this point. You can see Argentina are holding their ground strong. Beamy maybe coming over to...
Ini gak ada yang mau nge-pick Thailand nih. Itu Argentina gak ada yang mau nge-pick Thailand nih. Open loh ini.
Oke, masuk placement 4 aman. 4 dulu lah. Aduh.
Will pick up Trick and no kill on the board, and that leaves just Teddy left standing for Indonesia. Vietnam just getting more and more points. 93 for them now. Will just prevent Kiss, at least for now, from getting that kill because Argentina running at that one of the 67 damage for Capitan as things stand. And look at that circle shift.
Yeah, the problem though is even though they have to deal with this shack that Vietnam has, and you can see that there's a window they can see out of. If that's not adequately covered, you can even see a deployable cover in there. If that's not covered, that's going to be a rough run down for Argentina because it's not just Vietnam that's going to be looking at them. It's also going to be Thailand.
And that's such a hard position, right? Because if you try to
kalau yang
Argentina
lebih tapi susah juga sih Gum. Argentina yang nge-pick Thailandnya dibantu kan langsung.
Iya.
7 lumayan. Penting nggak
7 tambah 4 berapa? 2 ya? 3.
The other team is going to get the angle. But look at Rossiter Jr. He's creeping in. He's making sure Thailand have a safe position inside the circle. And Argentina need to find some way to do the same.
Enggak 5-2, 3 kayak.
See what they decide to do. And you
Placement
can see
4 berapa sih? 2 apa 3?
trying to figure out what their path inside the circle is going to be.
3 kayaknya.
That they have is just way too open for them to get anything off of it. So this is going to have to be a play where they maybe stretch out off of a knock, but I love this position as well from Jacob and Fluky. They're making sure that if there was a Western round, it gets thwarted, but the
Ini loh.
Woi, pakai Sofi COD.
COD. Jelas mati tuh.
Kiss actually got one on the hit last, great from Argentina, but now it's a 3 versus 3. You've got 1 knock, but I think they should be able to get back up to a full 4, and they do. But now Argentina, yes, they lost a player, but look what they've just secured for themselves, and I think Capitan's going to try to get a trade.
You know what? That was worth DraftKings' life. Sure enough, they get the position, but they're not out of it yet. This is a 3-on-4, and now you can see that Thailand have made it inside the circle. They now have room to play with Fluky and Jacob.
Yeah, Capitan though, his position's going to be known. He made a lot of noise moving here, but he's got the benefit now of a fresh 3 vest, a fresh 3 helm, and a Groza, which absolutely shreds players. Thailand staying pretty close together. Emi up on the high ground, Rossiter trying to keep the smoke down to make sure that Emi cannot get that angle in the late game. But Raibo, he's the insurance plan for Argentina as things stand.
Apa-apa sedikit dikit di C4 sih sekarang.
7 kills now. This would be a huge boon if they can finish off this game with a win. Picking up all the kills from Thailand, but you can see Capitan has now given his position away.
And look at this, Rossiter is wrapping around. They know that Capitan's got the angle. Capitan does a ton of damage on the Jacob and finds the knock. 3 versus 3 now as Emi is temporarily find Capitan once more. We'll find Fluky as Argentina is bringing the fight to Thailand. Rossiter, this is the fight right here. This is the big one. Emi spots him out.
That's huge. That's going to be communicated, but it doesn't even need to be because Emi will find Rossiter Jr. as well. And what a play off of the C4. It is now 3-3-1 for the team of Argentina.
And they know where Kiss is, but Kiss.
Kasih tahu dia Kiss. Kasih tahu dia Kiss.
He gets the knock onto Capitan, damages Raibo, and he's going to try to secure as many points as he can for Thailand. He's going to believe he can still win this.
Kasih dia cipok Mukis. Kokop dia.
In case you don't get over the line.
Cok roto
This
ini.
need could be the big one here as he tosses it up over towards Rybo. But he heard it. Rybo's going to confirm another kill, as does Emmy. And this 2v1 though, you still can't rule out Kiss.
Yeah, great job getting those kills secured now. Is Rybo going to go for Capitan? That's the question, Emmy. With the possibility to cover, you can see Kiss now. He wants to make sure he denies this res, but there's just not much he can do. As you can see, more cover falling from the sky.
Yeah, he's pinned, right? The blue zone's going to be at his back in a few seconds. He's got to step in a little further. Emmy is preventing him from getting close enough to do any real damage of note. So for Kiss, look, we all know that in reality, Argentina should win this game. And I like the way Argentina now, they've got all three players back on their feet. They're all holding different angles. There should be no way that Kiss gets out of this position.
The only way Kiss wins this is if Argentina messes up and they give him 3 isolated 1v1s. Otherwise, this should be them closing out. They have center dot, they have everything, but a spray from Kiss. That could win and a headshot will end on the right.
Lagi hormat dia malah nge-pick. Ente abis. Itu kalau nggak hormat mati sih gue beli kedip gue. Yakin aku.
Iya.
Mati.
Cut anjing dia.
Fix mati. Kedip dia. Dia nge-pick masih hormat ternyata. Padahal kan di POV dia nggak buta itu harusnya, tapi animasi ya gue masih hormat.
Iya.
Dia saling menghormati gue.
Hormati tapi membunuh ya. Kayak siapa tuh?
Incredible game. It slowed down at the start, as you said. It wasn't as
Iki waksa.
Nggak turun ke 8 harusnya ya. Kayak turun ke 8 deh.
That makes sense, right? These teams went back. They were
Naik
able to
gitu ya, turun ke 8 harus.
this is going
Iya,
too
turun ke
fast.
8.
Mandi dulu
We
gitu.
gotta fix this, and so you can
Jit,
see
dari
that.
tadi kamu ngapain, Cuk?
But once we got to the mid game, once we got to the end game, it was all out, balls to the wall, and man, what an absolute I'm excited for the rest of the games.
Yeah, it's going to be a good start, and even more importantly than that, for those of you who like the history.
Nggak, tapi Cina sih. Ada apa dengan Cina ini game pertama ini dibantai-bantai semua isi lobby sama dia 11 orang gue.
Apa?
Cina membantai 11 orang.
Yang tadi
ini Exwood nih keren banget, Cok. 1 2 3
orang gila.
lah dibanting sama teman sendiri. Untung menang.
Kayaknya sparkingnya nggak ada ya. Dia di situ, dia malah nge-ping S kan.
Harusnya ya.
Ayo Korea 1.
Kaget nggak sih itu? Yang 2 awal juga kaget nggak sih, Gum?
Iya, Cok, dikeluarin kayak gitu ya.
Cina number 1 buat dari dulu, Cok.
Anjir, ada orang Vietnam yang streaming di venue langsung. Niat banget.
Mana ribut? Belum bangun.
Nggak tahu, belum bangun
When
kayaknya.
Korea gets a circle, because they can feel the stage shaking.
I think Shrimsy.
Apa?
Kok gak jadi ya kamu Nobar?
Belum saya chat nah. Ngopi le. Badai di mata. Jelas lah kalian beli fore. Ini the best. Beli fore.
Baru lagi nih.
Coba Gom, chat Gom.
Offline Discord-nya.
Iya. Ya dia sih checklist 2 ya.
Win, but they still got 7 kills on top of
Harusnya
them.
sih tidur.
Tuh paling udah bangun tapi belum di PC. Berenang paling sore.
Bisa jadi.
Berenang terus, Cok, mereka.
But they're not slowing down because they've extended that lead even more, which makes it devastating for the teams that are trying to catch up. So Vietnam, if they can't be stopped, they might run away with it, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, I just looked at the utility usage from Argentina as well. Only 4
Capitan.
frags the whole game, but 14 stun grenades and 12 smokes as Capitan will get man of the match for this side. You know something? Sat beside him watching some of the maps on day one when you were casting beside Paper. He was so locked in and excited because, you know, he's got 2 lands back to back now. He is feeling so good. And look at those damage numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks for himself. And he held such a crucial angle on the north side of that circle against Thailand that pretty much won them that fight. So great job for them. Now looking at the match leaderboard for that match, we can see 21 total points. The side of Argentina, again, that's going to be a massive boon, setting them up the leaderboard. China, 13 points, and it basically came off of kills. It was all kills for them. We saw them fight Brazil again. Australia in the beginning, they were just relentless.
Yeah, only 1 point for Germany, USA, Australia, and Poland, which is not what they would have wanted, especially Germany playing that passive game and trying to get into the late game. But let's have a look at our overall leaderboard now. 95 points for Vietnam through 7 games. Korea, 21 points behind. But importantly for the Chinese fans, they have closed that gap to Korea now as well as they're hunting down that 2nd spot.
Yeah, and we saw it with what happened to Poland. It was, again, the story of them getting in a fight with the Philippines, and that was all the way on the north side. That was a beautiful trap, by the way, set by the Philippines. They weren't able to get knocks, and then you saw them just start going for tires, and I absolutely love that, and they were able to corner them. So, Philippines, if you're in this lobby, you just have to be very careful, because if they are in your vicinity, you know you're about to fight.
Yeah, we're getting ready now to jump into the 2nd game, and I am really pumped for this one. I wonder will the tempo be a little bit slower as we see some of the fan sides. As it is crazy how many Chinese fans have traveled to this venue as well. They're making themselves known, and as they're right in front of us. Like, I look up, I just see them.
You can see them, they're cheering on their favorite players, but I do want to go back to a point we brought up, and that's Germany. How long are they going to try to play this passive game? Because there's going to come a point where even if they do get to the end game, even if they accrue like maybe 10, 15 points to some of these games, making it there, it's not going to be enough because the leaderboard is on the left side is vastly climbing far beyond what you can get playing more passively.
And we see teams trying to up the aggression. Like, again, Chinese Taipei, we were talking about them the survival stage. One of the most passive teams. They know how to get into the top 8. You know, they're not going to get 10 kills. They get like 4th place, 1 or 2 kills, and they pick up points that way. But they're playing with more aggression over the course of the stage, and I like it. You know, it's Leo's farewell tour. Let's get something going for him.
Get in there. Get involved, you know. Just get in the mix, and that's exactly what they did. And they took we didn't see much of it, but they got rid of USA so quickly there while we were watching the fight between Korea and Vietnam.
Yeah, well, Leo got rid of USA, really. He was
it was just Leo. It wasn't even Chinese Taipei. It was just Leo.
Let's get ready, though, for Miramar for the 2nd time today. We're jumping in. This will be the last time we see the desert. Which team can take advantage of this desert and dusty terrain to try really leapfrog their way up that leaderboard here on day 2 of PN. Minas General.
Yang Sen kan, kau bilang?
Some teams love playing on top of that Hollywood sign, overlooking the rest of the lobby. For this flight path, you've not quite seen it at home just yet, but I think it's a little bit more friendly for most of the drop spots than what we had in game number 1, but not too much.
Yeah, the plane is much more central now. The teams don't have to stretch as far south as they, you know, happen to loot those areas like we mentioned, Chuma or anywhere like around Montana.
Kau udah ngebaca Twitternya nggak?
Twitter siapa?
Sophia.
Oh, udah. Gak jelas, orang tuh gak jelas. udah nggak main, masih juga berharap di pick. Tolol.
Daripada P doang lu udah like dulu. Like dulu belum ada isu.
By the team of Thailand, and that C4 is that the pressure that it put on the players from Vietnam to get out is what was able to get them that much closer to winning that game.
Yeah, so moving into this one, all the teams are now out of the plane. Germany once more extending their drop to Puerto Paraiso. No real shoots of a hot drop at this point.
Mana itu
Australia, they're near the center of the flight path. They always like to take this power grid drop.
Alcantara.
We're going to the very opposite side.
Dona nggak gigi tengah gini, bro.
Center of the circle. And this is a
Harusnya
topic that I love talking
di
about.
gambar Cimo ini kalau kayak gini circle.
Drop places like that because they want to.
Harusnya dia ngambil breaker nggak sih?
What do they do when they get
Split ya
this?
dua tuh di
Well, it
atas.
goes back to the conversation we were talking about in the previous game. When you're when you're that team that's gifted center
Kalau nggak
circle
Monte sama atas
in the
Monte,
first phase,
berkir sama atas
sometimes that
Monte.
can be more of a curse than a blessing as we are about to head to yet another one.
Langsung nggak sih naik puncak? Masa dia naik puncak? Dia lagi di Korea, Cok?
สกรกิจฉลองครับมาจากทีมชาติไทยครับรู้สึกภูมิใจแล้วครับที่ได้
Aneh, Cok.
มารับใช้ชาติอีกครั้ง
Orang lagi turnamen ya, Gum ya? Langsung aja nggak sih puncak?
PMC ปีที่แล้ว
Masa tinggal PNC ya?
มันมีสิ่งที่เราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ ปีนี้เราฝึกฝนที่จะในปีนี้ครับก็พวกเรา
Apa itu bakal pakai soundboard, Cok?
เรื่องวิธีการเล่นของทีมเกาหลีครับเราก็พร้อมรับมือแน่นอนครับ ปีนี้อยากจะไปให้สูง พวกผมจะพยายามเอาแชมป์มา
Soalnya dia bersinar ya game ini ya.
Big words from Fluky there, but I got a bit distracted at the amount of times he tried to reload that Dragonov during the case of that interview. It just got me going a little bit. But yeah, Thailand, they got into the top two there with I think they'll be disappointed they lost that game, but when they look back, they'll have to give credit to how bold Argentina were when they got that win. But we were speaking about Indonesia before. I just want to make that point where sometimes when a team like that gets center
sama atasnya
circle,
Monte.
they spend too much time looting. You know,
Kalau nggak itu,
we've got loads of
di
time.
Monte satu,
Really, the best teams in the
di
world when they get center
bulutan-bulutan
circle,
Monte yang
they
atas
still
satu,
do their 1 or 2 minute
biasanya
look phase,
dibukit.
and then they are out of there. They go, this is the compound we want. This is the 2-2 position
Udah lah
that we want to
dua-dua
play in.
harusnya. Kalau nggak ya satu tuh harusnya si Monte.
I want to
Jika
talk about
mungkin
Argentina to the south.
orang ditabrak
They've
tuh.
got a spot in the zone,
Kayak
and they've
lebih
got their pick of
bagus
these
itu
two
ngambil
mountains
dua-dua.
on either side of
Berkir
the
dua
valley, from
atas
Valle del
Monte
Mar
dua.
to Montano.
Ini terakhir. Enggak. Hari kedua besok hari terakhir.
Difficulty in that
Tutup
decision
klip.
making comes in. If you choose the wrong ridge there on that valley, again, it's very similar to the Death Valley we talked about there.
Cakep nih sambil nonton PNC sambil makan keripik balado.
So that's why these difficulties, especially on the West Coast, because we can see so much of this playable area is actually it's just unplayable grounds. So that's just more of the circle that's cut off on top of the fact that you might have to make a decision on which side of the valley to play.
And even more importantly than just the fact that it's unplayable, it's unenterable. So realistically, there's only 75% of the circle that teams can enter into. So if you're one of the teams that take a position to the extreme west, you only have to focus then inwards. You know nobody's going to come from or behind your position, which means that if you like playing the edge, you like being aggressive, it's really good for you.
Cuman nggak selalu Cok yang di tengah itu enak.
Germany get up into the sky. I think that's when they're at their best. Get Brax up through the sky, scout ahead. And we spoke about it yesterday with Paper. They play it a little bit differently than other teams. Some teams use it to scout positions and try to get it in. I feel like Germany use it more to play the edge and look for isolated players that they can get free points and free kills off of.
Yeah, and they tend to do very well with that strategy. Again, they do like to play, like you said, cautious. They don't run straight into a fight, whether it's in the center of the circle. They are always going to be lurking around, and as you said, using that glider to find the players or find isolated positions, maybe of a split, in order to punish and get those points.
Vietnam rotating in as well. I wonder if they're tempted to stay in and around the hills south of Chuma to use that recall system, but I think for them, they're going to look more so to the ridge line below and maybe work their way up. Argentina, we spoke about the decision of picking making sure you pick the correct leaderboard or the correct ridge line. They've got
Kalah sama Argentina, persahabatan sama Indo, enggak lah.
What Vietnam are talking
Memang
about. I
kayak gitu.
love this addition to the game, being able
Thailand aja
to
nggak,
see what they're pinging.
Suara gua masih kecil ya, Bot, ya?
Argentina nggak bisa nge-pick Thailand, soalnya di bantu sama teman-teman yang lain, kecil-kecil.
In this current circle, I love the pathing that they're
Kau
taking.
berarti buat yang ngecilin, Bot.
They're marking everything.
Mau tahu kau bikin berapa ini ya?
Good fundamental PUBG that they're playing.
88 bangsat.
That's all they got to do. When you've got a lead that's this good, you just keep the fundamentals right. Don't
itu dia lah.
yourself.
Udah lah.
Don't play too
Itu
aggressive.
dia itu.
And you can just keep that.
Desktop ku bikin ini sih. Apa yang ceritamu?
With the lead, they don't slow down. They still play their. I mean, how many times have we seen? Unfortunately, we saw it in the Survivor stage. Oh, hold on, we'll get to that point in a second. And CJ is gonna. What do you know? It's the Philippines and Poland as a tale as old as time.
They both went out to
Iya,
the
kali.
same restaurant.
Ini
Maybe someone said
rata
something
lagi,
as
Cok.
tantrum. Oh my goodness! Look at how quickly he deleted Marcelek. That was in the blink of an eye. Now. There's one thing for Poland, right?
Nah,
gacor kali tripinnya,
I really hope they don't do it.
Kalau yang personal tuh kayak gini nih.
They're guilty of trying too hard to get the blue chip back and
Ada-
trying too hard to get Marcelek back in the fight. if I'm Philippines and I know that, I'm going to stay in this position and I'm going to wait because Poland will probably think about going back at some point to try to get Marcelic back.
That's fair. I mean, at this point though, Poland, they kind of have to. They
Filipin
need
sama
more than
Poland.
2 players here. They need to have a big impact on every one of these games. Their time to catch up is slowly running out. They still have, of course, today and tomorrow, but every time they run into the Philippines, every time they lose 1 or 2 members, that's less points they're going to be getting later in the mid to late game.
Funny, I spoke to Marcelic after the day yesterday, and he was delighted because I was, really happy. Why? Because I know tomorrow can't be worse.
Well, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's started real poor so far for the Polish boys, and I hope they can pull back. But they do still have 2 members alive, so we'll see what they do. Korea, meanwhile, is rotating very far on the south side of the circle. Just above them is actually going to be the UK.
Jalur rotasinya sama harusnya.
The team we were talking about, Germany's waiting.
Yeah, I'm worried that Korea might think that this rotate down through Dropstick Island could be available to them. Germany have set up, and with Brax, this could be dangerous.
Why would you expect a full team to still be there? That's the thing. That's what would really catch Korea off guard here.
Yeah, because you're looking at it, you're thinking that this section of the map by Valle del Mar is going to have teams in it, so you go, oh, well, maybe we'll go. But thankfully, I think the fans watching the same would be glad to see that Korea have elected not to make that crossing. Although it looks like they're scouting it out just a little bit. Oh, no, Seoul just flipped his vehicle.
Hey, it happens to the best of us. The Murado on Miramar, the terrain with how long and low that vehicle is. That's a common sight. So it happens. See, it happens to everyone. So if it just happened to you in your pub game, don't worry. Seoul, he's one of the best players in the world.
I love it, right? When that vehicle was to Mir, it was like, we're going to make the fastest car in the game.
At the time, yeah, it was the fastest.
That loves to flip if you turn quickly or go on bad terrain.
Lagi left.
And we're going to put it on the
bumpiest
map.
Yeah, we're going to put it on Miramar.
Lagi left sambil tiduran nih loh, sambil nunggu perang nih loh.
Imagine what this thing would be like on Erangel. It'll be a ton of fun, but
Sedikit lagi nih, Om.
set up that bridge camp. I think Mika, he'll have a look to make sure nobody's on the other side. We have
Indo di mana Indo?
It's completely safe as you make your way over. And at this point, Germany and Korea are the only teams that aren't inside the circle.
Yeah, and you can see now Germany
Udah
though,
menyala,
they
Om?
do have that bridge.
Apanya, rokoknya kah?
I imagine they're going to see Korea rotating past them on the east.
Udah,
Especially with the
pasti
position
menyala.
they've opted to not
Belum
even
mati kan dari
go
hari pertama?
into- They're still
Belum
scouting
mati.
it. They still think that someone might be in Valle del Mar.
Yeah, and look, you know they're hyper cautious. This is the way that they play. So at some point they'll go over. Our observer is saying, hey, you know, they could zip line across. Don't. Anytime I've ever gotten a zip line, I've died. It's instant death.
It's so much slower than you would think it would be when you actually use it. Yeah.
Yoi, caster
Are
andalan
trying
kita.
to time the C pick up perfectly with the zone closing, right? They're over by power grid. They're thinking this circle's going to be
Yoi.
packed. There's so much unplayable
Coba ayo
around the
perang.
west. But the
Leles aku
safest bet
pukul.
might be the E pickup. So watch for the zone popping, because if it shifts towards them, they're going to stay put. But if it goes away, they're
Kemarin
taking
aku
to the
ketiduran
skies.
loh.
See the circle. What is it going to do? What funkiness will we see? And it's going to be all the way down
Lihat gue,
south.
Koreanya gue maju gue. Dia rotasi, zone 1 masih luar zona, zona pindah, dia udah dapet tempat gue.
Beneficiaries of this
Udah developer nih.
Tae.
Korea have sent
Ada main ini, ada main.
Nobody's taking the E pickup. They think that driving down by Picado is their best way into the circle. Brax now with that shift is going to take to the sky once more to see where Germany
Minimal dia punya
can play.
arsipnya,
Look at the
skripnya
Poland,
Kimiki ya kan.
Germany, Korea,
Enggak.
and you got Philippines, Thailand,
Gimana ya?
Denmark, all moving as quick as they possibly
Dia
can.
scrim tuh
to
gue
get
jarang
inside
pakai
the
live
circle,
server gue.
and it's just a smorgasbord of color in there, and something's got to give in this circle.
Yeah, not
Udah
all
ngebaca
these
gak sih,
teams
Bos?
Iya, jadi dia nyatet gitu gue. Jadi kayak presentasenya di map ini kalau kayak gini presentasi bikin zona phase 2, phase 3 ke sini. Jadi udah bisa dibaca anjir.
Meanwhile, you can see the UK here with a pretty
Ya
wide
itu,
but very
berarti
nice
bener yang
spread
dicatat itu.
on the east side, and this is actually a lot
Poland,
of control
Filipin
just
lagi kayak ini.
below Chumasera.
Hantam lagi kan nih sama.
Ini kenapa sih?
Gak tahu.
Ini ada masalah apa?
Happy. Aduh. Ya. Sekali, Cok.
Tae ngasih makan Filipin.
Iya.
Just state of Poland right now and what they're having to deal with. You can see Manchester
Nah, dikejar lagi nah.
the last one alive.
gebuk kepala
with
kayak
nowhere to
Ini
go,
ada apa
stuck
sih
in
sebenarnya?
between a rock and a hard place.
Pusing
Surely
Marcelo, Cak.
it's not long for this.
Fix dibayar.
I think they were trying. Yep, I think they wanted those chips.
And Philippines know it. Remember what I said from the
Apa itu
barbecue?
tripnya?
You're not wrong. They called it. They
Saya lihat Thailand deh, karena lihat Thailand tuh.
Poland have been eliminated now. Marslake was saying things couldn't get worse. Well, 1 point after 2 games. They'll definitely need to turn things around. But Philippines again,
Masih beruntung kita nggak kayak Polandia
at
juga.
winning fights. Now, their biggest problem.
Mentang-mentang sama-sama P, depannya COD mulu.
But look at the pocket of space now that they're
Masih
rotating into.
positif aku nih, minimal top 5.
Siapa?
Indo. Ini rosternya kuat soalnya.
Oh, berarti kemarin jelek karena ada Rido gitu, Dok. Gom.
Juga kemarin kuat juga.
Kok kalah?
Iya, kan yang sekarang kan rosternya cuma ganti Rido.
Akan ganti 2.
Hah? Siapa ganti 2?
Maan?
Oh iya.
Apa siapa yang ganti 2?
Ganti Rido ya?
Rido doang tuh yang
Kuat
diganti.
juga. Kuat Rido, mau dihantam kepalamu kuat dia anjing. Kan aku banyak bicara mau import set.
Agum ya, gamsut ya cok ya, gamsut ya. Roster sekarang kuat. Berarti kemarin nggak kuatnya gara-gara ada Rido kata gamsut.
Oh alah.
Aku nggak nyangka sih kalau kayak gitu, Gum.
Ya makanya 3-4-5 ini bisa Indo. 3-4-5 loh ya.
Ini cabang Eropa agak sesat ya. Indo cabang Eropa.
Oh, bisa ke Korea loh ya.
Ini Cok.
Tapi memang dianalisis beneran paling ini.
Kemarin ada April, iya. Ini udah fix, ini Korea ada mainin. Ini itu e-sport server bukan live server, Cok.
Pakai yang ABC itu ya? EAB itu ya?
AB iya.
Iya. Yang ini A ini.
Sesuai patch kan jadi.
Nggak, tapi kata Ari, Gum, ini nggak pakai live server kayak AB gitu, Gum. Dia kayak test server gitu, jadi memang khusus buat ini doang. Katanya bukan AB, bukan server A, server B kata Ari.
Minimal adalah temennya yang kerja di Krafton ya kan. Terus ngomong-ngomongan sambil ngopi.
Kuat-kuat semua musuhnya.
Terus skrip
Ini di sini di final nggak ada lagi yang namanya kayak kalah mental ini mah enggak. Ini memang benar-benar kalau yang kalah ya kalah jago gitu. Nggak ada yang namanya kalah mental nggak ada.
Battle to fight when you are Australia in that position currently, especially when you're just barely
Ada main ini, Cok.
Germany on your west side. Yeah, this is going to be a battle for Australia for sure.
Yeah, the only thing that could work in
dapat prot. Nice damage. Ed lah. Aman. Jawa. Gila.
Padang.
Seperti bodoh banget kan. Wah, di sayur, Cok. Nembak Manu ini. Satu.
He gets inside, but
Leo
is just going insane again. This time with a P90 in his hands as his farewell tour.
Oh, dapat timing mereka.
Aduh, nggak keklik.
Nggak ready.
Chinese Taipei, they're up to 2 kills now, and Simoy too far away to do anything. And Chinese Taipei
Moy,
pick up
diam aja, Moy. Ambil blue
kills
chip, Moy.
on the edge of the circle. As Vietnam extend their way to the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, they're just sending it dead center. They found the gap in between USA split, and they're
Tapi
actually
triknya nembak no scope kena kepala lu, Gum.
right next to Norway, which is prime real estate right now. So what a crazy good rotation from Vietnam. And there was no way for them to really know what's going on over there. You can see they're still trying to find position as we now see Zara entangled with the Philippines. The trade goes back and forth.
Yeah, Philippines just
Nggak, belum ente, Cok. Ini belum ente.
find that trade as I think Brazil stole that kill away.
Thank you, udah saat.
Aman.
Balu chip.
Dapat ya.
Tapi PS4 ya. Mau masuk ke mana anjir Gum tapi?
Itu mau masuk kemana tapi?
Gak tahu.
Masih luar zona iya.
Dikit 10 aja bisa cukup tuh buat keluar.
Mas Jelas balik lagi dia. Rondo kemarin bisa tuh.
Find a forward position.
Iya, Cok.
One shack and they're going to send it there. Now they will
Ada main ini Korea.
The issue is the UK above them. It's a huge threat and a big stopping point for them to even get to that position. Elo might fall but no.
Di pistol smoke-nya bagus banget, Cok. Pistol smoke-nya skirmishes lihat, Gum. Pas di kakinya si itu Elo tuh lihat.
And it allows you to pick up and get it. Like, you don't always need to get a knock or a kill
Tentara.
to buy your team a massive favor as CJ is now moving on towards Germany.
Mati. Nah, mati.
Oh, udah GG. We'll find that knock. Chinese Taipei.
Kanyang. Ayo, kanyang.
I love the way that they are playing this edge. They are taking their time and they are finding the most inopportune moments for the other
Taipei
team
kenapa sangar gini?
to strike. And
Ya,
so
top
far
atas juga
today, you
dikasih
can
main.
tell that they have a strategy and they are enacting it beautifully. This is the second game in a row they've been able to do this.
So much better from Chinese Taipei, especially from an entertainment factor as Seoul will tag
Beneran
Tandu
dihidupin buat lihat.
Vietnam now
Cimai masih
really
keluar tuh.
struggling
Ya memang pasti
inside
dihidupin
the
Gum.
circle.
Seenggaknya
Manage
buat
will
set
get
zona
confirmed
kayak TD
from
kemarin tuh.
Iya.
You know, Korea, USA, Vietnam, UK, all not too far away as Monte with a big nade as they look to breach onto Brazil.
Okay, and this is the fight we were worried about for Australia. They managed to actually make it all the way up this hill. Impressive to say the least.
Kapok gue satu.
Gak kena dia. Ganggu jauh dia Taipei nih.
With only 3 members left, you can see Australia playing for trades on the right side of this compound, and Brazil have retreated.
Yeah, 3 players off with no real opportunity to get back to a 4, and Australia led by who's IGL.
Birit banget ini.
Secure this compound. On the other side of the circle, James gets a great knock onto Savior as Posa just smokes his way back towards sparking. And look at Calbs from Philippines, last player standing, but realizing that might be able to pick up a point. Maybe this is the best way with 15 teams alive for the Philippines to maximize their point tally here.
And that's what you just said is the crazy part. 15 teams in this phase.
Ayo lo deh bro, mau kemana?
See how everyone is just clumped on these edges. It's so difficult to
Turun
place
langsung perang, Cok.
which is why everyone is just vying for
Oh
one.
enggak, gudangnya kosong tuh. Cina lagi sibuk, Cok.
TD. Hampir mati TD, Cok. Aman.
Aman. Aman nih.
Cimunya mana ya?
Cimunya masih luar zona tuh lihat.
Udah perjalanan tuh. Sampai tol Pasuruan.
Sama kayak TD kemarin ya.
Gak apa-apa.
Vietnam, USA, Argentina, and Korea all in that one frame, and none of them can really do anything about any of the other teams because of that terrain.
And this is the
tapi Gum ya. Ntar ya abis ini lah.
Mati.
Lama peluru, Cok.
Respect Cimo ya, real, Cok.
On the face of a cliff, they just can't be shot by from anywhere else. They're so good at salvaging the games, finding spots where they can be protected by other teams.
Yeah, T-Bone got that kill, but now Brazil.
Itu TD teriak pas itu. Moy, balu chip, Moy.
Really good in this fight with Brazil. Luke will drop down to 47 HP now. Stand up on top of the roof, will tag Flood, but only 18 damage is there to be found. On the other side of the circle, Ketter from Denmark. He's putting the pressure on, and Jacob will fall at the hands of Vexen. It's a race to steal that point, but Vex will get another point from Team UK, currently sat in 13th place. But look at how much more coordinated and clean this is for Australia. We didn't see this at all yesterday.
No, we did not. And the problem, though, for this is it's taking too long to get rid of this last member of Brazil. You can see Dolphy from Denmark. In fact, Denmark's position is fantastic the way they play this edge. They were kind of looking
Matiin.
Ini nggak tahu nggak sih?
Ming.
Tahu
Memang
apa
lumayan
nggak ya
tuh.
ini? Tahu ya, tahu.
Ini kan nembak TD tadi. Iya,
Oh iya.
ini nembak TD tadi.
The next shift that is going to be vital for the circle with the stepstones
Lompat
the
ya
way
itu ya?
they are. Germany.
Wih, Indo lagi perang loh.
Towards Korea as
Kenapa
Seoul
ini
gets
mulu dah
it.
dilihat?
Oke.
Nice, Ted. Tanam deh, Ted. Tanam. Tanam. Mati kau.
Pasti ditanam, Cok.
Mati kau.
Tambahan 3.
Pasti ditanam dia perlu.
And here
Trik. Satu lagi trik.
Kau ngapain sih? Trik. Wih, nice.
BK aja lu.
Gendeng. Mati nih, mati. Sherlock.
Let's go. Itu dia gunanya Cimoy, Cok. Gelo.
Wah, mahal sih Cimoy, mahal.
Mahal. Respect Cimoy. Nambah berapa poin ya?
3 itu tambah 3, 4 baru 4 sekarang kan.
5. Oh iya, 4.
Udah 6, Cok.
Satu lagi kan Cinanya. Oh, udah mati.
Kemarin TD yang berjasa, sekarang
Norway di sampah
balas yuk. Balas bukti dia.
Udah, tapi sih itu ya potong-potongannya sih cakep, Gum.
Iya, udah gak bisa masuk itu kayak gitu.
The big issue as well, you can see why there's so much space in between. It's so open. There's not much cover there. And more
Nah, ini
importantly,
PR naiknya nih.
actually have devastating
Nah ini,
sidelines. And
aduh,
what a
UK-nya nggak ada yang perangin, Cok, pasti fokus ke Indo ini.
favor their ridgeline, and you can see the amount of control that they have.
Australia sama Denmark.
Kecuali ada mobil plastik bawah dia tuh karena Denmark.
To kickstart their grand finals weekend. Australia,
Nggak ada mobil masalahnya.
board for them. On the south side of the circle, they seem to have a pretty good idea that Denmark are not too far away.
Makanan nih.
Korea janganlah di Korea mulu zonanya, Cok.
Argentina kayak udah mobil nih.
But it's really hard, especially when you're on the low ground.
Dianterin mobil Argentina tuh kayaknya.
Bunch of nades that he can use, but he's just creeping and crawling. Korea need it's Salut's the player that has to be the first warning bell for Korea if Germany push up over.
And what I will say is Salute has been phenomenal for Korea. His sprays, I mean, we saw with the barrel, he was just deleting people in that last
Kasih
game.
tahu dia mau timing.
See if
Bisa timing trik bagus nih. Tiba-tiba dia naik aja.
get something more off this against Germany, and I'm sure with that off-angle position, he probably can actually. Chris is starting to push up here. You can see the utility coming out, but this off-angle from Salute is just so damn strong.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the angle on them just yet. That nade, it blows up the door, which means that Sol, when he peeks, he'll not have the ability to bait some shots away with the barrel of his gun. But here's the push.
Nah, UK-nya nih ganggu bawah nih.
Off the back of their last win, Australia making a send into this direction as well as we got 3 teams dancing.
Salut. Kau kenapa? Loh.
Dia tahu.
Your safety blanket is gone.
That was supposed to be their anchor, their safety, as you said.
Direct mati.
And now the 3 just sitting in the compound have to kind of just hunker down. There's really, I say that,
Wih,
but
nice
of course
cross.
rating is going to go out.
Wah, ente. Gak apa, udah dapat 6 poin.
Yeah, Vietnam just staying out of trouble while all this is going on. They're on 96
Yang penting nggak
points as
nul.
they enter the placements now. Guman
udah dapat 6. Oke lah. Seenggaknya nggak kosong.
Back a little bit more, but it also reduces the angles that Brexco can push from raining. Stepping out, taking the fight. Australia really locked in on what's going to happen between these two teams. And yeah, Guman gets the angle, but somehow won't find the knock. But the extra cover is here.
Big
The rest of the team. Guman will wipe out Germany, and Australia are really disappointed that Germany couldn't get more knocks, which means that they have to be slower in this fight.
You can see how difficult it was for Korea to even spread out in front of the.
Gak apa-apa sih, ini gue pelan-pelan naik ya kan.
But well done to them. Also, I want to point out the UK. 12 kills. They absolutely cleaned up Indonesia while we were watching that fight with Korea and Germany. So just utilizing their position and making sure they get every single inch out of that.
Enak kali, Cuk. Dia tinggal di atas.
Yeah, Kick doing some damage on defects as the UK really do hold the high.
Gak ada yang bisa naik ke dia soalnya. Dilihatin semua kan.
Udah tuh dari dewa dia di atas.
And Korea now need to run the gauntlet, but look at USA, Vietnam picking up a quick double knock.
Ini mas 3 ya?
And Shrimsy will find him as, but that is not what the USA thought at all. They didn't expect them to be there.
Nambah lagi tuh gitu.
Well,
Dia
I
bisa
think
20
that
kill
USA,
nih.
they're going to have to do magic now with Shrimsy and Kickstart as the Falcons duo will need to maximize points for the US as they push up, and the UK just ain't making things any easier for them.
And those dates, I mean, they're not even getting close to where they need to be, unfortunately, and it's just USA trying to fight back. If they can get on that road, they do have some sort of a reprieve of cover. You can see the nades that Kickstar was
Seenggaknya kalau udah mati, bawa poin kill tuh 4 minimal. Jadi nggak itu banget.
He's going to go for that quick res as Australia begin pushing this way as well. Tanvu still alive for Vietnam, but look at Denmark wrapping up towards T-Bone.
Yeah, Denmark with an opportunity here to backstab the current game dominators, and that is the UK up top of this hill. They did open this up with a knock, so now this is also going to be an opportunity for the teams below them to maybe
Kenapa sih nggak dari tadi Denmark datang?
move up that road. You can see Korea now, the duo of Seoul
Bunuh
and
UK
Raimi
dulu gitu.
holding out what's remaining of Australia.
The momentum is just swinging back and forward as Australia move towards Korea now. You can see that Luke 12's got an angle. Gustav, though, holds back Tig. Tig, you're in a really dangerous spot now as Tanvu. Vietnam get another knock and a flush. He won.
Gitu. Oh.
Wah, ini bocil gila. Tanvu ini bocil gila.
Inside the venue now. Kick's going to get knocked once more as Vex made his hand
Nah, Vex, bro mengira bro lagi ada bom.
They got to worry about Denmark. So Duffy, Denmark now bringing the fight to Monty and Luke 12.
How is Vietnam just getting away with this game after game? The salvages are just absolutely incredible from every single member. He gets them again. More points for Vietnam.
And it might not be done yet. Tiggleton is pushing this way. Is another player going to fall at the hands of Vietnam? Tanvu, he's got the angle, he gets another one, he deals even more damage and he gets another kill. It's 4 for Tanvu, and Tiggleton is the next target. Tig is in the blue, Tanvu will swing wide. I said it's a marathon, not a sprint, but they're sprinting the whole damn thing.
It doesn't even matter what happens to Tanvu at this point. The damage has been done, the points have been acquired, the kills. He did that with a sawed-off, just disgusting display of skill and resilience from Tanvu.
Oh my, Denmark now, Beamy beams Michael from afar. They're up to 3 kills. They want to climb the gap. They can catch Thailand with a couple more points on the board.
Terseok-seok di penyisian.
He's going to surely
Hari pertama penyisian dia 16 naik ke 5 tuh.
Sekarang
Tanvu can't be stopped, and this is the last kill he needs to just
ketemu mentalnya.
send himself off into the sunset. Feeling good about the work he's done in this game, but it's not done as far as work. The UK now fighting, looking on the other side of the barrels here of Denmark.
I love this from Denmark. They're just sprinting at them, going for a Keter with another one. Beamy wipes out Vex. And UK 14 kills. Of course.
He's
just he's the main character.
Dapat timing lagi.
There's a lot to play, but my oh my, what a start today.
Maka dia akan mencoba, bakal mencoba buat nge-clutch.
Denmark are going to there's nothing he can do. But what a
orang turun ke dia. Begitu orang turun dia mati gini.
Big deal.
Headshot.
Denmark gendeng Denmark. Salut.
Tanvu, the likes of which we may not see for a while, but man, congratulations to Denmark. They needed this win. They needed those points. They were so.
Aku gak nonton kemarin buat yang pas TD kayak gitu.
TD-nya kan sendiri tuh ngidupin. Terus TD mati zona.
Persis kayak Cima kan?
Persis, tapi kan sampai rank 2 Gum. Gak waktu lawan Korea. Sisa trik
Rondo. Iya, kecepet juga
Rondo. Kayak Cimonya mati, sisa trik sama Deprot. Hampir menang. Gak ada darah triknya. Triknya gak ada darah. Terus Deprotnya juga penuh.
Katanya silau.
The fact that one of the TT wipe was Korea too, those kills are worth their weight in gold.
Korea as well as Australia. You want to talk about Argentina? Who didn't he wipe at this point?
Karena di setiap PNC Gum 5 besar mulu ini Vietnam cok.
It was really off the rails from the start just because of how little space there was to play. We saw the Philippines and Poland once again. Absolutely nobody. And it was just,
nah ini keren nih. Anjing, foto-fotonya keren cok. Udahlah GG kata dia. Ada bom cok. Om Dros tadi itu lompatan apa namanya Om Dros?
Lompatan kalampul. Cok bisa ikut ya.
Udah punya ciri khas.
Leles aku.
Ya kamu mau gimana toh?
Iya bro. Kok Deprot siapa namamu?
Pala lo ya. Gitu.
Aduh, kok bisa? Kok bisa? Padahal juga ya gak kalah lo, ngapain juga ngekat ini?
Iya enggak?
Iya.
Tapi ini hoki sih, itunya Beami-nya lompat, katanya nembaknya pala 2 kali, Gum.
Pala, iya.
Iya, pala dua kali aja. Kalau nggak kepala menang tuh.
Taego Om habis ini Om.
Nah, Taego senengannya trik tuh, lut-lutannya banyak ya kan?
Taman bermain trik.
Taego, kan map kesukaan dia kan? Saya kata dia itu cok.
Taego
Kenapa ada
trik.
munyuk cok? Munyuk munyuk.
They're looking so good. Obviously UK with those 14 kills and a bunch of points as well has them top.
Tapi tadi penonton itu kalau nggak pakai baju MU sih chicken sih Vietnamnya, Gum.
Good game from Australia as well. Only 5 kills did a great fight for Brazil. However, Tanvu just Tanvu'd all over them and didn't really give them much to do. And Vietnam, like the best teams always find a way. And with one player left, 2 players left after they got pushed by Chinese Taipei, nobody would have seen them get that amount of points.
We saw this
Sudah dapat banyak nih.
when they were able to get to that shack that we saw C4 by DraftKings. I mean, the fact
Oh,
that
pas
they got
Indonya
that
masih di
position
bawah dia
in the first
nggak
place
Indo semua ya.
was kind of
Gak ada
crazy,
yang
right?
ngeliat
So
belakang.
they just refuse.
Cek kayak penyanyi cok wajahnya siapa?
Tapi masih bisa
Bukan yang
tadi.
Yang penyanyi siapa itu yang Inggris yang suara?
Oh itu.
Nah,
Ya itulah.
siapa namanya Suja?
Suja.
Ya.
Oh pantes. Kau munyuk ya? Kau munyuk. Kamu munyuk? Iya. Kamu munyuk? Iya,
Play
kamu
on.
munyuk.
Here's our match leaderboard though.
Kamu
UK they picked up 19 points, 17 to Denmark,
Kamu
13
munyuk.
for Vietnam,
Woi,
and
DPG,
Korea wants
lu munyuk ya?
4 points.
Yeah, Korea did not. I mean, they had
Lu munyuk garis keras ya?
a somewhat tough road. They got a few shifts early, sure, but then they had to go through multiple teams. One of those being Australia. Then they had to deal with the Germany thing. And
Jangan
Brazil, I think
pakai
at
emot
some point
merah
was
tuh,
even shooting
bahaya
people
itu
who were trying
emot
to poke out.
emot
So
Iguzo itu
it
bahaya.
was a lot,
Jangan,
but
jangan.
even still, I mean, they were able to get 4 points. It's better than 0.
Itu fix kalau badannya tegak buat terus agak kecil dikit. Kayak John Wick cok. Kayak John Wick dia Om. Orangnya.
Siapa?
Fix.
Over the top 3.
Mirip John
USA
Wick.
for the fans at home in Argentina
Ya kan
with
sekeras
EAS.
kabarkan juga.
Pretty
Nah, kalau
far
terus
off the
kabarkan
pace now,
sama lah kita.
52 and
Tapi
48
awak
points.
nggak
But it's
fans
PUBG.
munyuk.
1 or 2 games can
Sorry.
change the whole look of a leaderboard.
I mean, we've seen wilder swings, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. But the way that Vietnam is playing right now, it seems as though they are not slowing down, and it's
Ada lagi
it's
lebih
really
sangar
the
Om
onus
yang
is on
kemarin
the lobby
Sweden Om.
to get
Swedia.
rid of this team so that
Push
everyone
face
else
itu
can have some
mantan
room to
tentara.
breathe.
Ngobrol-ngobrol
Gede banget
sama
badannya.
anak Discord lah.
Cek Swedia lah, kok
Rank
berhenti?
berapa sekarang? Rank 8 masih ya?
Rank
45.
Masih 8 ya.
Ke rank 3 sih nggak terlalu jauh banget ya. Dan
Dek,
game
kasih
masih
makan
ada
ayam
hari
dulu.
terakhir juga ya.
Ini match ini rank 3 nih, Taego.
Ya, wajib ini langsung ikan kasih aja trik langsung trik sendiri 40 kill trik. Let's go. Itu enggak kalau trik 40 kill sendirian satu game udah cok langsung aja kasih piala aja cok. Langsung kasih. Langsung punya saham dia. Siapa itu? Cek dulu Siapa tuh cek dulu cepetan. Siapa yang buka pintu tiba-tiba itu? Cek dulu. Masih tetap masih lah.
Botak kemarin.
Apa?
Botak kemarin dibuka.
Enggak.
Oh, monitornya yang ini.
Yang mana? Yang 400 ya? Apa 600?
240 yang X kayak punya Biret.
Oh yang X plus.
Iya.
Sama tim yang akademinya bagus, tapi sekarang beli mahal.
Aku kira masih itu.
Banyak duit.
Udah sponsor ternyata. Zoe.
Apa?
AMD juga ya.
Apa? AMD. Yang tahun kemarin kan kata Ari masih pakai itu Intel.
Iya.
Apa ini di sebelah kiri ada foto Indo, Cok? Oh.
Maksudnya?
Buat pakai keyboard apa? Tanda suruh keyboard. Aku pakai. Aduh, kalau tanda suruh keyboard hunter. Under sejuta ini. Enak sih. Udah rapid.
Aku juga kena itu toh. Nobaris di game Sunlock aku pernah lompat.
Untung gak Herman Miller. Untung gak Herman Miller nih kursinya
Oh.
Kalau Herman Miller kursinya udah, Cok, langsung aja.
Aku yang udah open fire gue ya.
Copot bawa pulang, Cok.
Di Sunlock juga kena. Aku pernah lompat lawan siapa?
Ini apa nih yang iklannya nih? Keren juga.
Kursi.
Emang lompat.
Iya, maksudnya kursi apa? Sidis ya?
Iya, Sidis.
Oh iya.
Apa ini? Roblox kayak ini?
Wah,
gak tau.
Kayak aku berdua ya.
Malah masa orang turnamen PUBG disuruh main Harvest Moon?
Satu developer kali buat. Kayak game apa tuh satu lagi?
Apa? Upin Ipin?
Yang buat PUBG. Bukan.
Oh yang kayak The Sims itu ya?
Iya.
Yeah. Yang mahal itu kan?
Ada minimal spec lagi kalau main itu.
Iya nih.
4060 Ti.
Mana kursi real?
4060. Minimal.
Liber Omni nggak kalah bagus sama Iron Man. Apa itu Liber Novo?
Dinkup.
Liber Novo Omni. Coba kita lihat, ada yang bilang ada yang kursi nggak kalah bagus dari Herman Miller. Novo Omni.
Gak masuk Indo. Amazon berarti.
Gak masuk berarti. Oh, ada nih. Oh ini ya. Enggak, kursi yang paling bagus itu cuma satu, Gum. Kau lihat share screenku kan, Gum? Nih, kursi yang paling bagus ini nih.
Kursi plastik.
Nah,
roda babi.
Masa tahu. Sama dong kawan.
Lu mau nggak kursi ini?
Boleh.
Semoga lekas kau beli itu. Anjing. Amit-amit, Cok. Anjing juga. Pasti doain semoga cepat aku beli itu.
Aku malah pengen yang ini, Bang. Lihat dia kau buka.
Pasti dia yang bilang bagus. Langsung sih, Cok. Wah, anjing, kamu mau jadi itu kah? Mafia kah, Gom?
Enak, coy, itu. Gak
apa ya? Kayak kursi bos mafia itu yang kayak punya doyok MPL.
Ya, tahu.
Sofa gitu kan, enak, Cok.
Kacau.
Iya, Cok. Nah, ini dia. Nih, PGS. Batu awalnya bilang batu anjing.
Si keras apa?
Ini.
Bagusan kursi yang bisa ngomong. Punya Stephen Hawking. Kursi apa itu? Kita lihat. Kursi Stephen.
Iya. Habis lu
Stephen Hawking. Babi.
Tolol, Cok. Kenapa sih gue cari? Tolol lu ya. Tolol, Cok.
Iya tahu, cuma yang masalah itu kita harus ngambil slot itu. Kesempatan besar.
Ada kursi lebih bagus daripada Herman Miller. Nih, the best nih.
Gue nggak tahu ya. Maka gue cari, anjing. Aneh, Cok, aneh banget.
Cek bot, kursi the best bot.
Hey, go. Bego mancing kok.
Munculin dong di live mu.
Oh, jangan Gum, kau meninggal saya Gum. Dekat ini saya dicari Gum. Kursi Hermansa. Dia belum. Woi, Ales dia belum. Kelihatan banget, Cok. Ales ini orang Bukit Tinggi, Cok. Sorry Big Bang. Udah. Jangan yang aneh-aneh, Oke, back to the game.
Komentar.
Apa sih ini Adit Yari? Siapa kau ini Adit?
Between USA and the Philippines yesterday with Thailand backfilling the third party. I wonder, are any of those teams going to... It looks like Thailand are off early, but do you think USA and
Di kegedean nggak suaranya, Cok?
I wonder if it's worth it to the USA. That's the thing, right? We did see that fight initially in Palace. It didn't really work out. It looks like USA have already out the plane, and so I'm not convinced.
Yeah, USA, they're going to go towards a little bit further towards the other side, and I think had USA been on 60, 70 points,
they probably would have gone to Palace.
They go for that hot drop. But they're thinking to themselves, it's not in our best interest to go ahead and try to continue that. We're not going to cut off our own nose to spite our face, right?
Right.
As Brazil will drop nearby Norway.
Enggak jauh. Soalnya gamenya hari besok masih ada 6 game lagi kan. Ini baru juga 3 game. Masih bisa dikejar.
UK though, they've gone for that really late drop up towards the south side of Shipyard.
Yep, and as you can see,
mepet, masih mepet.
Nothing to do with Brazil.
Zona lagi.
The circle is going to be fairly even for most of the teams involved.
Yeah, and a lot of people would look at this, right, and say, oh, this is bad for UK, they're the furthest team away. In fact, it's not. They can rotate all the way down the eastern side of the circle and come in around Ohyang, or even if they want to go further south towards Hospital. So even though the UK don't have the zone, it's a really good circle for them, and they should be guaranteed a 100% safe rotate into the circle. Don't be surprised to see Germany maybe follow the same track and go all the way around that east, because as of right now, you know for sure it's going to be safe. And look how quickly USA have made a move to get into the circle on that side as well.
Love that from the USA, and I completely agree. Your assessment of the East is going to be, again, most likely
Masa Indo sama Indo friendly fire, Mas.
on the play path, right? Not a lot of teams are able to stretch that far. None of the teams really do stretch that far to loot anyways. And so that area around Ohyang, I again imagine, is going to be where a lot of these teams end up coming in from, or just the south.
Blunder sekali.
Yeah, other things to keep an eye on.
Obviously,
had Brazil,
pokoknya
UK, and Australia.
nggak perlu kill banyak, pokoknya kill 10 chicken udah. Kill 10 chicken itu udah oke banget. Udah mengamankan 20 poin satu game itu udah oke banget, Cok.
Really for Norway, you needed to get that knock quick.
Ding dulu Rambo deh, Cok.
Rest of the team chance to get here, and you can see Norway are trying to back off. He's looking to get in his vehicle. He wants to get out of dodge before reinforcements get here.
Smart King is going to try to get rid of 8C, but it looks like he might just make it.
Hold
on a second. Is he going to spin? It might be safety for him, and it looks like he will get away. Something else that I noticed that I'm very actually happy about is that the Poland has not run into the Philippines.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's still a chance. Wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Indonesia they bump into their other colleagues, but Intense has stayed here.
Oh, 18.
Oh, he should be done. He should be done. Hemon gets knocked by Sparking as the South American, the LATAM teams are dealing with him. Little Ghost actually stealing that kill away as China get the first kill, but Emmy will find 8C. And for Norway, who were stars of the survival series,
So not at all, as Cappy is going to find Intense, and so Norway is just getting picked apart not only the two South American teams, but also by Poland.
Sekarang Norway yang macam awal ini.
Just quietly coasting in.
Yeah, he's just He's just
3
going to wait,
point.
maybe see what happens later on in the game, maybe try and get those blue chips back and bring his teammates back into play. China, they're going to rotate not too far away from sparking, but Xiao Wu will just keep the terrain in his favor. It just didn't flip back.
It just didn't flip back, yeah. And something actually I was just thinking about as we were both talking about Norway and Norway and James getting his team members
Norway. Gak Norway, gak Poland lagi.
Where
Gak
their
Poland
chips
lagi.
actually
Norway,
are.
Norway
I don't
kali.
know if he's going to be able to do that.
That's a fair point. I think one of them are out in the open, one of them's in a compound that Poland are going to hold, and realistically, it would take an extreme shift for that Poland compound to not be in the next zone. So that's a fair point.
This might just be a James show.
Yeah, he's done it before.
He has.
Argentina, though, look how close they've gotten to Vietnam. And Himas usually
missed
doesn't
tembakannya.
miss those, so that's really good for Argentina. But Ribo's not out of safety just yet.
And man, what heroes Argentina would be to this lobby if they can get rid of Vietnam quickly here. Or not even really quickly, just get rid of Vietnam at all.
Yeah, there'll be a big shout from the crowd if Vietnam are dealt with. But I don't think Vietnam, especially with Delwyn, getting into this flank, he sees him, he knows exact. Look at this, Argentina are like, they're like, we've been in this situation before, we're gonna smoke it out, Delwyn, one more shot, we'll get it. Ribo.
I can't believe he got out. Look at this trap, will find Himas, but the trade immediately from Solozli, and Ribo is flushed out.
Yeah, and DraftKings gone. He's not, look, he's wrapping around. I don't know whether he wants to take this fight, but this is the thing, Ho San with a recall system, that's why Vietnam are playing there.
Yeah.
They can take this position. Had Himas been flushed, you just bring him back in a few minutes' time.
And I'm really curious here if Australia is actually trying to jog for position on Vietnam. Maybe they think that they can take them out and also not only get points for themselves, but maybe just kind of help the lobby and slow things down, but that's wishful thinking. Because, of course, Australia is not going to do that. I mean, that would be a crazy play for them to go for. I just saw them rotating up towards there. They heard the fight with Argentina. And maybe
Masih mau ditabrak kah tetap kah? Cabut nggak sih Trick?
And Monty's just checking out the compound. Trick is in right now. Korea setting up somewhat of a late bridge camp here as well as Denmark. Send everybody through, and here comes that crash. They know the Trick's alone, and they get the knockdown. Trick will get one from the grave, but Teddy is coming right on in. So that one knock, and now the rest of Indonesia
Nice, bro.
potentially
Nice.
involved. Setsuna.
One more. Just one more.
12 will throw a nade as a rebuttal, but Setsuna.
Mati Arsen.
He comes under pressure from
Nice,
the
bro.
Let's
go.
Tuh sangar.
And Argentina will flood is gone.
Tuh Australia ini loh.
Mati kau babe. Mati kau babe.
What's going on right now?
Mancok bola nih.
Is just going to what a shot from distance. That was disgusting. But even more disgusting is just the state of Australia. They just cannot catch a break.
Cabut nggak kau? Cabut nggak kau? Woi, cabut.
Had that nade from beyond the grave not got the knock, I'd say Australia would have been fine. But that just goes to show
Dulu nggak sih Moy bawa Moy?
things are such a fine balance inside of a game of PUBG. Indonesia now, they're sharing, it looks like Poland, they got their point, I think, so they're going to fall back now. No need for them to fight with the rest of Indonesia as they get everybody back on their feet.
Alah, yang suka mapnya meninggal tuh, tapi masih bisa recall. Aman.
West side of the circle now. Thailand, they've got a bunch of space they can play. UK, the position that UK are in right now.
Untuk kena netnya udah pasti kena itu. Kalau udah di turnamen-turnamen kayak gini.
Within touching distance of the recall system just south of their position. And Brazil, they're the same. Like Brazil are playing right by that recall system near the center of the circle. But all in all, you're seeing places that teams maybe didn't necessarily always play in the past. Now we had get increased value.
Oh, satunya belum dapat info. Harusnya ya kalau misalkan satunya di sana, itu si Moy datang udah mati. Soalnya si Moy beda rumah tadi datangnya. Udah pasti mati si Moy ya kalau Aussinya di sana. Buat tap kepala bro. Lepas lemparan dia.
Yeah, now the question is, are USA close enough to push? Because BL has got sparking coming in.
Paket lagi kah ini?
Oh yeah, this is good. I like
Paket.
I like this move in the past.
Wih.
Is he doubling down?
Ah, kenapa nggak dua orang yang masang, Cok?
That is a lot of explosive
Aneh ini Kickstar nih,
power
mati
out
bodoh
there.
dong.
He's sending two.
Lah?
Oh, kick.
Lah? Lah?
Here's the thing, right? It takes, what, 4 or 5 seconds to place it? It takes 15 seconds total for it to explode. By him placing two, he reduced the time to get there to 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I think one would have been fine.
Well, one would have been more than enough, but I mean, a C4 just for one flush is... I mean, they don't know that there's no one else in that compound, which is fair. Yeah, the double was excessive, we'll say that.
Tahu nggak tadi maksudnya itu apa tuh?
I think though for
I like
US,
the idea.
Yeah, and
Cuk,
they
dia
didn't lose
cuman
kick,
buang-buang.
they didn't lose
Pengen
anybody
keren
on the back
gagal
end,
ya.
so it's kind of one of those situations
Pengen
where
menemukan
it's not the
meta
worst
baru
in the
tapi
world.
gagal
They're
ya.
still going to do their
Enggak
due
loh,
diligence,
jelas-jelas
make
dia
sure
tahu
that
mas
there's nobody else
seharusnya
here.
gimana ya?
He's not going to call for any
Tahu
help.
masang C4 itu jedanya hampir 8 detik. GG.
That's the way
Respect.
Really good long range player. He's great with his DMRs. You'll see him extend out a little bit, but not like a
Lagian nggak rame loh, masa cuma satu orang mah.
Biar kalau dia nggak tahu berapa orangnya, nah itu kan nggak bisa dipredik juga.
That is not what you want to see if you were one of the teams on the southeast or just the east side.
Terakhir lan kapan? 2021 di
dalam flashbang
USA was set up in that circle. UK, the team that
5 besar lah ini, Rek.
mentioning had a really good strategy for the south. Just has to throw that right out the
Wajib
window.
ini 3 besarnya masih bisa dikejar ini, Om.
I know
Yeah.
that we, again, this is just us trying to have a think of, oh my god, that shot from Magister
It was so
is
good.
insane. But UK, I think it looks like Michael
When
said
are
they want to maybe go a little bit further north off the back of
Kayak
this one.
M24.
Poland are driving in and around Hosan. I think we'll see a couple of teams
M24
making
siapa
sense
tuh?
there. Looks like Thailand are going to play there, Philippines,
Punya aku tuh.
Vietnam.
Cepluk-cepluk
And, you've
muta.
got Argentina not too far away.
Persis
It's
itu.
becoming pretty full inside of the city. But what that does is free up
Cuk,
tons
luwes
of
aku.
space on the periphery of the zone. Like, you look
You
at
can
the
see it.
northwest, it's completely barren.
It's completely open. A lot of these teams also figure that they want to be inside of the city just in case it does go there.
Pelatih
It is
gitu
looking
ngapain
that way,
coba?
but I like Korea's stance better. I think it's much easier to crash the city than it is to get out of it, especially if Circle happens to
Tumben
shift
nih
off
Poland
it.
masih
So
hidup nih 4.
I think they're doing great. Same thing with Philippines. They have a split on the edge
Dia
of the
masuk
city. You can see Algen bots
itu ya Hosan ya.
Harusnya sih mau ngambil Hosan ya ini
Australia
itu
is
ya.
just down to flood. And he's just going to hang out here. There's no reason for him to do anything else. He just needs to salvage points.
Now, playing devil's advocate, does he wait till late? Because it is only phase 2.
Yeah.
He could wait for the blue zone to close, go back in phase 3, get those chips, go to somewhere like school and bring them back. So I don't
think it's a bad play.
Yeah, and it's a play that 2 or 3 months ago isn't possible, and it changes what a salvage game can be.
Yes, the only issue is that even if he does do that, where are they going to land? Especially when we look at how much time it's going to take. This is probably going to close, so wherever they would want to loot is probably going to be in the blue, and that's not a guarantee of finding enough meds to actually tank it so that you can loot.
Well, if I'm Flood, I'm putting some stuff in a car, right? I'm going to get a couple of med kits in there, a couple of helmets and vests to make that possible. Indonesia now pushing in towards Himas from Vietnam. Himas with the nade at the ready. This could be really good. He tosses it
dong,
in,
Debrot.
That actually
could it go?
Oh, enggak.
Fence caught it?
Yeah, I was going to say, if that fence
Tadi,
it
Brad.
might have landed right on top of Setsuna. As that one pretty much did, so he's going to get low. Yes, Indonesia trying to cover here, but Himas putting damage.
And the problem is Himas can peek from 2 or 3 different spots, which is a problem for the side. DraftKing with a good nade will wipe out Cappy from Poland as all these teams inside Hosan start to lock horns. Delwyn joining the rest of Vietnam in this fight now to a Setsuna. Wants to smoke his way back into some cover. Himas, 3 damage so far, no kills on the board. And that's good shots. Those shots from Teddy just pushes him back into cover
reset, bro,
and gives
reset, bro.
Setsuna the time that he needed to join the rest of his team inside the barns.
Yeah, speaking of that wrap rotation you were calling from southwest,
I imagine alap-alap.
southwest, it's actually Germany that made that rotation. Of course, Breaks doing what he does best, and yeah, he's led his entire team to a completely open west coast.
Yeah, and I spotted that Flood is gone now, so I think he has gone to get those. The compound he left.
Korea selalu ini real ada main cowok
The
ini.
circle right now becomes a problem because all those teams in Hosan are begging for that to go their way, but if it doesn't, it's just meat grinder.
This is what I was talking about. It's much easier to get into this or crash the city than it is to get out, especially when you have this
Trik main nggak?
just
Main
absolute
dong,
crazy
Trik.
condensation of teams.
Mati kau, babe,
Just
mati
the
kau,
leading
mati kau.
Algen bots on the north side of Hosan as Philippines move in as well.
Tanam dia, ledakkan chipnya.
It's something that I've always preached as well. Yeah, like you said, it's so difficult to get out. It's the teams that play the extremities, like Indonesia and Vietnam, that have the best chance of getting out. But if you're Argentina, if you're, you know, I think not China. I'm trying to think that's Poland that are just inside with them. It's so hard to get out of Busan.
Well, also, if you're on the extremities, you can just try to farm the teams that are trying to get out. So it just works out beautifully. As we can see, Korea. Salute now is taking the fight over towards the UK, and they're now sandwiched in between Denmark. This is a very precarious position for the UK.
Yeah, what did Denmark do? We saw their decision-making be perfect in the last map. I think if the UK or Korea get a couple of knocks either side, they might just be tempted to go this way. Salute down to 42 HP, but Soul with a scar will find Vard. Wrapping his way around again now, getting the nade at the ready as Vard is about to bleed out. Team UK, after a huge game in match number 2, they've gone head-to-head with Korea, who seem to be pretty annoyed that they've been losing the ground to Vietnam all day long. And I can see, is that Philippines sending mortar? It is.
It is.
Denmark too.
It's double mortars here just on the side of this hill that you can see the UK fighting on, and these are not getting too close, so there's still some time for the UK to try to recover, but Keter now
Aku
will
ngerasa
find
gitu
another
juga
knock.
Basir, kayak enggak, itu sebenarnya kebaca aja.
Michael is playing Salute, has an idea that Fex is down on the
Ya kan,
other
Om
side
Dros?
of that rock, having read the kill bird as
Iyalah. Lebih teliti aja ya.
Revert pasti kan nanti.
Soalnya ya, ini aku nggak nge-mute nggak apa-apa lah ya, aku nge-mute aja lah. Soalnya Korea itu dia scrim itu pakai e-sport server, cok, bukan live server yang kayak kita main pada. Dia kayak e-sport server itu, jadi kayak circle itu nggak bisa ditebak, jadi mereka ada catatan scrimnya. Jadi itu, nah itu tugas kayak coach atau analisnya yang catat kan di map Miramar, kayaknya itu Miramar. Kalau zona yang ke atas kiri, presentasinya kemana yang paling gede biasanya, yang waktu di sport server itu. Nah, itu yang dicatat. Nah, kalau di Erangel gimana? Nah, kalau Taigo, Rondo gimana? Kayak gini-gini dicatat semuanya, pasti udah pasti dicatat. Jadi kayak mereka pemilihan zonanya itu nggak ragu lagi. Jadi kayak udah prepare duluan dia. Ibaratkan udah maju satu langkah dulu.
Saga will continue as it is starting to just barely get inched out.
Does T-Bone have any utility? Can he throw anything into the smoke as Denmark begin wrapping by Chinese Taipei, who've been much improved over the course of the last 2 days from an aggression standpoint? They're rotating in. And I think, you know what, go back. This is not where you want to be. You don't want to go near the UK and Korea, this position. I think they'll just wait here for a little while, find some more meds. T-Bone though, you just jump back to Vietnam though, as they're in that battle for Hosan.
E-sport server itu nggak semuanya punya. By the way ya, e-sport server nggak semuanya punya. Dan nggak semua e-sport server itu kalian punyanya itu kalau misalkan kalian lolos kayak event-event turnamen yang apa ya, yang official kayak misalkan PMS segala macam, yang online ya, itu pasti dapat e-sport server dikasih kode gitu.
They are on top of the leaderboard, 3 more kills, 111 points for them so far.
Berarti kalau orang yang udah punya e-sport server itu berarti nggak main-main, cok.
NC Setsuna, who's been so impressive at getting damage for Indonesia. He's only got 42 this time around, but was involved in that defense. Thailand now are looking, looks like they're sending it to Denmark.
Where are these going?
Is 157 meters the right distance?
I'd say yes, yes it is. Right on top of them, they just spread out, just barely, but Cumin will find Keter because they have to get out of cover.
Yeah, this is good for Korea. 2 kills on the board for them now. Fluky looks like he's sending another one in. Might just adjust it a couple of meters back and forward. Still at 157. This one's going to land, and Denmark know that they can't move around. Like they have to keep jumping through the smoke, and that opens up the angles for Korea. It's Lil Ghost this time from China who gets the angle and gets that knock onto Doffy, but it's not looking good for Denmark. It's a good position, but the utility usage from other
Gila, ini
teams
Denmark
is
jadi
putting them
bulan-bularan
under
gini,
threat
bro.
from the teams that can provide Overwatch.
The problem is it was a good position even before, but they knew this. I mean, Gustav knew that this was going to be the case. If they can somehow survive this onslaught for the Circle to actually close and put pressure on the other teams, they're in a wonderful spot. But because everyone is so focused on them, they have absolutely nothing left. Smokes, probably next to nothing. Their vehicles exploded, flipped. Probably not even providing that much cover anymore.
Yeah, China are going for Denmark now. So Chinese Taipei have taken to the sky, but China, they're going to go right into this position. They'll use the fortress that Denmark created.
Nggak karu-karuan Niki.
And now Korea need to move inside the circle. Does anybody push on to China? Ming Ming will fall at the hands of CJ. What in the heck is going on inside of Hosan?
And Leo just desperately
Di absen begini Chinese Taipei-nya.
But China also being punished. This is the issue. You cannot take this position too early. And now Korea is in the mix.
Yeah, this is big for Korea. 5 kills for China. Xlift, the last player standing.
Woi, dan trip masuk. Sam.
As well as they look to do some damage. 10 is going to get Soul. Will rock on in.
Apalagi nih?
Another knock on the Korea. Philippines stepping up with a knock. This is huge for China. This is devastating for Korea.
Woi, yang lagi perang inilah.
Philippines are just being a problem.
Wow!
Wih!
Gendong I slap tuh.
Cok, bisa cepet gitu tangannya, Cok.
And how long? Because Germany know exactly where Xleft is. But Philippines, they have just been the holders of the gate for so many teams over the course of the last day and a half.
There's no reses left. It's just down to him. He does have 4 kills. China at least with a healthy amount of points so far in this game, but they're still not even to the points yet. There is still 12 teams alive in this circle, the majority of which are now stuck in the north side of Hosan.
Germany with a fantastic position on the north side of the circle as well.
Win keculik. Ada celah nih Indonesia.
Korea now is for somebody to deal with Vietnam as they
Thailand tapi
7 kills on the
Yo, tapi lumayan agak fokus.
Gila banget.
Hosan, UK finally fall at the hands of Mika.
Pantas Xlab punya fans yang paling banyak di Cina, Om.
Tapi dia kaya, Cok, dengan bos-bosannya ya.
Gimana ya?
Katanya kaya dia.
Gimana nggak?
Tangannya bisa kayak gitu
ya. Ada turnamen, Om, turnamen resmi. Dia nggak ikut roster, nggak masuk roster Pero. Dia lebih milih streaming 1 bulan. Gila banget.
Tapi kayaknya dia kan memang kaya kan ini, bos-bosannya kan ini. Yang Ice Lab nih.
Apa itu,
Gak tahu aku kalau
katanya kayak, woi trik dapat, oke. Alah Himas ayo cupu, Himas ayo cupu.
Vietnam punya Himas, Indo kami punya trik. Anjay.
And the car swap at the end to get Guman was so good.
Xleft, look, he's repairing something. He's got a repair kit.
Tanam dia trik, tanam push gak sih trik?
He might need the vehicle now. What about that for a ship? Keeping Hosan in a little longer.
Vietnam here on the south side of this.
Aduh.
Will have to make their way in. They do live in here. Tanvu will be the front man for the team, as you can see.
Dia push lah ini, tahu mati 2 ini Indo.
Get some damage here on what's left of Indonesia.
Plat ganggu nggak sih?
Matin.
Cok, timingnya babi.
Oh, dia.
Ayo,
Plat.
Babi betul.
Banyak gaya. Lama banget.
And we won't do any more in case we get in trouble on the broadcast. As the nades and mollies go, this is Vietnam pushing in now towards Indonesia. And honestly, Flood being cleared by USA has done Vietnam such a favor as well.
Yeah, it really did. That was a backstab.
Anjing ketok lo.
It is now Kiss and the rest of Thailand in a beautiful position to punish
dulu nggak sih, Pros? Dulu nggak sih?
Phase 6 will be closing somewhat soon, but the battle and the movement here for so clean, the awareness.
Iya, bentar.
Tapi tadi itu kalau diganggu sama Vietnam, diganggu sama Flood Australia itu, buyar tuh, buyar pasti.
Babi mah.
Lamaan.
It's the best position they've had in arguably the last couple days.
Jangan kau lempar.
They have 3 members alive. They do have something to play just in front of them on the edge. That building is still in, so we will have to deal with Argentina and the solo of Norway, but they do have a path in, which is the most important thing with 3.
Yeah, but look at Argentina's position in the circle at the other side of the crossroads. They can gatekeep Poland really effectively. Poland need a knock on, like they're fighting with James, but if Emmy or Capitan...
Second, just beautiful money headshot he's gotten here.
I love a bolted shot. Oh, that nade. Is it a smoke?
I think it's a smoke.
Sometimes you see the color and you're like, oh no, this could be really bad. But Tentrip going to get back on his feet as X left will be forced to move now by the blue as well. Maybe he's just going to stay in there and med and try to limit the placement points. Tentrip goes down to the blue once more. And I think for Philippines, you can't really get that res now, can you? Maybe there's a chance. It was a BZ, I guess, that got it, right?
No, they're in the blue. It's hurting too much. Masters will find the nade, and so Philippines will fall. A little bit of revenge there for Poland finally onto the...
Australia, apa kabar ini? Lah itu lagi nunggu musuh di luar zone.
I love Germany's position. Like Germany, if anything, Germany needs to make sure that they don't get too busy, right? Sometimes you can get bored in a position like this when you see everything else happening and you're just not involved.
Well, again, it's just their playstyle right now, and so far this lobby is really not giving them a lot of credence to points, right? They have good position, but they haven't been able to kill much or even steal much.
Vietnam kept in by that circle as Thailand now hold the center of the zone, but they'll expect a lot of traffic to come their way pretty soon. I think
di Thailand sih bener-bener nggak gerak ya.
And Poland starts happening. You might see Fluky fall back and join the rest of his team, or at least get a little, he's going to make that move now. There's no point risking it with so many players left alive. Argentina, James with a C4 play here. Is James going to send this towards Argentina, or does he go somewhere else?
What? He just planted it on the car that he was next to. I mean, he's using it for Poland.
Didn't need it. Didn't need it in the end, but Norway pick up another point on the Pufa and Poland. Well, they are now down and out as the team that are in second last.
X-Labnya hidup.
Do you hear the crowd as they saw X-Lab just get into the circle? They got so excited about that Godspeed.
And that's a good spot for him as well. It's going to be impossible for anyone to see. Now, he is just outside of the circle, but that building, he's got so much space to work with. Meanwhile, Emmy is going to get the double onto James, and he will go down, so Norway is eliminated, but a nice salvage from him for his team. Norway struggled in the beginning of this one, and he was at least able to get them in the points.
X-Left now prone inside the polytunnel. He'll be able to catch anybody that moves this way. I think this is just good for him. Stay alive, stay in the fight. Argentina, USA, Vietnam, all on the southeastern side of the circle now. USA have done a great job having lost players earlier, avoiding trouble inside of Hosan, but they've got to make their next step inside the circle. Do they go towards Argentina? Do they go towards Vietnam? But Vietnam, look at where they're looking. Those players' eyes are solely locked on the edge of the blue and any potential threat coming from inside the city.
I'm trying to see the terrain that Germany is working with on the outside here. How much they're actually going to have to move as Alo sets up with the Panzer. It's just him and Purdy. They've been able to move and navigate throughout the city fairly unscathed as a duo. So you can see the 3 members of Argentina and Capitan are also in this very position. The spray from Himas still 3 strong, 9 kills for the team of Vietnam, but they are currently not even in position to get punished by anyone else in the lobby. I mean, they're just going to crew, unless Thailand pushes and takes more space, which I don't think they will because there's no need for that risk. Vietnam's probably just going to get right underneath them.
Yeah, Thailand are just happy with what they have right now. And one thing about Himas shooting that window, that gives Argentina a good idea of where USA are as well, because they hear that glass break, so you now know where the other team is. Argentina, they look like they're on the move now. They're trying to consider their next step, and Alo, he lets the first one go. Much like when you see cars rotate past, he's waiting for the last player. He wants to get the final one that moves in, and this could be so clever from Alo if he pulls it off.
USA are the furthest ones out of the circle. They have to move forward into that nade on Capitan. If he can get a second one and a knock, that's an opportunity. He is going to get out of the way.
Itu gak di-cook itu bomnya.
It's going to have to be the hard way here. That
No.
there we go. Halo will find one, but they need to cross the street. Time is running out. Blue is starting to push them.
Big thing is that
And Tanvu steals it.
Of course, Vietnam steal that point away. Kurt now with the S12 shotgun. Halo will fall with a nade from Capitan. Kurt now with the shotgun wipes out Argentina. It's another point for USA.
But he's not in. I don't think there's no time for the res.
It's going to be tight. No,
I don't think there's time. There's just not enough time, and Kurt realizes it.
3 orang di rumah yang sama.
Whatever he can off of Halo, will get whatever med kits, whatever utility. He's going for it. He's going for it. Oh, he gets him.
Oh,
he gets
my
him.
goodness, that was so tight.
Oh, he's going. The wall's just outside the circle, though. They still need to take another step, and it looks like Vietnam are ready to take advantage.
But they need smokes. They're not in. That's not in the circle.
Oh, this is tight. Vietnam as well. They're still. Vietnam are in the circle as well. They're in such a good position for another salvage game. The X-Left from China will get that kill. This man, he is just loving life. And Fluky gets both with the nades.
Yeah, they had full vision of exactly what USA was trying to do. Even though the knock came out from X-Left, it didn't matter, but X-Left with a P90, hold on a second, he finds and flushes Fluky.
X-Left lagi marah banget kayak ini.
He is still not done yet. Vietnam, they're going to close the gap now. All that happening has opened up the opportunity for them to get closer and closer to Thailand. Thailand desperately throwing whatever utility they have this way to hold back the push. But Tanvu is still alive. Germany, they're hoping to pick up the pieces here.
Yeah, but I mean, Germany has to move into the circle as well because it's Thailand that actually has control. But I don't know for how much longer. As you can see, Vietnam is starting to push, and they are right on the they're on the doorstep as he's going to come through. Jacob will find one, but he will not get another. Solozzi with the trade.
Vietnam are on the move once more. They've got 2 players up, but Jess is going to get a double, and he's going to step up, but Himas will find the kill. And
Jerman yang chicken. Jerman yang chicken.
Mereka yang perang, Jerman yang chicken.
Who finds another kill? 14 for Vietnam. He's the last player standing. Another knock.
Another one. Kasih tahu dia masih mas.
So many points, and they're looking to put not just Vietnam, but their Vietnam on the trophy with the way they're playing.
Kasih tahu dia masih mas.
Disgusting in a 1 versus 2 now. That grenade will do some damage and buy some time for Germany to push up, but he switches the angle.
Kasih tahu dia masih mas.
Masih mas. As he doesn't, Germany will put an immediate stop to that.
Wow, what an effort for Himas. Germany get the win. But even look at Germany. They're disappointed because they got the 10 placement points, but they got nowhere near as many kills as they would have hoped when they took that position outside the city. But if you're trying to make a case for who is the best player in the world,
Man of the match, X-Left lah, tetap man of the match.
Really good tape on that game.
That was
man of the match,
a disaster from Germany. That angle that he took as well on the right side of that tank, water tank, whatever it was. It was so dangerous. But the problem still remains, even though it was Germany who claimed that game. Vietnam just got too many points.
They're insane. They're actually insane. Like Himas running up, like Kiss thought that he'd done enough, and then Himas just runs up behind him. And the fact that as soon as he got that kill, he didn't stop. He was like, I know Germany are there.
He immediately switched on to Germany. Exactly. It was
like, honestly, this has been an incredible first half of PNC for Vietnam. The story is not that there's still so much that can change, but as of right now, through 9 maps, they have been phenomenal. And it's, yes, you look at last year, the argument was they had too many fraggers, not enough passiveness in their team. They make the change. My God, do they look like they're on another level.
It's also what's really astounding here as we look through these highlights is that this is arguably one of the craziest lobbies we've had. I mean, every single team is stacked. There is no quote-unquote weak link, right? And it's just the domination that they're still exhibiting is something else.
Think about the players for Vietnam that aren't here. Think about Glories. Like, it's insane. And then You know, you talk about stacked lobbies, or second place team Korea, you could make another roster of 4 players from Korea who could perform just as good. Like, they're so stacked.
Jadi GL kan dia.
Again, we're getting away from it, like the fact that Germany played a brilliant game. It all kind of stemmed from that rotate they took, really, you know, it was phase 2, phase 3, where they went all the way from the east side of the circle to the northwest, through that western side. But look at this, the spray transfer was perfect from Emas. And he knew that there was no angle on him, so he confirmed out those extra kills as well.
The fact, again, just the wherewithal to know that he needs to clean up those 2 kills, right? It's just, he's not just, he's a very cerebral player, and that's what makes him so dangerous. On top of the fragging ability that he has, he's very intelligent in how he approaches those frags, how he approaches those fights, those angles. Man, look at him, he's just eating it up, just an absolute stud and a monster.
You know those little, like, little penta...
Ay, trời ơi.
Yeah, it's the right word, where it like has awareness, fragging ability, you know.
You're talking about the Venn diagram.
Yeah,
Not the pentagram.
That's another team, but they've maxed out. He's maxed out all the stats.
He's maxed out everywhere, for sure. For sure.
Oh, they're so good. But let's have a look at our top 4. Vietnam, of course, will get the most points. No surprise there. 16 kills, 23 hits.
And again, though, big congratulations for Germany. They held their space in the north so impressively, but their playstyle is just not conducive for getting a lot of kills. And if they really want to start catching up, they need to have higher kill games where they're still maintaining the same level of control and they're getting at least 2nd or 1st place, because this is a massive hill to climb now towards the top 3 teams.
If anything as well, I'd say Korea are starting to look over their shoulder at China, who've been closing that gap. Let's look at our man of the match, though, and it's going to be Mika with 2 kills. And yes, we're going to give it to the team that wins. But again, Germany, from a macro standpoint, played a brilliant game.
Yes, they did. I'm not going to disagree with that. But again, with how crazy this lobby is and how stacked the top already is when we look at the leaderboard, you know, getting 12, 13 points here or there, unless they're getting it every game, I mean, they need to have more kills throughout the day. It's just, that's just how it is. And that's just not Germany, by the way. That's every team that wants to try to break into that top 5.
Yeah, and it's going to be so hard as we look at our match leaderboard. See how many points were garnered in that game. And it was a 22-point game for Vietnam in 2nd place. Germany got 14, China with 14 of their own as well. And then you look at, like, I hate to bring it up, but our reigning champions just have not had the start to today that they would have liked.
I believe the first game, I think they had like 5 or 6 kills. They were kind of getting in the mix there, but yeah, they have been thwarted, especially when we look at the last position that they had on the north side in that graveyard where we saw so many teams go. There really wasn't many options, and so it was kind of rough for them to get anything else off that game.
Yeah, Vietnam now at 130 points at the halfway point. Like, they're not going to replicate the first 9 maps, but if they did, they would get 260 points over those games. Korea now just 2 points ahead of China. Thailand starting to close that gap as well as they get to 70. Denmark with another okay game for them, has them on 65. Argentina still ahead of USA, and Germany rounding out our top 8. UK though, still nice to see them climbing the leaderboard, but for Poland and Norway, who were opposite sides of the scale in Survival Series, right? One team dominant, got into the top 3. The other team, last-ditch entry. They've just really not got going.
No, they haven't, but at least for Poland in that last game, they got out of that entanglement they had with the Philippines, and they were able to get to an end game with 3 players. So that at least is a bright spot.
Yep.
Hoping they can continue that moving forward, because they absolutely need to.
Aduh,
So last night on the
lapar
first
nih.
Shrimsy had said, you know what, it's not too bad, we're 2 games off the top spot, 2 wins off top spot, 3 before the 6th game. They're about 4, they're about 5 now. It's insane.
The gap is just getting wider and wider, but USA did manage to kind of salvage that game, right? We saw it was Kurt and Alo at the end, but even then, a lot of not a lot, but a couple of their kills got stolen.
Om Dros.
Woi.
Makan apa ya?
Gak enak kamu di sana banyak pilihannya, Bot.
So happy because
Siapa bilang?
Nah, di Jakarta tinggal gocek-gocek, tinggal milih.
Gocek-gocek. Enak banget tuh mulut tuh bilang tuh gocek-gocek ya.
Lah gimana?
Belum nemu yang cocok aku Om selain warteg.
Gojek datang
Jangan. Larang, Cuk. Larang.
Loh kok kan dimasakin kan di situ buat?
Enggak Om.
Catering.
Enggak, belum.
Oh,
Pindahan dulu baru ada.
dan nanti kalau pindah yang situ dibuat campnya siapa?
Ya dibuat campnya gabung nanti itu.
Oh yang di sana yang baru?
Iya.
Sama ML?
Ya ML, PUBG M.
Deket kah?
Kalau dari sini sih setengah jam lah. Nggak dekat, nggak jauh, lumayan. ML masuk ML kaya. Rondo. Rondo, R-nya apa? Roblox.
Right now, the Pika Bus. Yeah, Pika Bus is awesome. But the one thing to note about this plane is it's very southern, so I'd actually love to see a Tin Long ending, like just the terrain.
Coba Om Dros, kita tebak-tebakan aja Om Dros. Biar seru nih Om Dros.
So I would really love to see that as long
Ayo
as
kita tebak-tebakan yuk.
Aku leles, Bu. Kasih pertanyaan ayo.
Some designers,
Iya, lagi leles. Om Dros sekarang leles.
beautiful part of the map. Like it's so scenic down there.
We never see it.
Tuh ada yang turun Jadena loh. Apa kok Jadena apa?
There is 3 teams in Jadena City right now.
When has there ever one team in Jadena City? Right, anyways, we're going to get
Itu Kamal main Kamal.
Speed Jeeps running towards 10 Trip. He looks like he doesn't have a gun in his hand yet. Wonder how well 10 will he fight. Oh yeah, Jeeps. Point on the board there. Now you look at it, right, Norway, it looks like Philippines went for like a Jadena City split, and Norway were like, yeah, we can't get to our main drop, we're going to go to our alt drop. But I can't remember the last time if I've ever seen a first kill of a game on Rondo being in Jadena City.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And if you're Poland, you're looking at the kill feed like, yes, you know how it feels.
If you're USA or Australia, you're probably going, yes, 10 Trip's not here either.
Right. I mean, the Philippines have been a thorn in multiple team sides.
What I love about that is we've had a kill, and the players met it up and looted, and Germany are still parachuting from the plane drop.
Nice and
slow. Let's go.
Is the best way to describe
Let's go Liquid.
It tends to work for them.
Gila 130 poin pertama Om Dros. Lihat Vietnam.
Itu udah kejar kayaknya.
Nggak tahu sih, kalau Korea, Cina masih bisa sih harusnya. Soalnya nggak mungkin dia nggak nambah poin juga kan.
Juara kayaknya itu.
Harusnya ya.
Lah performanya nggak pernah tusun nih loh. Kecuali kalau ada tusun-tusunnya.
Iya,
hari pertama, kedua, Cuk, udah ada tusun-tusunnya.
Hari pertama aja dia udah berapa? 60 apa 80 poin ya? 80 ya?
Iya.
80 poin hari pertama. 80 kan?
60 atau 80
83
ya?
seharusnya, setauku 83 sih.
Vietnam kan?
Masuk angin, madep kipas.
Iya, Vietnam. 83 setauku.
Iya, 83.
Exhaustnya di atas itu, Rek. Ini kipasku tak buat buang rokok, tok asap rokok, gak tak antepin.
83 tuh kan, 83 tuh.
Get a little something cheeky off this rotation out of
Ngeri.
Bentar,
Bentar, dia hari pertama 83. Ini udah match ke-4. Berarti 3 match dia udah 50 poin lebih anjir.
It's a good idea
udah GG.
understanding your enemy, understanding your opponent.
Udah itu nggak bisa diberhentikan itu. Vietnam pasti juara udah.
for him, and if he isn't aware. And I think
Real.
that Calb's dude is being really clever.
Real or fake?
He is, but the problem is Norway knows exactly what he's
Real,
doing.
ya
Norman
kan?
hurt his vehicle,
Real.
so they know he's there. And even though he is trying to be sneaky, the element of surprise really isn't on it. I mean, you can tell he's not even worried
Ini
about
kipas
just getting
anginku
behind
tuh cuma tak buat buang rokok, Rek. Nggak tak adepin ke aku.
Or just to double check if anyone from Norway
Kenapa
had
gitu?
already left that position. Are there any vehicles there?
Tuh asapnya langsung ketarik ke sana, nanti ditampani
One
exhaust.
thing worth noting, I suppose, at this point is how close Germany are to Denmark, as we just get that brought up.
Ini karena masih PS1 aku nyobat dulu boleh lah ya. Aku keluar ke balkon.
Denmark should
Ya elah kamu live streaming rokok bot.
Bodoh amat. Saya adalah perokok. Kenapa emangnya?
Janganlah, ya yang lihat kan kalau nggak
Apa? Lah hilang suaranya, Cok. Om Dros GG.
parah.
Not sure if they've
Janganlah
seen each other
ngerokok.
quite yet.
Enggak, harus
This
merokok, harus
fight is
merokok.
just taking right
Nggak bisa,
outside
nggak
the
bisa.
circle, so realistically, if Denmark wanted to,
Tarik
Germany
datanya
wanted
dulu.
to, they could take
Ya,
the time to
merokok
fight
dulu
this.
lah ya.
There really isn't
Sebatang
another
aja,
team
Cok.
near
Asam
enough
nih,
to
asam.
them to actually punish this. So this
Nggak
is just
cukup
straight
nih.
up
Ngepot,
Ini nih,
ngepot,
live streaming iPod ngerokok.
Ngerokok dulu ya.
This way again, he's done a lot of scouting work, a lot of good work.
Belum perang juga kan?
And Hemmen has not given up his ghost either. He has a job, but he's
Cakep ya.
Kalian beruntung
I love
melihat
this. It
liveku
looks
nggak
like the
pernah
Philippines
ngerokok
have
ya.
actually tried to counter camp Norway on this bridge because of the information Calbs was able to get.
Pot, crossormu pinggirin, Pot.
Yo. Maaf. Aduh, dimarahin aku gendeng.
So they're going
Mau ditinggal ngerokok, crosshairnya ditaruh tengah holy moly.
Sorry. Tinggal bentar ya.
chess, but the thing is, it's not one team against
Kalian dengerin suara Om
It is
Dros aja.
16 teams on the same board, and it can just be crazy. But all these little decisions is going to impact everybody else. The fact that this has taken so long gives like Chinese
enak,
Taipei
kira-kira
the
bisa
chance to move.
8
The
besar.
fact that this fight here by
Kalau 8
Jiao
besar
Qing, Germany and Denmark
sangat
has gone
terbuka
on for so
lebar.
long, it might give it
Biar nggak
an
kualifikasi
opportunity to get
nanti
into the circle a little bit quicker.
2026.
Korea could take some spots that maybe Denmark might want to play. Everything is having an impact on every player, has an impact on every other player, and there's no game like it.
That's why we love it. Especially at this level, watching these teams make those decisions, navigate the difficulties, and just the variables, because that's really what PUBG is about. It's about managing the variables. Sometimes you can't.
Kasih
That's
sedikit
just the
chicken
way
lagi,
the
Rek.
game is, but other times we see some truly incredible plays. You can see it looks like Australia is starting to really chase down China, and looking down, Norway still is in Jadena City, at least James is.
Yeah, Calbs has got the idea that they're still going to hold for that recall system, right? And that's why Hemmen is still here. He's like, I want to make sure that they have no chance of getting it. Hemmen has gone down to the low ground, and that
Vietnam. Besok kita balas di bola aja lah U23 kalau kalah.
no clue.
This is crazy.
They're running.
Oh, I think he saw him.
He knows.
Hyman finally
And
saw him,
Calbs
but
knows.
Calbs turns.
They both know. They both know. The game is up. The game is up now.
The
and-
jig is up.
Oh my.
What is going? They're just mirroring each other. This is a dance.
Both players like, I'm going to outbrain you. You're going to run back. Or you're going to keep running. I'm going to run around and wrap and catch you.
This
You know
is
what
so
we need?
silly, but so sick at the same time. I mean, this is. It may look funny, but this is actually very high level.
You know the Benny Hill music?
Yes, I do.
You just play that over this, and it is perfect. Him in though, I think he's got himself in a bit of a tough spot because he needs to vault up
Vietnam
now
di
or
sini
jump, which will make a
timnas
ton of
bumi.
noise. I think
Kita balas
Calbs,
U23 lah.
looking at the rest of the players, you've got CJ looking this. Oh, the rest of Norway have come back.
They want to deny this.
He's going to cut him off. This is so much fun. Itzy's going to get up onto Calbs has seen Itzy now too.
And he sees it, and he knows
India,
he's in
Indian.
trouble now. But there's another player from Norway looking, and it's going to be James. He's going to take a spray. Nothing hits. Fortunately for Calbs, and he's going to make it out of there. They're just going to give up.
All that for nothing.
You say nothing, but I mean, oh, look at this. He's like, ha, I bet they think I'm truly gone.
It's just like every player's like trying to big
And
brain
this
the
is
other
all
one.
for 10 trip, by the way.
Yeah. The battle for 10 trip. That tag. It's like Saving Private Ryan. We got
Hashtag battle for 10 trip. I mean, that's literally what this is. Norway refuses to give up. And you know what? 10
Ini
trip is a
bucipnya
damn
Tenter
good
di
player to
mana
keep
sih?
off the field because he is a menace.
And Norway have nothing to lose here either.
Oh ya di dalam kota dibawa terus kan?
With the circle being the way it is, they have an easy path in on the east if they get rid of Philippines. So this is fine. and get
Oh,
more
bagus
points.
ya.
Why not?
Leaderboardnya
The
kalau
longer this goes on, the
ada
more space
perang
that
dia
actually
nyala-nyala,
opens
Cuk.
as teams move closer to the center of the circle. Now, as we see, the blue zones got involved. Norway are pinging out where they think these players are.
gimana ya?
Calbs has got, and see, Tens doesn't want to shoot until he's guaranteed the knock.
Yes, which is wise.
And that knock won't come until Calbs spots somebody. There you go. There's the he needed the second shot. I think he fired at the right time because Calbs whipped out the bolty.
Well, he also stopped in that bush, and he thought he was probably unseen.
Yeah. So what's going on elsewhere? What's been happening on everywhere else inside of Rondo?
Not much, honestly. All these teams have just managed to find themselves a good position in the circle, and everyone.
Weh, ternyata Depot selama ini belajar nerbangin glider Cuk, ganti nyamaan.
Be unplayable land, right? You're not going to have too many areas that's unplayable. So this is generally what happens early in Rondo. You don't see too much craziness happening as far as fights, early crashes, because there's just so much real estate that you can actually play.
And saving private 10 trips looks like it's about to happen. So Philippines will go get that tag. And 10 trip, the menace will be back. Inside a Neox factory, you've got UK getting really close to Australia, who are holding on to this position, not only due to its value, but due to the fact the recall system's there. Australia's done that a few times over today.
Yeah.
And I think UK, Vard with the eye in the sky, he's decided, you know what, I don't think this is our best play. I think you're better to fall back. And Vard's going to scout out the circle, and that's going to shift heavy to the south. And that's really good news for Philippines.
That's incredible for Philippines.
Duh, Indonesia nanti.
That's good for Philippines, but that's incredible for USA and for Thailand. They are in prime real estate position. Calbs, of course, will get up 10 trip. And you know what? I love the fact that Philippines just weren't going to give up. They're going to get that fourth player, or they're going to fight a team and die for it.
Yeah, and look, he's worth it. Like, 10 trip to me has been
worth it.
He's the breakout player of PNC for me, right? His stocks are on the up. Denmark are hunting down China now.
Bisa kok, 3 masih bisa ngejar anjir.
They're going to hit a tree.
3 masih bisa ngejar, Cok.
And I think Denmark, they hopped out for the fight. China are going to move
Dapatin
on.
momentum aja ini, Indo.
And
Bisa
there's
ini.
no harm with Denmark chasing because they're
Halo,
still
Amat
so close
Raffi.
to the center.
Yeah.
And I think that even though you didn't get a knock, just by putting that pressure on the China and forcing them away, it's a good move.
It is, and China also just getting away
Ya,
from that
pesawatnya
fight
mati
also
dong.
find themselves in a strong position here currently in this split. The only real threat is going to be the split above at Brazil, but they don't have to move for a while either.
Chinese Taipei, they're rotating in from the north.
Bisa ini sih satu kalau WCD terus. Kalau WCD terus mah bisa.
Track as things stand, Salute spots them out, but even as good as Salute is, that's a tough one. Give us some dogfight. Come on, Bard. Yeah, he's going for it.
A little aerial battle, if you will.
Flight of the Valkyrie should be playing. Now, we had Benny Hill earlier. Now we should get some Flight of the Valkyrie as these two
but the
teams.
blue zone, or I say the EMP zone. Ixlef will find sparking in the distance.
That's a really long knock.
Ayo kali 4.
I mean, the sparking should be able to get that shouldn't be a problem for him. Little Ghost though is going to take some time to get a spray out towards Chinese Taipei.
Udah nggak kekejar tuh juara itu lu.
Bisa om, chicken semua game sampai hari terakhir.
Dia lo udah dapat 1 tuh. Nggak pernah tusun lo dia, males aku.
Iya.
Terlalu kompe.
Iya namanya juga turnamen ya.
Iya ya.
Iya. Harusnya bercanda dikit gitu ya kan Om Dras.
Iya.
Roll dikit sampai keluar.
Naturally flow into the valley that Denmark are in. So even if you go long, it rolls back. But Leo almost had the chance. He had him dead to rights, but he didn't get the knock.
Kok ngerokok bentar kali. Nggak enak kali kayaknya, Frut.
Kebatang aja Om.
Tapi kamu pas gitu kan?
Enggak. Santai sambil itu aku tadi. Sambil
Bentar ngerokokmu. Di balkon depan ya katanya Kamal.
Iya balkon. Anginnya kenceng Om. Meledak dong kau, Doki. Woi, apa sih?
And Denmark deleted, and here come the Chinese.
Chinese now trying to pick up the pieces. The problem is
Ini nih, Cina coret lawan Cina pusat nih.
any losses at all. None of them knocked, but they might get punished here for going for the loot.
The terrain works for China as they push towards Chinese Taipei.
That's every time, but
Thrown on in. could do a ton of damage. Ming will find the knock on the Savior, and now it's all systems go for China. Another nade will be tossed. He tries to read a player, going for the res.
Perang lawan Vietnam lagi lah.
And he's just been...
I love that opportunity. I was
Jauh-jauh
gonna say
dulu nggak
Fluky
sih?
generally will flex out from Thailand and try to get involved in these third parties to make some points, but he just happened to knock
menang ini Cina
himself.
pusat ini Om
What
Dras.
happened there? But China now
Dia menang.
full steam ahead. Is gonna push forward.
Gendeng area itu.
Hampir.
But Zhao Wu will get control.
Oh nice trik, triknya dapat tanku. Tanam bawah ciknya redain.
Just do the exact same thing China did. Throw your nades into the valley.
Dapat dua triknya. Gelo.
Oke. That's a big knock for Indonesia.
Ayo rajam aja langsung. Push.
Himas is still alive though on the south side of
Bro,
Berlin.
Anjing itu kena kepala.
Himas loh.
Cuman gitu.
Memang Himas ini lah ya.
It is what it is.
It's like honestly, it's not fair. He's literally got plot armor, he's got level 7 gear, he's got no...
Ya, selamat dong tankunya.
Himas is going to move in, he'll get the res on the Tanvu, Trick will do the same on the Setsuna. But
Dua-dua gini bro.
He'll start to get the off angle here as well. The rest of Vietnam, or you know, these Vietnamese players, they've been in this situation before.
And this is a crazy rotation from Korea, as this is completely blind. There's no way they could have known that any of this space was open.
Itu
free rotasi ya Korea lihat.
Main low sense. AR-nya itu enak tuh.
I mean,
Keuntungan low sense itu ya. Main AR-nya enak. Cuman DMR-nya rada berat. Tapi tergantung swapping-nya. Soalnya Himas termasuk low sense. Parah.
I think Korea, if they get that angle, but for now, Korea will just look to set up. Maybe they just wait.
Looking at the position, though, there really isn't anyone that can punish Korea. So this is low-key genius.
Depends on if Norway can get to the ridge line to the north of them, and then they've got a great line of sight in towards Korea. Yeah, Korea, I think they've made the right decision.
They realize that the West is way better. That ridge, I agree 100% with them and with you.
Yeah, so I think they heard UK fully. Maybe they wanted to check that out, but they heard UK, the shots from USA fall back, and that cuts off Norway from that position now too. So in reality, not only have you got there first, you've given Norway less of an opportunity for rotating into the zone.
Yeah, this is wonderful decision-making from Korea. They will find themselves now in one of the strong positions currently.
Yeah, Himas just doing Himas things. He get the knock and flush onto Setsuna, as that's point 132 now for Vietnam. They have sustained one knock as a player is down, but that shouldn't be for too long, as it should get everybody back on their feet. Norway, just a couple of seconds to...
Oh, 80!
I didn't say they were too party, but that knock all of a sudden gives them a chance, and... Oh no, Korea have got a panzer. Korea have got the perfect answer if Norway try to full send it in.
Oh, and what a shift.
Look at Himan. Himan got raining and Cuban.
Oh,
USA are helping out Korea.
That is craziness. Norway fighting tooth and nail, and USA just coming in and ruining things for them.
I like the aggression from Norway. Korea now Seoul, the only real player standing, and Tens will pick up kill number 3. You can hear the Norwegian fans, they like that. The Korean fans, not so much. You have silence elsewhere. China will move into the circle now as they get pretty close to where Seoul is playing. This ball right now that China are in, I like it. I actually think it's okay.
It's good, but unless Seoul makes a heroic effort here, he's coming up on the backside of China. I don't know if they're ready for this though, but Ming will spot him out.
Oh, he's going to switch over to the gun now. He doesn't have time for the nade. Kickstart though is going to help. Seoul is eliminated. But just like that, Korea losing even more ground than China. They now jump without in second place. And Vietnam are going to get Sololze back. They're back to a 4. It is big for Vietnam.
Someone needs to stop Vietnam, man. They are just running away with this. They are unstoppable.
It's going to need to get like a bounty on their heads at this point.
I'll be honestly, at this point, I'm not even sure. Australia, though, continuing to struggle. Luke 12
Australia hancur banget mainnya ya.
Blue. And he's gonna get taken down by Algebra.
Yeah, Philippines, they got their man back. 10-trip. He'll get the knock onto Santa with the Dragonov. And 10-trip will get his point, showing why it was so important to bring him back into play. Brazil They don't want any of it. They're going to leave Santa to his fate. They'll keep going into the circle as Thailand will get a kill confirmed on Argentina. And here come the Germans.
Kenapa ya? Yang pertama itu Vietnam pemainnya regenerasi baru. Kayak pemain muda. Ya, masih pada prime-prime-nya lah.
Emmy now just trying to survive, get the hell out of there. He's going to stop down tentatively close to China's dip. He'll be okay for now. In fact, it's just
bukan berarti pemain lamanya jelek, enggak. Tapi ya kayak ada regenerasi antara pemain lah. Terus lagi prime juga kan lagi sedang naik-naiknya Vietnam itu habis juara dunia kemarin PGC. Jadi ya
Vietnam,
memang bagus aja dia. Karena yang alasan satu lagi itu karena Vietnam itu wadahnya itu cukup wadah buat mengembangkan e-sport itu cukup. Jadi kayak ada itu misalkan berpotensi disuruh trial ikut turnamen atau e-sport academy gitu. Turnamen.
And that shift is wow, that is money for China.
Ya enak aja gitu.
Well, that'll be the end of Argentina. Jacob getting a kill on Algin Boxes. Philippines now getting put to the sword. Brazil are here now too. Rossida Jr. with Tantrum. And then that'll be a kill confirmed. Philippines, one player left standing. CJ up on the high ground by the blue. Brazil with utility to throw this way as well. That nade actually, was that? That was friendly fire potentially. That nade from far.
Ayo.
Lagi mode kejar setoran kayak ini.
Aduh. Alah, kurang satu.
Ente banget. Majuin nggak sih Thailand? Majuin nggak sih? 2 kilo itu lumayan loh itu. 2 kilo itu lumayan loh. Nah, cakep, lari aja. Jangan sampah.
But Sparking will get out of there. He's going to keep on moving, but for Brazil, this is not gone. 5 kills on the board will get them into 10th place. Sparking though inside the blue, 3 damage every single second, make that 5 damage every second he stays inside the circle. Ain't looking like a good game for them. But while all that was going on, Thailand chased UK, they're wrapping in, and Braxco will find a knock on the T-bone.
Poland now with a huge opportunity to get rid of Vietnam and stop their points from just overflowing and becoming too uncontrollable. And there it is. So Vietnam will fall outside of the points.
And now the door has been opened. Can China get themselves another 10 or 15 points to close that gap? Well, 10 points would be great for them from this point now. Thailand wrapping in. Here's the push on to Alo. Kissel step on in and Kissel shot him down. Thailand will deal with the first player. Kurt, he'll reposition. Need at the ready. This is what Kurt is oh so good at. Bounces it off the wall. It should be good. It's great from Kurt. He fell. But is someone going to take advantage? Shrimsy.
Bisa 2 match lagi abis ini Ranger 2 game.
But a follow-up nade will be thrown. Jacob uses the smoke to disappear off into the distance. And while all this is going on, Kiss is getting that res.
Yeah, this would be a disaster for USA to fall. They've been in this position for so long. They've held it, but they weren't able to get any kills out of it. You stated it was rough, and look at this. Poland now fighting back. Kickstart not C4. He C4'd him. He got Jacob. He took himself down, but he might have just opened up an opportunity. Itzy with the MG3 firing towards Poland as they want to get involved. Cappy will fall. Norway eliminated 5 kills from Poland. So much better from the Poles over the last 2 maps. They are really coming alive, but it's just down to Shrimsy. He has the Panzer. The Molly is out the front. He's gonna get one, but it's not done yet. His work is not over. As he's still low, Jacob, as well as Kiss, still stand.
Yeah, he's going to step into the smoke. Blue zone needs to try
the double.
Back the push.
Double blue zone.
It's going to be really, really good, but Kiss is wrapping around the edge. There's a shield protecting Shrimsy. That is all Kiss needs to know to work out where Shrimsy is. Smoke in position, Kiss will just bide his time a bit, but a good the stun actually helps out Shrimsy a little bit, but Kiss will get the kill. And down fall the USA. Thailand, they jump into 3rd. I think they've now leapfrogged over Korea as well.
What a save from Thailand.
Anjing bawa 18 cok.
The leaderboard is getting even tighter there, at least from 2nd to 4th. As Germany now relatively quiet, but still managed to get 5 kills controlling the south side of the circle. Great job for them. We said we wanted to see more kills out of their edge control, and so far this game they've delivered.
Yeah, and back-to-back wins for them if they can get it would be huge. And honestly, this is even better because they're holding zone control. Chris and Zerath are staying in the circle. Brax and Mika are watching what Poland are going to do from this point. I think Poland are making the right choice, maybe play the edge of the circle a little bit longer.
Even wrap north.
Yeah, and like Sparking's still alive, by the way, worth pointing out.
Crazy. This blue is hurting, by the way. This is phase 6. The fact that he's still alive, I wonder if he has enough meds to get in. You can see Ixlef now and Little Ghost, the duo left of China, trying to fight the duo of Thailand. Kiss and Jacob now inching closer and closer in. This fight is happening inside the circle, but look at Poland. The opportunity for kills is there.
Yeah, the opportunity as well. China looking to get up into the 90s, and you got Thailand looking to hunt them down. Except throws it down. Cappy gets the angle on the Jacob, but not enough with one to get the knock. That'll be Chris finding matchers as the Germans turn their attention to the Poles, and Chris will pick up that kill. Poland down to 2 players left alive, but Cappy not done yet, firing towards China as they will dip back into cover. 2 players up, but do Thailand have the utility? It looks like they don't after that fight with USA.
No.
1 nade could be all it would take to deal with China.
And you can see the position here of Germany. Brex holding far anchor, and then the other 3 members pushing up towards the team of Poland in order to wipe them out and get a few more kills on the board until they start to turn their focus onto Thailand and China.
Germany looked like they might have gotten some level 3 gear as well. Sparking, you can see the damage he has taken as he sprints directly behind Thailand. And you know this guy as much as I do. If he sees a Thai player, he will die in the blue to get that kill. He will, he couldn't. Poofa spotting him out. Another point for Poland as they climb that leaderboard even more. With Thailand with a 2, China with a 2, Poland with a 2, and Germany with 4. But look at how far Chris
Germany
had
has to be careful. Yeah, I was going to say, if they eat a knock here, and there it is. It's Chris will go down, and so their man advantage is just down to 3 instead of 4.
And you look at the angle that Thailand have. Why was Chris extended so far? He had 0 cover.
I mean, he just wanted to get some utility onto the feet of Poland, but yeah, it definitely came back to bite him. As they're all going to retreat out. You can see Germany very careful now. They do not want to lose another player and throw this game.
Yeah, 3 is a lot. It's a lot more difficult to win a game with a 3 than it is with a 4. You can see Kiss using that shield, but Thailand need to move pretty soon. The circle is closing in on their position.
I will say, though, the good news for them is that the other teams are not in, and their path in is not easy. So Germany's still in the driver's seat. We'll see if they can execute properly here, as China is just looking for a way in, but there really isn't one.
It's just rocks. The only cover is really rocks inside a circle like this, and Germany have great angles on all of them. Cappy, no kills yet, but begging for Jacob to peek this way. Mika, don't take too much ground. You know, you don't need to get too aggressive. You saw what happened a little earlier. Smoke is now going to bloom as Brax hit this rock. Angus is a good move for Brax, so Jacob turns his attention over, and Jacob Cappy is the Poland. Poland will suffer a lock at the edge of the circle.
Ixlef now. You can see that he's looking for that angle, but time is running out. The blue is closing in. This is phase 7. It is, you can see it chunking. Jacob will go down. Kiss will follow.
Yeah, Mika finds that kill. It's a 3.
Ayolah, cepetin ini kelamaan, Cuk.
Desperately trying to get
Bola
that
dia,
Rez onto Cappy.
ya next game nggak ada Indonya udah mati itu.
Iya,
benar. Udah. Cepetin, kompe kali mereka.
Jacob dapat poin. As Thailand with 1 player up will manage to get a kill secured. Or sorry, with 1, a kill from beyond the grave, I should say. But this should be Germany's game.
Yeah, and to Germany's credit, they're really making it difficult for the other teams. They're taking a good position. Zerath will find Puffa down, and now it's just a 3-on-2. Germany versus China. Oh, that could start things.
That's the worst thing you could have done. Don't give China a knock. And the way Germany are playing, they're all isolated. You're giving another 1v1. You're giving Ixlef another chance to get a knock. And this time it's on to Zerath. Nade, this could be brilliant. This could be so good. It bounces. Mika almost falling, but China looking to bring this game back from the brink. Mika delivering 24 damage of his own here. Godspeed. But this is 50-50.
There's no support here for Miki. He's got to do the solo. You can see that angle's cut off from his teammate of Xerath, and Xleft is just working this angle.
But look at the circle. Nobody apart from Xleft and Mika are in it. There's nowhere to play for these teams once that next circle pops. So Lil Ghost is going to try to crawl his way all the way around the edge of the circle. Xerath isn't even looking this direction. He's focused on Xleft's position. He's dropped his backpack. He's dropped whatever he doesn't need to make him as low profile as possible. I'm getting flashbacks to day one PUBG.
Yeah, the snake in the grass strategy, and he's making his way. I mean, Little Ghost might find a spot to play. Headshot, unreal.
China looks
set for victory.
Germany
Apa sih kau ini?
snatching defeat from the hands of victory, but China's Xleft is so damn good. Little Ghost back gone, but still looking to put Germany into one. The nade is thrown, but it's a little bit short. Mika needs a knock. Desperation plays now for the Germans as they try to get the win. Forces Mika in another round of 5-6. But China Little Ghost with a win, and they close that gap to Vietnam.
That's gonna sting. That's gotta sting if you are Germany.
Gila sih, gila.
They're right there. They're loving it. They're waving their flags.
Tuh, 2 orang di absen palanya tuh.
No matter how many players you have, no matter how good a position you're in, if someone like Xleft is given just an inch, he is going to take it and more.
And it started with them losing Chris. It started with that, then they had 3, then Xleft isolated another angle, then the pressure was on.
2 kali, 2 tap langsung ucul helmnya.
So it was all down to Xleft to really make the play, and of course, the second that he was given anything, it's just a
Ini rehat dulu ya, break dulu ya, game pas ya, break dulu ya.
And he was able to close out the
Cara tapping nanti Rek tak ajarin habis nanti malam ya. Tak ajarin tap pakai MK kayak gitu.
Kalau aku tiduran yo,
aku tak ngelosor bentar nanti balik lagi.
Pagi.
They did it successfully.
Baliknya pagi.
They held their, I think just staying alive in that fight with Thailand was so
Ada
vital to their survival in that game. Like Thailand not having a nade because of the fact that the USA is another reason why Thailand were able to get that victory. Like it goes to show everything that happens is going to help somebody and hinder someone else.
These dominoes fall and then they just shape the way that the game is. I mean, you look at how long USA had control of that compound, and then it was just one fight that went kind of awkward with Thailand that caused them to just go down, and they unfortunately didn't even get a lot of kills out of that.
Gila ya.
No, they didn't. And
Gila banget ya.
The story of the tournament for some of these teams where positions have been good. Here's a little look at the kickstart C4. This is a great C4, right?
It was. He could have gotten so much more. The problem is he hit that building. He had to reposition.
Gila banget.
He was out of time, and then Kiss just with 1 HP, getting it on Shrimzy. But that was the game. That knock from Xleft was 100% what was China's path to victory.
And Xleft was just keeping all the attention on him as well, which allowed Little Ghost to make that move. Like, even when he's not getting knocks, enabling his teammates, helping everybody get the win. But that's a big win for China as we move forward. So I think we'll have a look at the, you know, we're going to have to see how many points teams got off of the back of that one, and particularly the top 4 teams. But big game for China. But massive shout out to Poland as well. Like these last 2 games have been a lot better.
This is exactly what we needed to see from Poland. They were able to kind of.
Gila banget, gila banget. Nah. Login PUBG ah.
Semua maling ketangkap. Itu babi loh. Gitu yang udah tahu tren itu masih jaga-jaga. Bukan. Habis nih. Tahu juga kan.
Andras. Om. Hilang sudah. Sudah lah bang, iya. Ketiduran. Kali kan nggak dapat bom. Nggak buka terus. Kau main DP apa? Sepertinya sudah kayak bosan ya main DP ya. Tapi bisa sekali-sekali boleh lah ya. Bosan cu. Ya, kalau udah start bilang ya.
Malah begini tadi turut banget game tutorial.
Ini kalau dapat emas, Indo chicken. Ada lu nih, bau. Mandilah. Kangen anak-anak kecil game PUBG sih. Lagi pada asik deh, Cok. Karena ada yang dikejar kayak leaderboard. Duh, ini level 10 ini. Apa ini karena ada mono ada. Ya, kita lihat ini aja. 2 menit lagi. 2 menit lagi. Ya, Om Dras masih AFK nggak itu? Pak dia bisa win. Dia paling win SP, tunggu PUBG lagi. Iya bener. pasti udah ngilangin bosannya dulu cok sama game lain gitu. Kabarnya masih menghilang, iya kah? Masih menghilang kan ya? Nyebat dulu ya, biarin dia ini ya, biarin aja ini ya, bersuara ya.
Smooth and original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk. And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on.
혹시 모델업팅 좀
Smooth and original, straight from the underground.
And PNC 2025 has just got 2 maps left on day number 2 of 3. And I said today was moving day. Well, one thing is for certain, Vietnam have not moved from their spot. They have just been picking up points after point after point. But Godspeed China, they are having themselves a very tidy day.
They really are, but you could argue that Vietnam is just moving more and more into the stratosphere with how many points they've been able to get. But China, as you said, is on the hunt. They've had some fantastic back-to-back games now, able to get so much, a lot of which has been off the back of ice left, man.
Like, you think about the salvage game that he had the game before on Tego. Picked up a ton of points for his team. And in the last map, he just obliterated Germany at that point. And I think that going forward, China have a real chance of catching Vietnam because there's still so much game, so much to play.
Only if Vietnam slows down. That's really what that's kind of been now the narrative of today is when, if ever, is Vietnam going to slow down so some of these other teams who are actually in the chase are able to catch them.
Yeah, and speaking of teams in the chase, Thailand have entered the fray now as they seem to have finally gotten their feet beneath them. And we are getting ready to jump into Erangel for game number 11, game 5 of the day. And we'll see who can take the first chicken dinner on what is essentially the most storied map inside of PUBG. First question to you. Australia, Philippines, USA backed off the hot drop earlier. Do Australia do the same?
Australia is in big slump right now. They're at a big struggle, so I just don't think it's wise to hot drop. But I mean, maybe they feel more confident in today. I'm not sure.
We'll see. Pachinki is able to be dropped on from the flight path that we have. Very southern, going from the east to the west, just below Milta, finishing just north of Quarry. As we look at China on the plane, Thailand dropping nice and early, heading towards Novo for that potential Millie Island circle. Here's the thing, you drop a Novo, you're like 90% sure you're going to find an E-pickup, so even if the zone does go really far away from you, you've got opportunity to get out of there.
Yeah, but for those teams that don't find an E-pickup, right, that's going to be a long rotation depending on where the circle is. And again, with a lot of it kind of being more southern, we'll see how that plays out. You can see multiple teams still opting to go for Sosnovka. It's going to be, looks like actually Poland and Korea.
Yeah, Poland.
And Hot Drop is live. We're here.
Yeah, we'll jump on into the action. I think it's one each, right, so far in this Hot Drop. But I'm going to put an asterisk beside it because it's one each in the Hot Drop. But if you remember correctly, Vietnam third-partied and ruined the Philippines' chances of winning it the first time around.
Yeah, so then in that case, I guess it's just 1-0. If you want to really push that, sure. Whatever you want, Gibson.
I just want to make things dramatic, right? You know, add a little
West Coast circle as well.
Big circle, bad circle for, I think, Thailand, unless they can get that E-pickup. But Tentrip, the menace, is ready and waiting, and he hits a headshot on the Tig, almost getting that knock. But Tig, he's down to 1 HP. Tig's got a Panzer, though. And the Panzer does hit a little bit harder if Tig can get it in the right angle.
1 HP, no heals. Again, they just dropped in loot. This is the first building Tig has touched, and CJ is going to find Monty on the roof. He was going for the high ground. He had the same idea. CJ was there first. Elgin Bot's taking some damage, and it's going to be another knock, though. Luke 12 will go down in Australia. They just can't find their footing.
Australia might see players go down, but the viewers at home could see their G-Coin stocks go up if they enter the code BRILLIANT on the PUBG Esports website. One of my favorite phrases is brilliant. I like to say that's brilliant for people from time to time, but Calb's with a Panzer of his own. As Tig will look this way. Oh, no!
The trade!
Oh!
Yeah, well, you get a Panzer, you get a Panzer, but all in all, it's still net up for the Philippines. Australia now with 2 players down, Philippines with 1. But look at the angle Flood has with the M249 of CJ. Crests the wrong side of that roof. He's in trouble.
Especially if CJ didn't see him. Now, this will be yet again a recovery game here for Flood. He is seen, and he doesn't get the knock. That would have been huge. At least an opportunity.
Hey.
Habis dari mana?
Flood does get the knock on Calbs, and Tentrip gets it done.
Tembak mat lagi dong, tembak mat lagi dong. Biar panas nih.
Kalah lagi, Cuk, turun sini.
That's a rough one.
Oh, ada kacang hijau, shit. Lupa. Habis ini kayaknya turu sih.
Lah, main dong.
The next map, or do they just say we can go somewhere else? We have all drops. It's fine.
Iya,
We
nanti
still
malam.
make a lot of money at this event, and we're not going to get as much as we can sitting in 13th place.
No, not at all. And that's the thing. There's still so much money. Even if you don't win, there's still so much money to play for. And every single placement matters. So, yeah, we'll have to reevaluate. I mean, we're coming back to Wrangle in a game. So we'll see if that's the decision that they make. Because the last 2 losses to the Philippines has been decisive, to say the least.
And it all comes down, a lot of these hot drops come down to the first knock. And just getting some space for yourself in the early stages. Philippines,
kopi anyar.
what I like about that too, 4 minutes of a lapse,
Ente nih kalau lihat
and
dari
they've
zonanya.
dealt with Australia already.
Emang kalau
So they're not
zonanya
really
nggak
too
ke
far out of sync
Indo,
when it comes to
ente gitu.
rotating out of Pachinki now either,
Enggak lah,
so
Cok.
it gives themselves the opportunity.
Game ini ada yang namanya rotasi.
They spent almost no time at all in that hot drop.
So with that, you look at rotation opportunities, right? So if you've got the map stream open at home, exclamation mark map, if you do have a secondary device, you'll see that Argentina, they're going to rotate all the way up to north. The flight path that we had has basically told them they can have South George for free. They're not taking any risks going down by Boatyard. It's really smart decision to make for them. And they'll get tons of space as they go that way. The teams on the opposite side, though, of the circle, Germany, Indonesia, they're in no rush. Like, you're that far away from the circle. What you want to do here is let some other teams get in and then give some space to the edge. But I suppose the big point to point out, Kick, is
Loh.
You're as talented.
Ditabrak
You're
tuh
as talented.
ranting
Well, that's
ranting
okay,
pohonnya.
I looked at his name on the screen, but the big point I wanted to make was look how much water is in the circle.
Well, not only how much water is in the circle, that is a big point to make, but how free the North is because of the plane. Because most of these teams also realize the circle, the water, the shift around Phase 4. They've opted to go more south. You can see Chinese Taipei currently have Corey. You can see that USA actually landed in and around Hospital. They ended up going to this position on the West Coast very early, so any of these teams that need to rotate in are going to have a free rotation in the north side. As we can see, barely getting out of there is going to be Gustav.
Yeah, and now Kurt's going to attempt to get the knock on the other side, kick sprinting on the other side of the mountain to find Gustav, who will stop for a moment and pop a first aid. But this is big for both of these teams. Denmark, they want to get back ahead of Germany. They want to get closer to Korea and the top 3. So you don't want to lose a player early. And the problem is if you lose Gustav here, or if you lose, this is a very tough spot to lose a player because it's really hard to get that blue chip if you want to a little later on in the game. Now, Beamy is going to make his way towards the
Win kok nggak diajak ya?
Kurt's going to take the high ground, Kickstar's going to take the low. If they time this right, this should be a free kill onto Gustav.
Yep, and it looks like, hold on, yeah, it is. But Beamy will find the trade on the kick. And that's going to put pressure now on USA. You can see that Beamy isn't really in a position to flush, but now the rest of Denmark actually just, it's just not worth.
Yeah, USA, they'll get the res here, and I think that, as I was saying earlier, you're not really going to get a chance at this blue chip because for now USA aren't going anywhere. So if you get us later, Beamy, he's got the SKS, he's got Kurt in his sights, another 1 or 2 headshots. It's just so hard. It is so hard to get a knock with the SKS from that range. You got to be so accurate because I think it's got.
You got to find the rhythm, honestly.
Yeah.
Like it's with the bullet drop, it's pretty significant. Plus, I mean, he's got a suppressor on there. He doesn't have a comp or a flash hider, so recoil is going to be a little wonky. Yeah, it's going to be tough, even for a player like Beamy.
Yeah, Thailand are going to go for the E pickup here as well. A big factor with that is they don't know if anybody's going to be holding the bridge. Korea were there a little while earlier. There's the potential of that. Now, we know Korea have left, but Thailand just can't take that risk. So the E pickup is how they're going to get into the circle. Now, realistically, because of the flight path, they're going to go to the very end of this as well. They're going to maybe look to go towards Hospital, maybe towards George, and work their way into the struggle from there. Interestingly enough, way to the north of where Korea is playing, a lot of teams had the same read that we did with it being a very southern flights path, with the fact nobody's really going to extend up to North George. They're all going to the north, and they're going to cross those George bridges into the zone.
And this is a wise rotation from all the teams because, again, there was just that much space available. They knew with the plane path that it was probably going to be fairly empty up top. And so, yeah, we saw multiple teams, Argentina, Norway, Germany. You can see UK now trailing Germany as well in that rotation. Everyone's up to the north, and Philippines, they didn't need to. They're actually still
anak-anak turun mana sih?
Meta power gak sih?
Because you want Pachinki
perjalanan jauh dong.
You're so close to every circle. At least the club level, the team. You drop Pachinki, you're there within 3-4 minutes. Philippines are still there, like you pointed out. It's a long time to stay there as Marcel. You know what? Upside Poland and the upside down Poland logo. I think Poland are starting to get into rhythm and have some fun.
I think they are. I think they're finally starting to find their footing again. Like Marcel said yesterday, it really can't get any worse. And it's gotten a lot better towards the end of the day. And we can see Thailand now. They are pickup in, flying in now. And most of this is still free to the north, so if they really need to, they can just go for a safe drop towards that shark fin to the northwest of South George and start to move their way in.
I'm looking to see if the vehicles have been picked up in this position. It's always off the drop to pick up some way to move later on in the circle. But North George is completely free. And you might even be able to get a kill on the German spot right. But James up on top of Everest. He's going to catch out Vard. Nade now pulls. Let's see if it's going to land at the far enough. Should be able to get that flush onto Vard and Vex. Trying to get some cover on the other side of things, but James will throw another nade. James is all by himself, by the way. Like the rest of Norway are a little further away, so this is a really good
bunuh
goal.
Poland pakai itu Om Dres, pakai Panzer di mobil 2 orang.
Because if he gets knocked here, that's it.
Dibawa kan
James is gone. Yeah, and he's gonna back off.
Diledakin
So
malah.
he gets his one and he's out. Great play from James.
I'm looking for UK to see if there's any, they can. If you look at Everest, there is, just by the ice cream shacks, a recall system inside the circle, so if they want to bring him back, they can. They just have to work out first. Thailand, they've got themselves a vehicle. They're moving into the zone. But look at this bunch on the south side of the circle. USA, Chinese Taipei, Korea, you've got Denmark, all pushing up. And that could lead to a bit of a problem when it comes to rotates, but I like the fact that USA are moving really quickly off that shift.
And most importantly for this entire lobby, the first phase shift did not do something crazy with water, it immediately went to land. So this is arguably one of the better shifts to be able to actually know where they need to end up after as they go into the next phase.
Kick still on top of the hill, might just catch out Korea as they begin to rotate around the beach. This is exactly where we saw Gustav fall a little bit earlier. And Kick's going to hide and wait. I think Korea are going to scout this position first. And Kick, you've got to make a decision. And his decision is he called fight. He's called in the USA. They're taking on Korea. And that's more like the Kick that we're used to seeing.
Such a good position to go for the surprise attack. And they do indeed land the first knock on a human. But they should be able to get him up with smokes. Unless the push from Kurt comes through.
Yeah, Kurt's going to spot the smokes, and this is where Kurt makes his money. He's got the nade at the ready. Throws it up inside the smoke. He could get 2 for the price of 1 here. He does get Yumin, because Raining fell off it. I think if I'm Yumin, I'm like, right, this is USA. There's probably going to be nades thrown her way pretty quickly. So Seoul will now need to work with Raining and Salute to win this fight. Raining's going to go pick up Salute, and I think Korea are just going to back off.
Yeah, that's the important thing, is Korea can still get the chip and just back off if they need to. This is not a great fight. The problem is Denmark is actually pulling up behind Korea now.
This is such a good read from Denmark. Beanie realizing exactly the team that they're fighting to. The vehicle's only a couple more shots away from explosion, so Korea might be forced to clown Carrot here over in this situation as well, as Doff. They're cutting off all. Doffy has moved over to hold the push if they go directly towards the east. Beanie and Keter are holding the south. This is bad news for Korea, and it does look like the UK did get Vard back in, so they'll have 4 players back up and ready.
Yep, and in fact, he's going to go loot his own body. He'll probably get all the same loot he had, so really no harm, no foul, just a point for Norway as far as that situation is concerned. Savior now. Opportunity here to do some damage to doesn't look like he's gonna get it. No, Savior will. He'll find TD.
Yeah, that's a big knock for Chinese Taipei as they look to catch Norway, but Keter gets the kill onto Seoul. It's going from bad to worse. The tires on the Dacia have been popped. Seoul's car's further away. This is really not good for Korea, and for Denmark, a win in this match, a couple more kills, which is a long ways into the future. They could usurp Korea's 4th position. Beamy from the blue, still rocking the SKS. And USA, well, they've kind of decided with Denmark getting that one, they're going to move now. There's no point wasting any more, spending any more time trying to get 1 or 2 more points when they can go secure somewhere like where that next recall system that Kurt's going to and put themselves in a good position for the late game.
Yep, and they're going to stop a lot of teams that are coming in with chips trying to get those reses as well. Again, I just really love the res. It's added so many different layers and options for teams. And it's been my favorite addition this patch. Oh, but what is that? A Gatka proper shift? Okay, let's go.
And look who are in the middle of it. Vietnam with a 2-2 split in North Gatka and South. I question though,
how high is their confidence will they keep that split?
It's not. Look at the pressure they're coming under, right? You've Norway, Philippines firing this way. They're going to fully collapse on the Gatka, and I think that...
And they should.
And I think even if they weren't in first place, I think that's still the exact same move they would do.
You can see Beamy is still actually watching this. And it's got to be frustrating. You know that the Korean fans are not happy with him.
Yeah, and well, there's some Korean fans, but I remember he's got a little fan club here.
He does have a fan club here, which was very funny to see, but they probably aren't very happy with him.
Well, Kickstart's still here, Shrimsy is as well. They know that Kurt secured a position inside the circle for a little bit later. Poland are going to rotate through the red zone. Here's hoping that it's not going to be Team UK will look to take advantage of this rotate as the convoy goes on by. Marsalek taking a lot of damage. That is rich. You can tell that the UK know they hit Marsalek, and that's why they're not hitting the last player in the party. That's why they're focusing on the front car.
You think so? And Shrimsy will find Salute tozy. as he will get the knock and the flush. So now it is just down to reigning.
And I think Denmark are gone.
Yeah, they
should be gone. I'd imagine they're going to go all the way around here and maybe rotate back in towards Chopsticks. USA will watch their rotating. Oh, the bad news gets worse for reigning.
There's no, yeah, that's the thing, is like he has their chips, but I'm pretty sure all
bikin
of their
susah
vehicles
anjir
gone
sama
battered.
USA.
I mean, tires gone, both at the front and rear. That's
Sampai itunya
tough,
juga,
and
sampai
there
negaranya juga.
isn't even a res station close to him, unless he goes to the one that Kurt had occupied. But now we see USA actually push straight down to the south of Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei's Leo got the better of them last time, and it's Leo again who gets the initiating knock. Beamy providing some support for the USA, but Kurt is done, and the rest of USA will back off the fight. Leo just seems to be activated anytime it's USA that's locked into his sights. Another kill for him. Kurt's going to fall. I don't think they're going to get that recall. I think they're going to have to play as a 3. And it looks like they're going to fight on this hill line. So Savior, he's going to hear them pulling up just to the north of that position. But Leo being down now with the blue closing in and a red zone is definitely bad news.
This could be bad news for both teams. You can see that USA took that dip on that dirt road. It's going to be United Kingdom getting damage onto Germany. Micah's going to fall. That's going to be a flush going their way. Nobar has been knocked. That should be an easy pickup for them. It's all going to come down to what this red zone really does.
Yeah, I think Denmark are the only team we've really seen suffer from it earlier, and that was on day 1 of survival stage.
Ya Allah, masih maju lagi, cuk.
Poland. They took North Gatka after that one, and they're now in a brilliant position for the circle. And it's far too early to make a send for the little dirt path, the little gap below Gatka North. It's a little too early to go for the little dip as well by the dirt road. So at this point, teams are going to play on the edge until the herd thins out a little bit.
I mean, you can see that it's Chris has that dip right next to the crossroads. That is it's too early. That dip is so susceptible to nades and utility. I can't imagine they stay alive there too long.
But where are the other options, right?
They don't really have many. I mean, you can play the crevices here just to the north underneath UK and go for the fight there at Everest. But yeah, the options are not great. You can see Leo, they just get we call them tempo reds for free. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good position for them to get. I think USA beaten to the punch in that one, and now they're moving in a vector towards China. But back up on top of Everest, Kiss gets the knock on Defex. That's the second time to fall. Now Michael is closing the gap, but he's taking damage. Fluky has stayed below to watch, and T-Bone might be about to get an off angle.
Thailand kok bisa gitu ya? Hari pertama nggak berapa itu, terus nggak pernah ke notice, tiba-tiba peringkat 3 ya kan?
Iya, tiba-tiba peringkat 3 ya Thailand.
Oke, Cimoy dapat tuh.
Nice point.
Team UK are going to suffer, and the missed opportunity from T-Bone has led to Thailand picking up a couple more points, and now they are on the brink of breaching 90.
Hell of a play though from Thailand to just push straight up and take that fight. The angles were good.
Alah,
able to just dismantle UK.
eliminasi tuh. Udah kesempatan tidur lagi, nanti balik lagi.
You just can't play there this early.
And he just has to hit the exact same border strike again, and he should find a little bit of success. The second one comes in. It does so much splash damage, but not enough. Germany will get a couple players back up.
Aduh, Lil gue sepenok sama Marcelle.
Germany though, USA, they're going to crash on in, and this is so bad now. Lil Ghost got a bunch of the kills. Alo got one of his own. But USA now, they're going to rush to get Shrimsy back on his feet. Back on top of Everest though, Argentina here, Godspeed. They're getting pushed by Thailand as well.
I also want to point out it was Norway actually that got a mortar kill onto, I believe, Shrimsy, as we see Seoul coming back down. Korea has 3 members coming down with no loot. I mean, they're about to just feed points.
They're UAVs at this point. As there's one down, Yumin's going to fall, Salut's going to fall. China are the team that are taking advantage of this situation.
That's terrible for Korea because China is the one that just surpassed them.
I know, and it might just get worse. We'll look to find another one on his tally. Reigning's dealt with, but this is not good for Korea, as what's been a disappointing day 2 here on home territory Where does Saul go? Do you just land on Everest and try to find a little quagmire and hide? Do you try to...
yeah, he's gonna go Everest. That's his best option. He can see it. There's a fight. There's smokes there. There's probably a crate that he's gonna be able to loot. He sees the vehicles. Oh, but Rossadin says, no, sir, you are denied clearance to land.
And the Chinese fans loved that one just above us. Thailand up to 9 kills now. They have just moved up through the gears as the day has progressed. Chinese Taipei, they have got to move. One thing to point out that we didn't even speak about the shift yet. Poland,
Apa ini? Dia mau nabrak US nih.
and a
Mau
great
nabrak
spot
US nih, Cina
Vietnam
ini.
with the tiniest little sliver of Gatka that they can play. But this zone should not go to them after this point. But they're the team once it's dealt with that can move up to that ridge line below North Gatka.
They're gonna move last because they can see everything in front of them. That ridge is
Gila kalau gitu naik
juicy
motor.
to play, but it has to be played when everything else is out and they are just ripping apart Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, that's not good. Now Leo and Mao Rush will push towards Vietnam. It looks like Keter from Denmark has pushed in as well. Oh, did he C4? Has Keter C4'd that position, by the way? It's worth keeping an eye.
No way! Look, it's all of China! What a play!
Let's go Elo, China deleted in Vietnam. Now gifted the opportunity to really increase the gap now at the top. So Lolzy will find Mao Rush. That's Elo still in that position. Cappy deals with Beamy. And Elo, look at the amount of bodies he has as well.
I mean, that's a lot of utility. That's a lot of smokes. That's a lot of nades, mollies,
Vietnam
whatever
lagi
he
kayak ini.
needs. On top of that, there's so much cover he can dance around. If you're a team crashing, you're not exactly sure where he is, then that causes confusion. And look at him go, 8C low on the right side. But with 3 members, it's gonna be too much. A beautiful nade lands from Intense.
Now what do Brazil do? They're not too far away. Do they third party this fight as Tanvu will get another kill as Chinese Taipei are eliminated. BL with the M24 peeking this way. Norway with a down player looking to just hold back Brazil long enough to get the res as Thailand have an angle from up on high. And Fluky will get that knock. And this is all conspiring to let Norway get the res. And at some point now, Vietnam will take this position, and then Philippines and Vietnam will probably fight it out and around that section. But look at Philippines. They have a 2-2 split with 2 players to the north of the circle, 2 players to the south.
Vietnam
And
dapat
this shift,
Gatka.
wow.
Udah bagian bawah
That's
punya
so-
Vietnam ini.
Honestly, for Vietnam, that is probably the best shift they could have gotten.
Yeah, but Thailand here, they are really making it difficult for Brazil to do what they want to do, which is clear out that dip on Norway and then get ready to peek over this ridge that you know that Vietnam wants to play. So Rossadin and Fluky are ruining this game for Brazil, and Highman is going to find Santastico with a bolt.
At this point, you start thinking about blowing up the coop as well, because that's their cover, that's their mobility, that's their hidey hole. Just keep firing through the smoke as Vietnam get closer. There we go, that vehicle's going to blow. Get out of there, Brazil. Get out of there. The vehicle flips. Santa is down. But James is actually doing, oh, sparking, no!
Lah, Sparking kena itu segitiganya sendiri.
The cover came down and flattened Sparking.
Emergency cover flare-nya kena
Going
diri
so
sendiri.
long for Brazil, but this is oh so right for Norway.
It's still recoverable though.
Cari. Iya, lagi
Looks
panas cok
terrible,
saya.
but it is still very much recoverable as now Cabs will step over and get rid of Rossadin, so Thailand will fall. As you can see, James now trying to be the one player that holds off the Philippines for Norway.
Yeah, Philippines in 10th place, looking to hunt down Brazil as their flesh wound has been dealt with. They're back up to a full 4 as Algin Bots will deal with James now. Norway split, not really working to their advantage. Himmen will try to fall back towards Intens now. And that nade is good, but not good enough. Here comes the rest of Norway. No, Himmen's in position. But I still think with 4 players up, Brazil still have the advantage.
Exactly, but that's the thing. Brazil now don't have to deal with the high ground of Rossadin and Thailand shooting, so they have more room to work. And you can see it, Norway stuck here. Are really at the mercy of these 2 teams, where you can see he's literally driving directly into the lines of Brazil. What an animal!
Oh, I love it. It's such a brave play. Himmen takes damage from Himas's nade as Vietnam get within throwable distance now. There's another double set of nades from Vietnam. It's going to be thrown this way. Might even be a love letter to Norway on the back of it, but this one is not too far away. But look at the split that Vietnam are currently holding.
Yeah, Vietnam has come alive. Brazil was really the only team that could have stunted their push here, but because they were being dealt with, they couldn't, and now the nades are coming down towards Norway. Vietnam have already cleaned up the Philippines for the most part. Intense is gonna burn, and he's gonna get knocked as well to Tan Vu.
The thing is, Vietnam are not going to push over that ridge line, so unless they have throwables, Norway should get back. This is what you would call an opportunity for Brazil to push, but because they'd sustained the knock on the other side, they can't take advantage of that knock. Philippines, they've retaken the high ground now as they look down, but we get ready for that next circle shift, and that shift plays into the hands of Vietnam even more. Poland still alive in the late game, but now Brazil have to make a decision. Do you go to Norway or do you go to Vietnam? The smart money's Norway.
Yes, but at the same time, Sololzi is such a factor in what all of Brazil does. He is single-handedly holding them down in that dip. So even if they wanted to go to Norway, as long as he's still watching that angle, they're kind of stuck, which is crazy. And then you have the Philippines that have to make a move down. It's just 10-Trip and his teammate CJ, but they're not in the circle either, and that's Poland's job to make sure that they get those points.
More drops coming in here to provide even more cover for Norway. And you got to be careful. We've seen what can happen whenever you throw them in the wrong way. Brazil desperately looking for that knock that makes the push in towards Norway even easier at this point. Tan Vu, who's given that guy a lynx, by the way. He doesn't need, he's good enough as it is without giving him a dangerous weapon. And here comes the Brazil push, and they've got nades to spare.
The issue is for Poland is they're really not getting
Udahlah itu 19 dia lempar bom.
Find that knock. They're starting to push up now. Philippines with angles looking for this, but intends with a P90. That is so dangerous. It doesn't matter if it's a 1-on-4. If they don't push correctly, he's gonna melt them one by one, even 2 by 2. That thing is disgusting. Up close, the nades come out. Damage is going out. He's gonna find the heal, but it's gonna be BL.
Yeah, the level 3 gear is like an extra life, but the BZ ain't going to help as Intense uses that jammer pack to stay a little while longer. It'll beep on empty, the P90's at the ready, but BL takes the ground, and Philippines now will start thinking about pushing this way. But the thing is, for Brazil, the big help is, I would say Poland and Vietnam, we're holding them out.
The issue though is that Poland hasn't been able to get any kills. They were in the best position, but they really weren't able to flex out, and so because of that, all these kills have gone to the wayside to either Vietnam or Brazil or even the Philippines before they went down.
It's a 4v4v4 to finish things off. Phase 8, if it donuts, still keeps a little bit of that ridgeline on the road in place. You know, you think about the dump truck that's just by the edge. That's a good position. You just see it in front of Himas right now. Like, that's a good position to go to. The circle is going to shift, and it's exactly what we thought, the donut. So that truck now being in is bad news for Poland.
And what are Poland going to do? Now, they do have a ridge that somewhat hides them from where Vietnam currently is, but yeah, the dump truck is going to be an issue. They need to smoke it off. If they can smoke off that angle, they can start to move in. But then the issue is Brazil. Brazil's on the opposite side of that with a wrap, and Vietnam doesn't really have a way to punish them right now.
The last team to fight's probably going to win this game.
Agreed.
So whichever fight kicks off first, Vietnam want to force Poland towards Brazil. Brazil want to force Vietnam towards Poland. It is literally a game of chance now, and somebody's got to make the first move. Now, I'll say this, if I'm Brazil, you're technically in the best position to avoid the fight because we know that Vietnam shouldn't have any throwable utility. They wasted it all a little while earlier. And Brazil are the same. Poland are the only team that should have anything, really, when you think about it.
BL just fully recovers.
Yeah, look, 3 needs from Mufa.
Yeah, they don't have... Vietnam doesn't have much. You can see that Brazil recovered that 3 armor and helmet, so they're going to be very healthy, as well as that P90. You can see it on BL. You can see the deployable cover coming out now for the side of Poland, and this is going to allow them to sneak further into the center of the circle. Because Vietnam's sightlines otherwise would just be much too strong. The fact that they were able to find that many deployable covers is very fortunate for the team of Poland.
Yeah, look at the amount of, as you said, it's movement to ground, but it also creates gaps that Brazil could potentially exploit. If they throw smoke grenades,
very true.
They can close that ground. Cappy will throw another one down in this position. Himas peeking over towards Brazil. Zalolzi will just keep that UAZ closer and closer to the circle. They still have the ability to full-on crash and full-on send if they need to do so. I just spotted Brazil. I see a Panzer. I see a nade. They're not fully spent on util yet either.
Well, no, with the amount of boxes there, I'd be very shocked if they were. You can see Vietnam now starting to move up. And they have to move first. That's the thing. Poland does it. They have Magsters on basically what is that center dot. As long as he doesn't get knocked, he's going to be able to help Poland move forward. I love this Bufa moving up as well, using that vehicle. Himas desperately looking for a knock.
Yeah, Vietnam are using their last bit of utility now. Here comes the airstrike. Nade after nade after nade. They're going to do damage, but BL will strike first blood. They're fighting Poland now. They're on multiple fronts, but the smoke will create a fog of war. Bufa drops low. BL will confirm out that kill. He is holding back Vietnam. That is his job. He gets the knock on to Pufa's Posa. Magsters turns his attention to Delwyn. But Vietnam fall to 2. Brazil still with 4 up.
And the crazy thing is Brazil is fighting this on 2 fronts and they're winning. They're actually winning. That's crazy. But look at this. Poland will find a nade. And now this is down to a clean 3v3 and a battle for the center of the circle. And don't you forget, BL still has 3 armor, 3 helmet, and a P90.
And Santa's got a Panzer. Brazil are going to go for the res, but Posa drops the nade on him. Cappy wraps around, but the Panzer's been wasted. Poland now, numbers in their favor. As they said, it couldn't be worse than yesterday. It hasn't been BL though. He will find the knock on the Mars, like you said. The level 3 here will be telling. But what a spray that is from Pufa. He subs in today. It's a 2 versus 3 here, Godspeed. And Poland though, the Blues right on their back.
They have to be careful about the Blues. Sparking is still up as well. The P90 is in play. BL going for the peak. And they are flash. He's getting the angle. He'll find one. All he has to do now is close it out. Masters is so blind. And Brazil, with a brilliant fight in the end, will close out game number 5.
20 points on the board for Brazil, but even more importantly for bragging rights, they now hold sole control of the most wins on PNC. No longer tied, and it's a second win on the grand final stage for Brazil. This is the thing about Brazil. When they get hot, they are so good, but the problem is they don't get hot often enough.
The inconsistency, yes, but all 4 members of that team fired on all cylinders. The fact that they were taking the fight, they were winning the fight against both Poland and Vietnam, that was insane, and it did come off the back of BL being smart, having that repair kit, fortunately, getting the armor repaired, getting the P90 out of the hands from one of the many crates that was there that traded multiple hands. That was insane, but Poland as well, props to them for fighting that tooth and nail, making sure that they made that as difficult as possible. And that, yeah, that was the 5th game of the day. Match number 11, we still have, oh goodness, one more wrangle.
The best thing as well, Brazil won out of that dip. And when we saw the move, their journey was too early, right? And then Norway pushed in. It was too early. It was the last team to push that dip that ended up getting the victory, because what happened is what happens when you go there too soon.
Well, it's not even just the mortars that were being sent in that direction. Once you had like Vietnam and other teams with the range, I mean, it is so easy to just get utility in that dip, and that's exactly what we saw when USA was there, and after they crashed, and then after Norway crashed, and then Brazil got there. It's just madness.
Yeah, and even if you look at the grand scale of things too, Vietnam, 6 kills inside the top 4. They're still increasing that gap. Brazil, they are so happy with that victory, but I think for Vietnam, they need, for just the way things were going, they had 130 points. They only got 2 points the next game. They've bounced back really strong, the way the teams that won titles do.
Yeah, and man, you could see the relief on their face, but it's not over. Sparking is still all business. He wants that. I talk to him pretty much every day we've been here. He wants this bad. They all want it bad. And the amazing thing is he's been an MVP at EWC. He's been a leader for this team now for Brazil multiple years. He's learned so much playing in the Americas on a team like Liquid, and so it's showing how much experience that team has. Plus you have up-and-comers like BL, Santastico, so it's just such a solid team.
Yeah, it's still a when you consider how many games we've been through, the pool of teams that have won maps is still relatively small, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's been a situation like that. Top 4 teams, though, 20 points for Brazil. Poland, though, this last 3 maps has been so much better for them.
Yeah, phenomenal work. They have really turned things around. They've righted the ship, and if they can do that now, coming into this last game as well, I think they're going to be poised to really fight for a top spot on the leaderboard come tomorrow.
Well, you know, we spoke to it. Getting into the top 8 is where the money starts to ramp up.
Yeah.
And second place here, a good point game in the game before. I think they got a 3rd place. They just need to keep showing up like that, and they're suddenly in the mix. Because of how good the top teams have been, it means getting into the top 8 is not maybe as hard as it could be as we look at our man of the match, BL. And I'm so happy for him because Santa, he gets a lot of the credit on Rock. Sparking's incredible. Post has done it, but I've always said BL is one of the really good anchor players in the game, and for him to show up like that with the P90 in the end game is so good for him.
BL Mantcarbo. Yes, he is a great player, and I love that he's also getting some shine. But something we didn't really talk about was Thailand, man. Thailand in that last game was on fire coming out from the north. They were able to do quite a bit of work. I think they got 10 kills that game. They were harassing Brazil. And so you can see now with the leaderboards, 20 points for them, 13 for Poland. Yet another great game down the bag for them. And then Thailand with 12. Yeah, so they did manage to get 10 kills after all.
Who sat them down, though? Who was the team that knocked them out of the lobby?
I don't know, you tell me.
Philippines.
It was the Philippines.
They have been a nightmare. 10 points for them in this game as well. They won the hot drop. They backfilled fights successfully. I'm impressed. They've come in. Really, really good for them. Vietnam, 11 more points. Good game for Norway, picking up 8 of their own. But for Australia, they have a decision to make on the next Erangel. Are they going to hot drop with the Philippines, or do they just give up the ghost? It's 2-1, and we'll look at the final leaderboard though. Let's see who is on top now as things stand.
Shocker, Vietnam, but China with 103 points. Thailand is caught up in 3rd with 96 points. They are now only 7 behind 2nd, and Korea yet again just struggled. That was their 2nd 0-point game in a row.
Yeah, and you think about it, Brazil are right behind them, and you pointed it out at the time. Who was the biggest benefactor of China? Or sorry, of Korea bringing back the players? It was China. They got 3 of those kills. So that was 3 more points for China as they close the gap to the top.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting, we say close, the problem is Vietnam just is not slowing down, even in that last game. I mean, they are absolutely relentless, and the thing that is most impressive to me about Vietnam isn't necessarily their killing potential with, like, you know, Himas and that roster. It's their positioning. It's not just kills, it's not just dumb luck. Their positioning, their decision-making, their splits, their ability to punish other teams around them is just second to none in this event so far.
Well, you find yourself in a good position in the late game once or twice, it's a chance. But when you do it over and over and over again, it's not chance anymore. It's just the great decision making. And that all ties back to a discussion you and I had. I would say we had it about a year ago when we were to wait a quick conversation. It was like, these players know who's dropping where, who's going to be where after like 5 or 10 minutes, and you can map out your game just with that knowledge alone.
Yeah. Well, Gibson, it is time for our final game of the day, Game 6, match number 12, as we head into Erangel one more time to close out the day. And we'll have to see, is Australia going to go back to Pachinki? At this point, I don't want to see it anymore.
It's a long drop at this point with the flight path that we have. It's really southern, really focused on that Millie Island. It's my last map of PNC. I'd love a military island to kill things off. But where are Australia?
I just want to see Australia have a good game, man. That roster's so strong. I want to see Tick succeed, especially if he's IGLing. But it's been rough. It's been rough for the boys.
Even like the likes of Luke and Flood, like they're great. Like, I love the players on that team.
Monty, they're all just very good.
I have to back Monty because it turns out he's half Irish as well. So there's that. So maybe if we could get a team.
I love how you chat can't see it, but you thumbed your suspenders as soon as you said that.
You know, maybe we could convince them to defect to Ireland. We could get a Team Ireland. Maybe I could play.
Maybe you could play.
If I've done a terrible job at casting and they decide I'm not allowed to cast, Team Ireland.
There's a future for you at PNC, it seems.
Survival stage.
So from what I can tell, Philippines and Australia once again are. You know what? Fine. You know, I'm about it. Tig, if you want this, I'm about it. But you gotta win this. You have to win this fight.
I wonder if they're just looking at the leaderboard going, you know what are we going to gain or lose by doing it? Let's just keep the fight going.
I mean, if they can get the 4 kills and recover, that's 4 points early, right? Then they can go on to the next fight. So you know what?
How have we got this shift with that flight path? Look at all the teams. We have 3 teams have gambled on them. USA are one of them.
Yep.
You've got.
They haven't landed Millie Mace, I think, this entire time.
We have a hot drop in Primo.
Oh my god, we do. It's Denmark and Vietnam. Okay. Oh, but here we go. Back and forth. Trade. Luke will get Calbs after Tiggleton falls. CJ now with the over-under. He misses.
Both players had the reload. Oh, that's awful timing. Tanbu picks up a point and beat me way back on the other hot drop. But Tig is down. Australia's Luke is really low as well. Monty, he's trying to get a knock onto Algid Bots and he takes just a little bit of damage, but not quite enough as it needed to be.
I like this though. I feel like Australia is just, they've had it. They're over it. They just want to get this fight done and dusted. They want to get it over with, and they're pushing the pace this time. Much more than they did last time. Flood is going to find the flush. Tig still knocked. A possibility to get him up, maybe.
Why are Argentina and China fighting over here as well?
I have no clue, to tell you the truth.
Yeah,
it's a very awkward spot for them to be fighting.
This is what happens when the circle does this on a flight path like that. Like, it really makes it, you'll see a lot of fights that you're not usually going to see. CJ gets that knock on the Monte. Philippines are dominating this hot drop at this point. The only time Australia won was when there was a third party from Vietnam. And I'm also going to add, I think when you look at the mentality of the hot drop here, Philippines take the more aggressive spot. They try to hound in Australia. Australia drop as a 4, Philippines wrap all around them, but that's a good knock from Luke.
That's going to slow things down a bit for the Philippines. Again, it doesn't really matter if Australia or the Philippines are down to 1 member. There is a res station and they can recover. The real danger is Chinese Taipei. I can tell that they're kind of sniffing something out here. They might want to get involved. In fact, Xavier is just on the cusp of this fight looking for that third party.
Delwyn, the sneaky player that he can be. He's got the M24 and I'm pretty sure he's probably lining up.
What is this?
Pembalasan, Cuk. USA lawan Korea.
Yeah, this is an SKS with iron sights as well. Is not the best weapon, but Soul
bawa chipnya.
Kick is going to be livid with that one. Alo will try to get it back, but you know what? Korea, they're not going to get a 0-point game.
They're not going to get a 0-point game, and for the USA, I'm sure they'll get that blue chip in a moment here. This is just down to Algin Bots and Flood, a one-on-one. This hot drop has come down to this. Is it going to be Philippines to win yet again, or will Australia finally put a stop to the bleeding?
It looks like
Xavier's landed. He finds 10 trip.
Stealing that point away. Tanvu will get the knock on the Keter. Even this fight that's going on with Denmark and Vietnam, not a single Vietnam player looks to have been knocked.
No.
It's so efficient.
Or even damaged. It's crazy frustrating if you're watching as the other teams because they just seem nigh unstoppable, immortal at this point.
Chinese Taipei, looks like Leo's gotten into the real thick of it as well. Still that battle going on. Flood's still alive. Running backwards now towards Luke 12, and it's the wrong decision. He's going to get caught out by Leo. But how was he to know that Leo would be holding that angle, and Australia for the 3rd time lose on Pachinki. But if I'm going to put an asterisk on their win, I'm going to put an asterisk on this one as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, Gibson. It doesn't matter at this point. They're just losing games and opportunities here to get points that they absolutely need. They're currently sat in 15th place, which is, I think, the lowest they've been, I think, ever at a PNC.
It's not what you'd expect, right? Because it's a stacked team.
It's disappointing. I mean, I'm just going to say it. It's disappointing.
I'm going to add one caveat. They're one of the few teams at this PNC that don't have teammates on a team.
That's true.
When you think about it, all the other teams are going to have natural chemistry, natural cohesion, even if it is a little bit splintered. This is 4 players from 4 different rosters. it's going to be really difficult.
I'm still not giving up on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bad day, but I'm still not giving up on him. At least to climb the leaderboard. I don't suspect they'll be in 50th place. Gustav, what a shot!
No. That player is isolated. You're not able to cross because you're being held by Delwyn. So, as desperate as Gustav would be to get this point, yeah, there you go, Delwyn. He is so good at that. And now Daffy is the last player standing. A little bit of damage onto one player. But if I'm Daffy, drive up the road a little bit, give it a little while, go back, bring your players back in, let Vietnam focus on playing.
You know what? Vietnam has nothing to lose. If they really wanted to, they could camp here. They could just sit here and wait Daffy out. And what, rotate in phase 2 or 3, they're going to have more than enough meds. Why not? They literally have nothing to lose.
Look how much space is in the circle as well. We've not seen it in a while, but there's so much free real estate because of the fact you got that river leading up to the Tadpole Lake or Snake Lake. Oh, little look at Martin on screen.
What a good-looking man he is. All right, moving back here. Looks like Vietnam will 100% hunt this down. Marcelic going down, and that's not what you want to see if you're Poland.
Now, how hard do they try to get him back? Because they do like to try bring Marcelic back.
I mean, he's somewhere in Yasnaya, right? That's all we know. I don't actually know where his body fell. It could be recoverable, but
the only good thing is he'll know, because you know the way on the map you can see where your blue chip is. Something that I think that a lot of players might not realize, and it's worth thinking. You might go, oh, well, how come a lot of players aren't picking up blue chips? Well, if you pick up a blue chip, it's a beacon. As long as that blue chip's not destroyed, the player who owns it knows exactly where it is.
Right.
And you'll know where that team has moved to. If I was going to do it, I'd pick up the blue chip and just put it in the middle of an open field that people have eyes on. Just drop it off when you're driving past.
Oh, you want that? Here, come get it.
Yeah. Don't bring it to your compound and let everybody know exactly where you are.
So Algin Bots now the last member of the Philippines. And again, he's going to wait this out. As we've seen, the Philippines will stay in blue for as long as they have to, as long as they can get a res off.
Yeah, and you can see in the little money map what they're clearing. They're saying these buildings are clear, so they're highlighting. Look, to see the 2 ping, that's the building now. They're like, these are the last 2 buildings we need to check where I think Alga's bots can be in. So they're working it out. They're clearing it room by room. The important thing for them is Algin bots has got a barrel and a shotgun. If you're going to push Algin bots, you need to do it as a 2 or a 3. That shotgun, it's fire, a second delay, fire again. So you've got to push it in a way where you don't give him the opportunity to reload. You send a player in, and you're happy to trade that player.
We'll see if that's what they decide to do. Meanwhile, in the rest of the circle, everyone has pretty much said it. We have a Yasuo. Looks like Algin Boss has been found. He's going to try to jump on the roof. Can he hit the... Oh, maybe not. He's actually just going to hold this angle. That's a cheeky little angle.
It's tech. This is on tech from Algin Bots, is he?
No, he's going to go on the roof,
yeah. He held it for... Oh, no. I thought the timing. I thought the timing was going to work against him for a second, but you'd assume, look, all the members now of Chinese Taipei, they're holding these different angles. Savior is going to drive up on top of the hill to get a better angle in this spot, and I think Savior could be the one watching. Yeah, we can see the coach here of the Philippines. She's watching on, and you know, I think she's going. This is inevitable. There's no way. Oh my God, maybe there is a way he could win this.
Hold on, Gibson. Don't count Algin Bots.
Yeah, bye.
No, you were right to cut him out. That that nade was perfection from Mao.
Good for Chinese Taipei. Now they're in bottom spot. They were, I think, 3 points away from Australia. Make that 1 or 2 points away now. They could get out of bottom spot. You know, that's a race to keep an eye on as we.
What a shift that was!
And where Vietnam? Way off to the south, but Korea and China have got great positions. And Poland, they're going to rotate back towards the north. But a circle shift like this. Look how many recall systems are in the circle.
There's a crazy amount, which means these are more than enough opportunities for teams who have lost players or even lost almost the entire team to come back and go for those reses.
You got USA rotating back in. The question is, did they pick up the recall chip? Erath is hunting down Team UK now as Germany look to lay a trap inside the fields, but for Team UK, I think that they should be able to avoid it. They're far enough away now that at least Germany won't get the knock, but they make a wrong choice. They go to the wrong place, and maybe Norway's James could line them up. But yeah, James hears the cars coming. He knows he's solo. He's given up this position.
Spray's coming out. China looking for a few knocks here to get an opportunity. The split very strong from them, but it looks like they are going to consolidate here. Or maybe not, actually. You can see UK have taken over Volcano.
Aduh, Om Dros, gimana ini zonanya Om Dros?
But not in the way they would have wanted. Wait a second, Mika gets a trade. He's almost good for 2 there. Oh, and he got stuffed.
Yeah, he ran that close to him that his gun went up to the up animation, and Germany, though, Chris is still putting on a fight. But Vex will win that one. It's a 1 versus 1, and Braxco will win it. Team UK eliminated, and Germany will leapfrog above Denmark now as they all chain up. But Norway.
Yeah, I don't know how much time they have, though. Norway is now chomping at the bit, kicking down the door almost. But James is actually going to give them time to recover. Okay.
I'm surprised.
I'm also surprised because they only had 1 member left, and keeping track of the kill feed, I feel like both Argentina and Norway could have known that.
Yeah, and now with that, Capitan is looking this way, but again, it's just a little too late. I think if USA are taking Boatyard, they have to have a recall. But look at Vietnam. Look at Vietnam.
Oh, no. And where's Purdy going? I think he wants to rotate towards the north. Oh, no, this is bad. This is very bad for USA. You can see Delwyn lining up the shot, but he's going to think better of using a bolt, prone in a spray, and there it is. He's going to melt Halo.
Yeah, Delwyn. I don't think anybody kills as many players by shooting them in the back as Delwyn does, as he picks up that one. Tanvi will confirm out the kill, but for USA, that was not what they wanted whatsoever. Shrimsy, he's going to rotate back this way. I think he's just going to get out of there. He's going to join Curtin, maybe go to the north side of the circle. But Vietnam find another point, and Indonesia are going to bring back their fallen comrade.
And so Shrimsy is just getting out of there. And that's the thing. Kick is going to land, right? But where?
I don't know. Like, where can he even go? You can take damage inside the blue. You can maybe see Kurt maybe picks up some loot on his way into the circle. I know it's been tough for the USA, and you're not to expect Vietnam to be in that position either, because you rotated in there, and they rotated, what, a minute later?
They did, but I mean, you did use the res point, right? So that beacon does go up, which means that a team could come and potentially backstep.
Dapat zone ini, cakep nih zone ini.
It's not something I think anyone would
Cakep nih
do.
zone nih.
And now here's the issue: is the water, right? This circle is so precarious because you do have that amazing forest position just to the west of where Argentina is. There's so many dips that they can play there, but outside of that, this is a very open and barren circle.
Yeah, and look, you think about the rotates, USA and will go in for Diaz over the north side of the lake past Nolene. And I think Thailand are probably shocked that they're getting across this bridge, the gas station, for free. Germany, though, they're going to get some teammates back inside the fight. And Korea, they'll just send it inside of Garden now as well, as they get a really good spot inside the circle. But Trick will push back Rossiter Jr.
I was going to say Thailand actually just huge positional advantage coming off, or just coming into that. Very fortunate. They're going to eat a knock on Rossiter. I think they should be able to recover that, and now they're in a great position. As long as they can get Rossiter back, they'll be in a good position, but it doesn't look like Indonesia is going to let that happen. You can see Setsuna flying in, acting as a scout. Smoke's now coming in, and they desperately want to save him.
Yeah, he's getting so close to getting down. Nades being thrown by Trick just to repel the potential res. Fluky, he's running off. Fluky's going for the res. Jacob is going to provide some cover now as things stand. So for Thailand, it's not the first place to work. I also like this decision. Get him in the car. Because look where that nade landed.
Yeah.
It landed exactly where he would have been had he stuck the res.
Well, and this is also an opportunity here, looking at the north side for USA. Come in behind, maybe get a knock or two while they're trying to recover, or at least play the other side of that water, of the bridge, until they can find a knock. The problem is, once that ridge on the north side is out, USA really have nothing to play up there.
Well, you'll see a lot of teams get good points from playing just below that bridge as well, and playing using that position. It can take you up and towards fighting Korea. The only real team you need to worry about is Thailand if they come down to the riverbank in that situation. So it's something for USA to think. But I think Vietnam, they might also think something similar.
Yeah, Vietnam would be able to easily cut that off if USA decide to use that. So the decision for USA comes pretty soon here. Do you cross early, or do you just try to play the side that you're given?
Dofi for Denmark still alive. I'm not quite sure if he was able to get those players brought back and inside the fight, as James will look towards Leo. Chinese Taipei, as we said, looking to catch Australia now. 3 kills on this game for them so far. Look at Nobar. Maybe James could be the one for Mao Rush to target. But if you follow him too long, he's leading you into a trap inside of Alamo, inside this spot. And I think Norway, James, maybe move the US a little further,
tergantung
keep
yang
those
main,
tires entirely
tergantung yang main
safe,
aja itu.
leave a little bit later.
Kalau misalkan
I think
ya
that's
nggak semua lah harus di pick shot.
Tires safe. Give yourself an exit strategy.
Circle is going to post, and yeah, that's expected here, as it's going to cut off pretty much everything to the west. And now, if you are one of those teams like Korea holding off the west, you're going to have to deal with Vietnam, and you're going to have to deal with a lot more once you actually try to get into the circle, because Brazil has just pulled up underneath Korea as well.
Yeah, Brazil will lock in J compound, which I think is what Korea might have had their eyes on. Just to the north of them, you've got China in a fantastic position.
Oh, jeez.
He's still great. He's still so good. Xavier gonna crash, and Tens fires towards Leo. We have to dip out.
Ya, enggak, besok soalnya ada acara badminton sama
Vietnam are crashing Korea here in
jam
Garden.
8.
And Korea, can they really be the heroes? Can they truly stop Vietnam's just domination of this lobby? It doesn't look like it. Salute will go down, Guman will go down, and China is involved as well.
Vietnam are like a tidal wave going through this lobby at times. They're fighting. They are just annihilating everybody. They're barely taking knocks. The only knock I can even think they sustained was the bolt they shot way back in Primo, as raining falls to Tanfu. He'll clean that one up, and it is all down to Seoul. And USA have used this gunfight to cross the bridge.
Yeah, that's actually perfect. It's just crazy because Vietnam just can't make a mistake. Like, it's crazy to watch.
They're just right. James, look at that. James with a C4. He'll get himself a knock. Mao Rush will clean that one up, and Norway will be hoping they can get him back on his feet sooner rather than later. USA will go for, as I said, Kurt off for a reposition.
Vietnam's so ready for them, though.
They just know.
It's just crazy. I mean, I'm sure they heard the vehicle, but they're just ready for everything. Nothing works against this team.
Yeah, the nades are going to get tossed up. Tanbu will chase the nade around the corner. But Shrimsy, with phenomenal cover, is able to keep his teammate on his feet. Now Shrimsy will fall at the hands of Mima. And there's a spray from Seoul as Delwyn takes damage. This could be an opportunity for Seoul to put pressure on, but look at that nade from Kick.
It literally takes a village just to deal with this team. Vietnam down to 2 members, but of course it's Delwyn and Himas.
Yeah, it's not done yet. Seoul holding the potential retreat from Himas. The blue zone will see the end of Shrimsy as Kick will pop a first aid, but it's not just the blue zone nade, it's the actual blue zone that USA need to start worrying about as well. Phase 4, Seoul looking to hold back any retreat as Norway do go down, thanks to a multiple of Chinese Taipei and Germany. And Seoul does get the knock, and the crowd love that one. But Delwyn is just nasty as he wipes them out.
That was, I need to take a shower. That was a gross angle to take and to win that gunfight. And he's now going to drag Himas out, and of course he's going to get the res, because why wouldn't he?
It's unbelievable. Nasty. Germany, though, they have a great position in the circle. China, slap bang in the center of the zone. Germany, if they wanted, can take the top of Vesuvius, because it is basically free for them. You know, some people like to call it Volcano. I sometimes call it Vesuvius, but they want to take this spot if they want, because look at how much space there is. And China at some point will look to extend out there.
You know, you say that, Gibson, but after watching them take all the space in that game on Tego and kind of throwing it, I don't know. I hope they're able to do what they're supposed to, but we'll see. It's going to be now Purdy and USA. A flash. Oh, he just runs straight in.
Another player shot in the back by Delwyn, though. He's just so good at it.
Xiao Wu, of course, will find kickstart. And save Vietnam because they needed it.
If there's any positives to take for that, At least China got one of the kills and not Vietnam getting both.
Bukit atas dia, bukit kiri.
You gotta look at the bright side.
I'm running out of superlatives to say about Vietnam at this point. I mean, they're just
perangin Argentina. Berarti dia belum kedetek.
You're the one that's
Ted,
gonna
dapat
save some for tomorrow.
I don't have many left as we see Argentina now trying to hold back Indonesia. This is happening just on the northeast edge. As you can see, Argentina actually got in front here. That's pretty impressive. And what a nade that's going to land from Rebo. Trick will go down.
Yeah, Rebo's really good. Correct. Chris gets the angle as well. The vehicle explosion confirms out that kill as Argentina will look to deal with Indonesia. Because if you do, it means that you can fully focus on the center of the circle. Himas will fall to the blue. Delwyn likely will follow him out the gate. So, you know, it goes through maybe the only way to deal with Vietnam is the PUBG itself with the blue zone. He's got a couple of bandages, but he will fall. Vietnam.
It doesn't even matter though. They still had 9 kills. That's 9 points.
No placements though.
Oh,
Nah, ini Argentinanya si tabrak nih. Cakep banget nih, timingnya bagus banget.
Yeah, they are crashing down indeed. Forest position was great for the time being, but now they need to get onto Argentina's case, and the onus is on Argentina to win this fight. They need to. Thailand really being the aggressor,
Nice.
putting a lot of pressure on them. Meanwhile, it's going to be Poland that are trying to find some picks off here or there.
Let's give.
I believe they did get a knock at the very least, Gibson.
Yeah, Campy got that kill confirmed. Indonesia have now been eliminated, and Thailand and Argentina can fully focus on each other. You can see that there is a down on the outside. Jacob will try to hold it back, but for Poland, they're now playing for the late game. Back off this fight, take control of Forest. Argentina, they want to get a res of their own on the Draft King. And China's Zhao Wu, he's just looking to do some damage, but they have essentially not had to do anything of note this game, and they're probably going to get a good shift this time around, because why wouldn't they?
Nice try.
And they do, and this is worst case scenario for Poland, Argentina, and Thailand.
China really in the driver's seat here. They have so many players ahead of them to the north that they can potentially take down or help take down, and really just go for the efforts. We'll see Argentina's enemy is going around. He's got to find a knock. It's just hit his Capitan, but he keeps just getting pushed back. You got to commit to something.
Germany putting shots in, China the same. Thailand all stuck inside as the mortar strikes will land just a little bit further away. Emmy though with a good knock onto Jacob. Fluky's going to expect the repeat with a good stun grenade. Buys himself a little bit of time. Let's go to gas can. No, it didn't get inside the building, but Fluky will get the knock. It was a brilliant idea to toss the gas can in the door.
I love the attempt, but yeah, it's just the timing was off. That broken door, he needed to be quick. So nades are going to come out, and he's just going to clean that one up. Kiss does. So the 2 members of Thailand will survive, but there's nowhere to go. I mean, the reward is a run of doom, essentially.
Yeah, Germany will regroup as well. Now they will start to take on top of Volcano. Poland will cloud carry. Look at how low the health is in this UAS as well. This is a Hail Mary attempt from Poland to get to that dip, to give themselves something to play.
Oh, they're just going to go past the dip. Let's just go for it. Why not? They might as well. X-Left is going to find one out of the spray, but at least the others make landfall.
Yeah, but for how long? For how long? Blow up that vehicle and you'll blow up the poles. Masters will try to do it, but Ming Ming and down go Poland. But again, inside the top placement points, it's been a massive revival for Poland on day 2.
Much better day. They find themselves now in 12th. Considering where they started, you can take that. As Germany now with an opportunity once again, a lot of space. In fact, they have the majority of space in the circle.
Little graphic there about it's Chris as well. 516 damage this game. He's played 79 maps in PNC, and he's averaged over 216 damage. That is not an easy number to keep at, especially with that many games played.
And he is the opportunist for his team, for Germany, for Ascend. He always flexes out and finds not only the kills, but also the knocks, stealing the kills, scouting. He's that person. He's that absolute information hub for his team.
Yeah, and look at this Fluky. He's in the blue. He's just manning it out to see if maybe he can outlive some team. He doesn't want to gift any points away. We're at that point now where you're starting to think about denials and positions in the leaderboard. Germany not too far behind. So just stay there. Maybe outlive somebody. Maybe Dofi could fall and you get that extra place point, because let's not forget Denmark still in the circle. He didn't get to bring his teammates back, but I don't think Brazil have any idea that Doffy is there. China have gotten a massive shift, but Doffy could ruin Brazil's game.
He absolutely could, even if he gets 1 or 2. That's a huge loss, as we can see Germany now starting to flex, and I think they suspect that their south is about to get encroached upon. And look at, I mean, just look at the angles here for China and for Aixleft. So much control now has been shifted over towards them because of this, and now Germany finds itself on the back foot.
Yeah, Brazil are trying to create some cover for themselves as they want to make a certain shift in. Do they have a C4? Do they just try to rotate in? Aixleft will try to get they go past Doffy.
I think did China see Doffy?
I don't think so.
No, they didn't.
They saw BL though, that's for sure. They get that knock onto BL. Looking at his position, I think he should be able to crawl into cover to get the res, but phase 7.
Oh, little goes with the mortar.
Kena nyangkut di atap rumah. Boom. Dia mati.
Put it at 190. I'd say it's about 204 is probably perfection.
Well, it is going to be
actually
sent,
maybe 240.
Yeah, sent into the sky. We can see the arc going off of your Brazil.
Oh my goodness! 204 was right on the money.
And look, Doffy's trying to throw in some nades as well because he wants to get involved. He got 1. He got an extra point. Sparking gets the kill though, and he's going to rush for that res. But look at Germany. Germany don't want to take on China heads on. They want to take on Brazil. Zerath gets that knock. China, though, realizing that that's the case, they're expanding out now too because they don't want the blue to take out any of their precious points. Nades being thrown back. It's just Posa left standing now for Brazil. I think Germany's done the right thing, but Brax has to feed this information about Ghost, Ming Ming, and Xiao Wu.
And no, it doesn't look like that's going to really matter. You have 4 members of China bearing down on your position. There's not much you're going to be able to do at all as they're going to trade back and forth. It's Chris. He has a monumental task, and there's no way he's going to be able to do it. China will claim the last game of the day, and what a day for them it has been.
Yeah, big win for China, and it's a big win for PNC as well, because yes, Vietnam got 9 points. China needed to close that gap to make sure that day 3 has so much on the line. Again, Germany, good game for them. Keeping in the hunt, keeping in the position to maybe push for a top 4 finish. Korea struggling. But China, you see the sign, at least for this map anyway, China #1.
Yeah, I mean, China is currently #2 and the closest team really to kind of catch Vietnam. The problem once again for the lobby and for China though is that Vietnam still got 9 kills. They still got 9 points. And for everyone else, man, it's been a struggle. We saw at the beginning of that game, Australia once again just happened to fall to the Philippines, but what I really loved about that was Chinese Taipei recognizing the opportunity, coming in and getting those frags and cleaning up the fight.
Yeah, take a look at the highlights from this matchup. This was the fight where I don't think they'd even sustained the
Isan. DF kali ya, DF. Jangan. DF.
Rame gitu di samping. Woi, rame di samping kiri.
Server adik-adik.
Dik. Adik.
Hei,
Adik mau main kah, Adik?
main apa PUBG?
PUBG.
Apa DF?
Jangan komen DM. PUBG Mi, ayo.
Bentar.
Ayo. Absen acu bang.
Dan oke aja, bedanya sama Ulti cuma dari ininya aja, apa, dari softwarenya aja, fiturnya fitur mereka jauh lebih banyak lah.
Woi.
Rame sekali, bro. Absen lagi, Mbak.
Jangan yang itu ya, jangan diduduk.
Haris dulu lah, Haris dulu.
Orangnya boleh ini ya.